Chapter 10:11. What happened? Sect leader Song and his disciple were both shocked, but they also felt a sense of despair, as if they were powerless to resist the will of heaven. Has anything special happened recently? A deep male voice suddenly rang out. Sect Master Song and his disciple looked over and saw that it was the old sect master of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong. Unable to congratulate his master for coming out of seclusion, sect leader Song hurriedly said, "If there is something special, Mr. Tiger, a disciple of the traceless Cloud Dragon King, has come to our vast sea. He just left not long ago. Huang Huding has either come here on the orders of traceless Cloud Yen or..." Gao Tianzhong's pupils dilated slightly. "Or traceless Cloud Yen was in the vast ocean world previously." The young man panicked. "All this commotion is caused by the traceless Cloud Dragon King? Does he want to destroy the vast ocean world?" Sect leader Song rebuked. "He has no reason to do that. There was a similar incident in the past, but it wasn't as big as it is now." Gao Tianzhong looked in the direction of the bewildering Maze Sea. Previously, Yan Zhaoge had entered secluded cultivation there. That day, in the bewildering Maze Sea, a pillar of light shot into the sky and illuminated the world. The entire vast ocean world bore witness to Yan Zhaoge's ascension. But today, the tremors did not come from the bewildering Maze Sea or any specific place. Instead, it was the entire vast ocean world that was shaking. However, Gao Tianzhong was still looking in the direction of the bewildering Maze Sea. Chief Song and his disciple both understood. Was it because the traceless Cloud Dragon King had transcended the third level of the martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds that year? Gao Tianzhong said, "This time, perhaps it will be a similar situation. Let us wait patiently." Even if they wanted to do something, there was nothing they could do. If this tribulation really wanted to destroy the vast ocean world, even Gao Tianzhong, who had just left seclusion as a late-merging avatar martial saint, would be powerless to resist it, as he would similarly be unable to survive. Even if all the current experts of the vast ocean world joined hands, it would still be futile, as everyone could only close their eyes and wait for death. The sky collapsing tribulation would cause the sky to collapse, and all living beings under the sky would be destroyed together. However, this calamity did not last for too long. Very quickly the tremors calmed down. Everything returned to normal. Everything that everyone had just experienced with fear and trepidation seemed like an illusion. It really is Yen Cloud's trace descending into the vast ocean. Gao Tianzhong was confident. The people of Changli Mountain looked at each other, their expressions complicated. In the end, they all sighed in unison. Those who had seen Yan Zhaoge in the past all felt as though they were in a dream now, as it seemed even more unreal than the great tribulation and earthquake from before. Meanwhile, Ahu, who had previously bid farewell to Chief Song and his disciple, and headed to the bewildering Maze Sea, naturally sensed the changes in the vast ocean world as well. After being stunned for a moment, he opened his mouth and laughed. He was overjoyed. Young Master has succeeded. After the tremors disappeared, Ahu rushed to the bewildering Maze Sea. At this moment, this place no longer resembled how it had been when Yan Zhaoge had broken through space to see true divinity and ascended to the world beyond worlds earlier. After the quaking of the entire vast ocean world had ceased, the bewildering Maze Sea seemed to have regained its usual calm. Just as Ahu was gazing into the distance, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Why did you come down as well, young master?" Turning his head, Ahu saw Yan Zhaoge standing right behind him. Ahu asked excitedly, "Young master, have you also ascended the immortal bridge like the family head?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, not saying anything. However, in Ahu's eyes, Yan Zhaoge's figure seemed to have vanished before him, replaced by a starry cosmos. The numerous stars circulated within this cosmos, intersecting and forming their own trajectories, yet also influencing one another. Other than being unable to see the birth and destruction of stars, it was like he was facing an actual sea of stars in the cosmos. On this day, Yan Zhaoge successfully ascended the immortal bridge, stepping into the 7th level of the martial saint realm, the early immortal bridge stage, as he officially began his path towards the immortal realm. Ahu was filled with admiration as he only regained his wits after a long time, hurriedly saying, Family had said that the matter you asked him to investigate, before entering secluded cultivation, has come to an end. He asked me to deliver it to you. Oh. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Ahu handed over a jade coin to Yin Zhaoge. Seeing it, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was precisely the one he had given to Yin Di that year. After glancing through its contents, a strange light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes as he fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin as he muttered to himself. Seems like it's going to work. Now, as time passed and the quaking of the vast ocean world ceased, the various vast ocean martial practitioners all calmed down as they saw the scenes of the end of the world vanish. While there seemed to be no abnormalities occurring over at the bewildering maze sea this time, everyone simultaneously hurried over to it. A newly ascended third-level martial saint, Gao Tianzhong, the strongest native martial practitioner of the vast ocean world, was the first to arrive even though he was not the closest. When he saw Yin Zhaoge, Gao Tianzhong was greatly shocked. At this moment, the Yin Zhaoge that appeared in his field of vision resembled a mortal, completely ordinary and unremarkable. Not only was there no true essence emanating from his body at all, the qi and blood of his entire body also appeared weak and light, as it was not as powerful as those who cultivated in martial arts at all. From the looks of it, even a martial practitioner, who had just begun cultivating in the most basic stance arts for a few months, would be more powerful than Yin Zhaoge. Yet, it was precisely such a person who stood in the air above the bewildering maze sea, like it was flat ground, as though nothing had happened. Gao Tianzhong himself could also lock his true essence, and not let it leak out, looking like he had returned to his natural state, lifting something heavy as if it were light as he stood in the air. Still, he was clear that he was actually still able to emanate his true essence, thus being able to hover in midair. It was just that he was able to use the smallest amount of strength to easily accomplish what others would have to expend all their strength to do. Moving 1,000 caddies with 4 ounces of strength was very miraculous. Still, 4 ounces of strength was still needed to move 1,000 caddies at the end of the day. Yet the Yin Zhaoge before him truly did not leak any true essence at all. His actions completely defied logic. Seeing Yin Zhaoge like this, Gao Tianzhong was rather at a loss as to how he should speak. As the other vast ocean world martial practitioners arrived in succession, seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance, they did not pay much attention to it at first. Still, when they had gradually come to their senses, shocked looks appeared on all of their faces. It was Yin Zhaoge whose expression was as per usual as he smiled and nodded towards them. Long time no see, everyone. How have you been? He extended his fingers, making a grabbing motion within the air. The surrounding heavens and earth instantly distorted. This Yin has some matters that I need to attend to in the world beyond worlds. I won't be catching up with you all this time. If we have the time next time, we can slowly chat again. The world before the eyes of Gao Tianzhong and the others blurred, as they saw a continuous chain of mountains actually appear out of thin air. A continuous chain of mountains had appeared on the surface of this bewildering maze sea. On one of the mountain peaks, a terrifying storm was rampaging. It was precisely Tribulation Wind Mountain, the wound of the sky that led from the vast ocean world to the world beyond worlds, was located in the sky above Tribulation Wind Mountain. Moving mountains and shifting seas was something that even martial saints could do. Still, that was something that could only be done at a relatively close distance. Still, what shocked Gao Tianzhong and the others was that Tribulation Wind Mountain was on a continent far away from the vast ocean, being as far as the eye could see from the bewildering maze sea. At this moment, it was actually like Yin Zhaoge had moved it to the bewildering maze sea. Wasn't it said that when they descended, their cultivation bases would be suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm? All the vast ocean world martial practitioners had blank looks on their faces. Chapter 10:12. Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base had indeed been suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Still, his vision, knowledge and methods had never been something that martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm could compare to. This included himself as well. As his cultivation increased day by day, Yin Zhaoge's powerful theoretical reserves were also unceasingly being converted into actual experience, no longer remaining on paper. There was an intrinsic difference between the two, as they were transformed along with Yin Zhaoge's own growth. The stability of the spatial boundaries of the vast ocean world was far inferior to that of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was able to distort the spatial distance here, causing Tribulation Wind Mountain, that was far away, to appear on this bewildering maze sea. After all, if the current Yin Zhaoge were to slightly release his power, while he would be repelled by the power of dimensions, and be unable to remain here, a single thought from him would be enough to reduce this place to nothing. Waving goodbye to Gao Tianzhong and the others, Yin Zhaoge strode forward, his figure rising into the air, as he had already stepped into the massive crevice above the sky that resembled a rift. Following closely behind, Ahu wielded a heavenly connection jade, entering the wound of the sky alongside Yin Zhaoge. Accompanied by the disappearance of the two, the wound of the sky and the sky above also vanished along with it. The Tribulation Wind Mountain, that had been in the air above the bewildering maze sea, had also disappeared. The space was like a picture that had been curled up, twitching. After a short while, everything returned to normal. The bewildering maze ocean was covered in layers of mist while the tides rose and fell below. And it was just like before. At this moment, Gao Tianzhong and the others seemed to wake up from a dream. While Yin Zhaoge was already nowhere to be seen, they all simultaneously bowed towards the sky up above. It was as if he was worshipping a god. Just what cultivation level has the traceless Cloud Dragon King reached? Everyone had the same thought in mind, and it lingered for a long time. There was no lack of enemies present, but at this moment, no one had any thoughts of finding trouble with the other. They were all feeling complicated and indescribable. Gao Tianzhong looked around and finally broke the silence. We're witnessing a living legend together. Yin Zhaoge, who had already returned to the world beyond worlds through the wound of the sky, was unable to hear the exclamations of those of the vast ocean world. What he was currently pondering about was still the world beyond worlds' royal reed sea, regarding the matter that he had entrusted to his father and the clan before descending to the vast ocean world. The result had already been achieved. For Yin Zhaoge, who had just emerged from seclusion and successfully ascended the immortal bridge, it could be said to be a double blessing. Now that I think about it, the spiritual qi circulation of the earth veins in the royal reed sea, being extraordinary, as the border between the south and the south can also be expected. After returning to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge didn't cause such a huge commotion like when he had experienced seeing divinity and ascended previously. Everything seemed calm and natural. Looking at the slightly rippling sea of the phoenix-bearing region before him, Yin Zhaoge pondered. Whether it is the southern blazing heaven territory or the southeastern yang heaven territory, the spiritual qi veins of the earth veins are both blazing hot and yang. Where the two meet, it would be even more so. Circumference Mountain of the southern blazing heaven territory should have been in a similar situation. However, there was a dynasty river that ran through Circumference Mountain from north to south. With its abundant water qi, it affected the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins there. With that, the situation there was different from that of the Royal Reed Sea. Choosing this place to set up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation was indeed not without reason. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Ahu asked, "Young master, are you going to take a look around the Royal Reed Sea next?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. I still have to inspect the area first before I can actually make the arrangements. I was only ordered to deliver something to you this time. Never had I thought that you would just so happen to have emerged from seclusion. Ahu scratched his head. Family head and the old chief previously unanimously decided that they would wait for you to emerge from seclusion and return to the world beyond worlds before officially holding the opening ceremony. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Oh, is that so? Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Family had successfully advanced a step further earlier, already reaching the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. That really couldn't be any better. Yin Zhaoge looked overjoyed. He raised his head and thought for a moment before saying, "The situation is still unclear. We still have to make the best use of our time. Still, there is no need for our own arrangements to be affected by others. Prioritize yourself and deal with whatever comes. The time has long since come for our sect to open its doors in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge said to Ahu, "How about this? I will walk around the royal reed sea myself. After everything has been settled, I will naturally return. You should first report to my father, Grand Master, and the others. Do whatever you need to do. Everything can be arranged accordingly. You can send out the invitations to the guests now." Ahu answered, "Yes, young master." As Yin Zhaoge traversed the royal reed sea, Ahu returned to Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region. Receiving Ahu's report, Broad Creed Mountain was naturally overjoyed. After Yin Di, Broad Creed Mountain had a second martial saint expert who had ascended the Immortal Bridge. Also, it was Yin Zhaoge who possessed shocking strength. The entire Broad Creed Mountain had been flourishing in recent years, accumulating strength as it was increasingly showing signs of soaring. Yin Zhaoge's strength and potential had always left everyone sighing in admiration. As his potential gradually transformed into greater and greater strength, his prestige grew as well as everyone's trust in him grew firmer and firmer. Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others had no objections after learning of Yin Zhaoge's current plans. The threat of powerful enemies like the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt still existed as it was unknown when they would arrive. While Broad Creed Mountain would not be easily shaken by the outside world, it was impossible for Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain to ignore this latent threat. The official opening of Broad Creed Mountain was currently a major matter of utmost importance. If they wanted everything to go smoothly, they naturally had to make more preparations in order to be confident. As Yin Zhaoge traversed the Royal Reed Sea, all of Broad Creed Mountain began operating as well. The envoys dispatched to various lands began sending invitations for the opening ceremony to the various guests. The news that Broad Creed Mountain was about to officially open its doors and accept disciples began spreading into the surroundings with the Royal Reed Sea as its center. It was not just in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. It was similarly widespread in the neighboring southern Blazing Heaven territory's Circumference Mountain and other places. As the lord of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Golden Court Mountain, who had always been on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, would naturally receive the invitation. The southeastern Swords Mistress, who presided over the border between the two territories, was the first to learn of the news. Even though she had always been valiant despite her age, not losing out to men, she was still slightly taken aback upon receiving the invitation. The Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners who were with her exchanged looks, not knowing what to say for a time. These people of Broad Creed Mountain are really magnanimous. After a long while, someone said disbelievingly, "As soon as the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt return, they will definitely find trouble with them. Under such circumstances, opening their headquarters so ostentatiously, are they looking down on the Heaven Emperor and the others?" Chapter 10:13. After receiving the news that Broad Creed Mountain was about to officially accept disciples, the Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners were first silent before an uproar ensued. Could it be that Broad Creed Mountain wants to move their entire sect to the Circumference Mountain range of the southern Blazing Heaven territory? They would not be able to set up the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation in the Royal Reed Sea. Someone asked. Still, even if they did, they might not be able to resist the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt, right? Someone pondered. It is said that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor has fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands. Broad Creed Mountain has never denied it. Could this be where their confidence lies? Everyone was saying that Broad Creed Mountain had obtained the dim Radiant Emperor's legacy, the legendary immortal artifact. It was just that no one had actually seen it before. In the great battle beneath Broad Creed Mountain that year, Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di and the others had joined forces to slay Guan Lide, Shen Lingzi, King Xuanqing and Daoist Shi, achieving glorious battle accomplishments that were unbelievable to onlookers. At the time, many had believed that it was due to the immortal artifact. Still, Yin Zhaoge had rampaged through the south afterwards, killing his way back to the southeast, and shocking the world with his battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain. Most people were beginning to view Yin Zhaoga's strength seriously, even as they judged Yin Di and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. Everyone began to grow cautious as well. More and more details were unearthed, such as how Yin Di had slain King Xuanmu of the 6th level of the martial saint realm when he had just ascended to the world beyond worlds. Comparing this, everyone was stunned to discover that Broad Creed Mountain did not just have a single vicious character other than Yin Zhaoga. In recent years, Su Fei Xiaoguang, Ing Longtu Xikongqing, and the other young Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had similarly achieved glorious battle accomplishments. Everyone was gradually getting used to the strength of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners now. Looking back at the great battle beneath Broad Creed Mountain now, many people guessed that no immortal artifact had participated in that battle. Seeing how Yin Zhaoga had fought his way back from the south to the southeast with no trace of an immortal artifact as well, everyone began to wonder again. Perhaps the news that the Radiant Light sect had spread that year was fake? While the Radiant Light sect was of the direct lineage of the Dim Radiant sect, their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain had been extremely bad as well. Still, they all knew that Yin Zhaoga had really obtained the immortal artifact back, then from the Dim Radiant sect, from the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. Still, everyone of Golden Court Mountain knew that Yin Zhaoga had truly obtained the legacy of the Dim Radiant Emperor within the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. At this moment, everyone thought of this point. It's not an immortal armament. It's said that it's only an embryonic immortal armament. The Southeastern Swords Mistress shook her head. When the others heard this, they all frowned. An immortal artifact embryo has a long way to go in order to become an immortal artifact. That is a treasure that can only be refined by a true immortal great emperor, who has pushed open the gate of immortality. Even if ordinary people get their hands on it, they won't be able to completely refine it, right? The Southeastern Swords Mistress said slowly. Normally speaking, this is indeed the case. She gazed towards the horizon, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than the news that Broad Creed Mountain is preparing to hold its official opening ceremony, it is also mentioned that the Yin father and son have both ascended the immortal bridge. Everyone around him nodded in unison. Their expressions were filled with admiration and complicated emotions. Virtually everyone present had personally witnessed Yin Zhaoga's journey from the world beyond world's royal reed sea, all the way to this day. In the short span of a dozen years, he had already walked a path that many people couldn't finish in their entire lives. Considering his current cultivation base and lifespan, the amount of time he had spent on this journey had been extremely short. Someone said, looking at Yin Zhaoga's strength as a late-seeing divinity martial saint, if he were to establish the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation at Circumference Mountain now that he has ascended the immortal bridge, he might still be able to protect himself. Still, he would probably not be a match for the Heaven Emperor. The address indicated on the invitation letter to us is Broad Creed Mountain, in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Southeastern Swords Mistress said slowly. The martial practitioners of the Southeast exchanged looks. Without the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, and with the immortal artifact still in its embryonic form, what should we do? One of them finally smiled bitterly. If the Heaven Emperor has returned, the Brocade Emperor should have returned as well? I wonder if the Brocade Emperor will make a move then. Other than the Southeastern Swords Mistress, and the others who were near the border of the two territories, Broad Creed Mountain had naturally sent invitations to Golden Court Mountain as well. While they did not know when the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia would return to Golden Court Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain naturally had to extend an invitation out of courtesy. The same was true for Kunlun Mountain's ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. With the Brocade Emperor yet to return, Fu Ting was in secluded cultivation and unable to leave. Still, the ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners, who had received the Brocade Emperor's instructions earlier, immediately expressed that they would be sending a representative to Broad Creed Mountain to observe the ceremony when the time came. It was not just limited to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, as all powers who were on friendly terms with Yin Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain received invitations as well. For example, the chief of the Central June Heaven Territories, Heavenly Hut Mountains Jade Mountain Sect, Lu Xiangtong, had received an invitation as well. It was instead Cloud Pavilion Mountains profound remnant locale of the Northern Profound Heaven Territories lineage that Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and the others had their own considerations. The Northern Exalt's granddaughter, Guan Yulua, was on extremely good terms with Broad Creed Mountain's disciple, Feng Yunsheng. Still, this was a personal friendship. As her identity was too special, whatever she did would often be seen by others as being on the Northern Exalt's orders. Meanwhile, the Northern Exalt had no conflicts with the Heaven Emperor or the Southern Exalt. If it was just Feng Yunsheng alone, he might have protected her on account of the fact that she had saved his granddaughter. Still, Yen Zhaoge would not feel so good about helping Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain stand against the Heaven Emperor just because of this. If he sent an invitation to Profound Remnant Locale, even if it was Guan Yulua alone, the outcome would still be unknown as it might put the other party in a difficult position. With Feng Yunsheng coincidentally not present, Broad Creed Mountain ultimately decided not to send an invitation to Profound Remnant Locale. Still, Yen Zhaoge still sent a personal letter, asking Guan Yulua to help him find out Feng Yunsheng's exact whereabouts in the north. This way, the awkwardness of whether or not she would come to Broad Creed Mountain could be avoided. Instead, Broad Creed Mountain sent an invitation over to Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace of the Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory. As for whether the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu would accept the invitation, that would have to depend on his intentions. As compared to the guests that Broad Creed Mountain had invited, those who received the news instantly erupted. Countless youngsters and even famed solitary practitioners began anticipating the day when Broad Creed Mountain would officially open its doors. Ever since Yen Zhaoge's shocking battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain that year, countless people had been waiting for this day. Meanwhile, illusory coming peak of Kunlun Mountain of the Central June Heaven Territory and Phoenix Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, naturally received the news as well. Apart from them, Nongli Mountain of the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, 3-Foot Mountain of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, and countless sects of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory all received the news as well. Many people ground their teeth hatefully. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who had suffered the most grievous casualties at Yen Zhaoge's hands, that year were even more agitated. Just as everyone's hearts were blazing with fury, they all felt Phoenix Ritual Mountain shake as a whole. In the northern sky, a sea of flames obscured the sun as Phoenix Ritual Mountain appeared. The spirits of the Wudong Slope martial practitioners simultaneously rose. The Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun had finally returned to the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. Chapter 10:14. The one that is owed will be made up for tomorrow. I am about to reach a major event which I need to seriously ponder over. I will definitely not go back on my word. You can all rest easy. Having left the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory and headed for the Central June Heaven Territory, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun had finally returned to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope after being gone for 8 or 9 years. For mortals, their lifespans were merely 100 years. 8 or 9 years was already not a short period of time. However, for experts with high cultivation bases, they might very well enter secluded cultivation for more than 10 years in a single time. The last time the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun had entered secluded cultivation, close to 20 years had passed. It was just that there had never been a time where Zhuang Shun felt as though things had remained the same, but people had changed. Currently, he was seated on the main seat of the Great Hall, gazing unblinkingly at those of his lineage before him. Zhuang Shun's appearance had not changed in the least as compared to that year. He was still lean and rather handsome, as he looked to be in his 30s. His snow-white hair was combed into a simple bun. However, looking at everyone before him, Zhuang Shun's expression was heavy. His in-laws, his junior apprentice brother Blazing King Peng He, was nowhere to be seen. While their relationship was not as close as Peng He's, his senior apprentice brother Treasured Branch Suppressing Peak, Zhang Shuren, who he trusted greatly, was also nowhere to be seen. The disciple he valued the most, the one he had painstakingly groomed, Phoenix pupils Yuan Xiancheng, was also nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, there were many others of Wudong Slope who would never be able to appear in this great hall ever again. Finally, there was also his own son, Zhuang Chaohui. Zhuangshan looked at the desolate hall before him, not speaking for a long time. A middle-aged man in the garb of a Confucian scholar said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang and junior apprentice brother Peng are no longer here. The southeast is powerful. We can only defend Phoenix Ritual Mountain and await your return, senior apprentice brother Zhuang." Looking at that middle-aged Confucian, Zhuangshan said slowly, "It has been hard on you, junior apprentice brother Mao." The middle-aged Confucian lowered his head, saying, "Chief, please make a decision." This person was naturally the sole surviving bigwig of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, Phoenix Crying Southern Territory, Mao Yuanxing alongside Peng He and Zhang Shuren. He and Peng He had come from the same lineage as the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen. Several hundred years ago, when the previous generation was in charge of Fengyi Mountain and Zhuangshen's master was in charge, Mao Yuanxing was actually the most valued successor. At that time, compared to Zhuangshen, their master had always favored Mao Yuanxing. He had even wanted Mao Yuanxing to take over his legacy and take over Wudong Slope. But later on, Zhuangshen, who was relatively ordinary in his youth, grew stronger and stronger, and finally overtook him. Time, Zhuang time him. Time. However, it was also true that Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope's lineage had flourished in his hands, and the Phoenix True Form Scroll had become even more complete and profound. Later on, when Zhuangshen ascended to the mortal exalt realm, Fengyi Mountain also reached the peak of its history. Shuren had for time, and Huang God time Mountain Zeng Mountain, to the human Zhang time on time to time on. On time, Zhang time, on time, under time, ZT for time. If it really was a tough job, Zhuangshen's most valued disciple, Yuan Xiancheng, would not have accompanied him. When Zhuangshen had left for the Central June Heaven territory, it had been the blazing King Peng He who had stood guard over Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Ever since that year, Mao Yuanxing himself had actually kept a low profile. The Phoenix Crying Southern Territory of the past seemed rather undeserving of its name now. This time, it was only after Zhang time and Peng He had perished that Mao Yuanxing had returned to Wudong Slope to manage the situation. As an expert of Wudong Slope who was second only to Zhuangshen, Mao Yuanxing had instead kept an even lower profile. Make a decision? Zhuangshen's expression was calm, no ripples visible on it at all. Still, all the Wudong Slope martial practitioners present felt as though the entire world they were in seemed to be ablaze. Before them, a fiery phoenix flapped its wings and cried. Still, tears of blood were clearly flowing from its eyes. Seeing the illusion of the phoenix weeping blood, everyone, Mao Yuanxing included, fell silent out of fear. As the illusion vanished, Zhuangshen remained expressionless, his emotions seemingly having not fluctuated in the least. Still, everyone knew that that illusory scene just now was actually the true expression of Zhuangshen's inner thoughts. A total of 37 people of my Wudong Slope died at the hands of that scum surnamed Yan. Zhuangshen stood up. Amongst them were 2 late immortal bridge martial saints, the disciple I am most proud of, and the most outstanding descendant of our sect's younger generation. There was also my own son. He looked at Mao Yuanxing. If I do not return this time, junior apprentice brother Mao, you will take over as chief. Mao Yuanxing lowered his head. I am willing to follow senior apprentice brother as we head to the southeast together. What are you saying? Zhuangshen frowned. The lineage of our sect cannot be broken. Mao Yuanxing raised his head, looking at Zhuangshen. Zhuangshen said, regardless of how Xianqing and the others died, the truth is that they all perished at Circumference Mountain. While I have returned, Chao Jie has returned as well. If we battle at Circumference Mountain, the outcome will be hard to predict. Mao Yuanxing was silent for a moment before he said, then senior apprentice brother, why must you? Zhuangshen said calmly. In order to take revenge for Master that year, I dared to battle a 9th-level martial saint as a 7th-level martial saint. Now that I am in charge of the South, could it be that the older one is, the more cowardly they become? Mao Yuanxing was silent for a while before he said, "Is this why you are Phoenix soaring the 9 heavens while I am only Phoenix crying southern territory?" "I may die earlier than you," Zhuangxin said mildly. "While I am stronger than you, there are others who are stronger than me. Still, do not think that I have been blinded by rage. I am calmer than I have ever been. Revenge at all costs. Revenge comes first, then at all costs." Hearing Zhuangxin's words, the spirits of Mao Yuansheng and the other Wudong Slope martial practitioners rose slightly. Now the space outside of Wudong Mountain shook like ripples on water. A figure walked out from within. His arrival did not alarm anyone of Wudong Slope as only Zhuangxin sensed it. "Brother Lang has arrived. Zhuangxin apologizes for not welcoming you earlier." "Brother Lang?" "Lang." Hearing this, Mao Yuanxing and the others were all taken aback before they rejoiced. "The Western Exalt has arrived?" Zhuangxin said mildly. "Even without the matter of Chaohui and Xiancheng, I have invited Brother Lang to my Wudong Slope as a guest to discuss the matter of conquering the southeast." Amidst his words, a middle-aged man walked in. "Brother Zhuang, I have heard about the matter. My condolences." Seeing him, the Wudong Slope martial practitioners all bowed. "Greetings, Western Exalt." The person who had come was none other than the Lord of the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, the chief of Nongli Mountain, the Western Exalt Lang Qing. "Since Brother Lang already knows, I will speak no further," Zhuangxin said. "I wonder if Brother Lang can lend me a hand." Chapter 10:15. The Western Exalt Lang Qing's attire was somewhat similar to Mao Yuanxing's, as they were both dressed like scholars. Still, he had an additional Taoist robe on top. He had 3 strands of long black beard on his chin that were neatly combed. "We have a common enemy, Chao Jia," Lang Qing said. "The newly risen Broad Creed Mountain is an unexpected variable. From the looks of it now, this Broad Creed Mountain is just like a watchdog reared by Chao Jia. As long as this nail is not pulled out first, Golden Court Mountain will always be stable." As Lang Qing spoke, he slowly shook his head. "I'm also very willing to pull out this nail first, but not now." Zhuangxin did not feel that Lang Qing was evading the responsibility. Instead, he calmly asked, "Brother Lang, have you heard any news?" "That's right. I have come to inform you this time." Lang Qing nodded. "Fu Jinxiu has returned to the world beyond worlds. Also, news from Ingenious Flying Peak says that he intends to protect Yin Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain." The moment these words came out, the faces of all the Wudong Slope martial artists present sank. The Brocade Emperor's clear stance had surpassed their predictions, but no one questioned it. The Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia had a close relationship with the Brocade Emperor, while the Western Exalt Lang Qing was like fire and water with Chao Jia. He could also be considered a close friend of the Brocade Emperor Fu Yinqi. After the Brocade Emperor had failed to mediate between Chao Jia and Lang Qing, he generally maintained a neutral stance of not helping either side. But to the Wudong Slope, this was an insurmountable mountain. Zhuangxin asked slowly, "When did this happen?" "It's almost the same time as when we came out of seclusion," Lang Qing replied. Clearly, he already had a plan. The Heaven Emperor has yet to return from the void outskirts. If we go to the southeast now, we'll only be running into a wall in vain. Lang Qing's words were relatively polite. For Lang Qing, who was on rather good terms with the Brocade Emperor, it might just be hitting a wall. Still, for Zhuangxin and Wudong Slope, it would probably not be as simple as hitting a wall. Someone blurted out, "If we only make a move against Broad Creed Mountain and not Golden Court Mountain, would the Brocade Emperor act as well?" Lang Qing was not offended by his sudden interruption, and only nodded slowly. That Wudong Slope martial artist's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could it be that some of the rumors are true? The Brocade Emperor wanted to select a husband for Red Lotus Fu? The one you're interested in is that little thief surnamed Yen? Upon hearing this, Zhuangxin also looked at Lang Qing with a probing expression. While all of Wudong Slope hated Yin Zhaoga to the core, they had to admit that he was probably the most outstanding genius of the world beyond world's younger generation in recent years. The name of the fallen deity was widely spread, even in the southern blazing heaven territory. I can't be sure, but it shouldn't be. Lang Qing shook his head. The news spread by ingenious Flying Peak is that Yin Zhaoge once saved Fu Ting. Therefore, they have to return this favor. Zhuangxun pondered for a moment before saying, the Brocade Emperor might not be able to act. Oh. Lang Qing looked at Zhuangxun in surprise. Beside him, Mao Yuanxin coughed lightly as he added, it is not that your information is wrong, Western Exalt. Chief means that while the Brocade Emperor might have the intention to act, he might not be free to do so when the time comes. Lang Qing frowned. What do you mean? Zhuangxun whispered a few words, and Lang Qing's expression changed. I was just about to ask Brother Lang to help me see if my method is feasible, Zhuangxun said. Lang Qing pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. There is a high chance of success. He turned to look at Zhuangxun. It looks like Brother Zhuang has been planning this for a long time. Zhuangxun said calmly. It was for Golden Court Mountain back then. While the Heaven Emperor had a conflict with the Brocade Emperor, I still had to make more preparations. Still, it is for that Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain now. There is no need to be disappointed, Brother Lang. If I do not guess wrong, Chao Jie will definitely act to assist Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain this time. We still share the same enemy. Lang Qing said, Brother Zhuang's words are not wrong. Still, since you have such a move, I am more inclined to wait a while longer. Zhuangxun nodded. Wait for the Heaven Emperor to return as well. That's right. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Moreover, there is no need for 10 years at all. Lang Qing said. If the Brocade Emperor acts, the Heaven Emperor will be able to block him. If the Brocade Emperor does not act, we will definitely win. There is no possibility of anything unexpected happening at all. Brother Zhuang, your method has a high chance of success. Still, we have to consider the possibility that the Brocade Emperor might still be able to arrive in time. Zhuangxun's expression was calm as he said slowly, You are right, Brother Lang. Actually, even if the Brocade Emperor is unable to act, the two of us joining forces might not necessarily succeed. I was already intending to ask for assistance in the first place. Lang Qing asked, Who do you intend to find? Brother Lang, you should know what that Yin Zhaoge looks like, Zhuangxun asked instead. Don't you feel that he looks similar to someone else? Lang Qing's gaze hardened as images of Yin Zhaoge that he had seen before swiftly surfaced within his mind before he compared them with the others in his memories. It would have been fine if Zhuangxun had not mentioned it. Now that he had mentioned it, Lang Qing gradually grew suspicious as well. That grand disciple of Hu Yuexin, Xue Qiqing? Lang Qing frowned. They are related by blood? Mother and son? While there are indeed some similarities between their brows, there are also many people who look exactly like them, even though they are completely unrelated. At this point, the Western Exalt Lang Qing suddenly halted, his gaze flickering as he seemed to be pondering something. Zhuangxun said, That's right. If it is just looks, it would be nothing much. Still, I noticed something. You and I both know that Chao Jie protects descendants of the Dim Radiant sect. Still, that scum surnamed Yen, having entered the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, even if he does not have an immortal artifact, he would definitely have obtained Yin Tianxia's legacy. He is not a direct descendant of the Dim Radiant sect. It would be fine if Chao Jie did not fly into a rage, but he actually continued to look after him? This is not normal. Hearing Zhuangxun's words, Lang Qing stroked his beard. Everyone suspects that Hu Yuexin's descendant might have inadvertently obtained the clues left behind by Yin Tianxia that year. That Yin Zhaoge is related to Hu Yuexin's descendant that Chao Jie views him differently? No. Lang Qing shook his head again, his eyes narrowing into slits. It was not inadvertently obtained. From the looks of it now, Hu Yuexin and Yin Tianxia might have been acquaintances in the first place. That is why the things that Yin Tianxia brought back ended up in Hu Yuexin's hands, and are now in the hands of her grand disciple. He opened his eyes. What a great dim radiant emperor. What a great way of deceiving everyone. His successor is not a descendant of the dim radiant sect at all. instead being a descendant of Hu Yuexin's lineage. Zhuangshan nodded. Chao Jie is more or less an insider. Lang Qing looked at him. In that case, the person you are looking for to assist you. Taoist One Heaven of the East, Zhuangshan answered. Lian Zulin of the Northwest. Taoist One Heaven, the Lord of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Chief of Remote Cloud Mountain's Clear Light Locale, the Eastern Exalt. Lian Zulin, the Lord of the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory, the Lord of the Red Sea, the Northwestern Exalt. Chapter 10:16. Yan Zhaoga's mother, Xue Chuqing, was secretly wanted in some places of the world beyond worlds. Or rather, she might not be wanted, but there were many people who wanted to find her. These were mainly the Central June Heaven Territory, the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory, and the Western Turtle Heaven Territory. Now that they knew that Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di might be related to Xue Chuqing, they now had an extremely powerful clue in their search for her. Therefore, Zhuangshan had the confidence to invite the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven and the Northwestern Exalt Lian Zulin to assist him. Still, when the name of the Northwestern Exalt was mentioned, Zhuangshan looked at Lang Qing. Generally speaking, besides the Central June Heaven Territory, the other 8 territories of the world beyond worlds were not on good terms with the neighboring territories. The accumulation of disputes, big and small, would eventually lead to a tense relationship even if it did not turn into a feud. However, some of them could be restrained, while others would gradually erupt. This was not just reflected between the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. The Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, and the Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory, and the Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory, and the Northern Profound Heaven Territory were not on good terms. Similarly, there were many conflicts between the Western Turtle Heaven Territory and the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory. The Western Exalt Lang Qing had a calm expression on his face. At the very least, she and I share the same opinion regarding Hu Yuexin's descendant. This is the reason why I asked her to help me. I believe she won't refuse. Zhuangshan nodded. That's good. He had previously adopted a neutral attitude towards Xue Chuqing's matter. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not make a clear decision, then he would ignore it. Now, however, having vaguely sensed the relationship between Yan Zhaoga and Xue Chuqing, Zhuangshan's opinion on this matter naturally changed accordingly. While there is no concrete evidence, my deduction should not be wrong. Yan Zhaoga is related to Hu Yuexin's descendant, Zhuangshan asked. Since that is so, can Elder Wang step forward? Lang Qing shook his head. He might be able to make things easier for us, but I don't know if he will show up personally. Zhuangshan raised his head slightly, exhaling slowly. When news of the immortal artifact of the dim radiant mausoleum, having fallen into the hands of that Yan Zhaoga back then spread, since Elder Wang did not make an appearance, it is hard to say now. The Wudong Slope martial practitioners behind him all revealed looks of regret. The Elder Wang, that Zhuangshan and Lang Qing mentioned, was none other than the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, the Lord of the Central June Heaven Territory, one of the peak figures of the entire world beyond world's martial saint realm. More importantly, Wang Zhengcheng's decisions were often backed by the will of the earthly sovereign. It doesn't matter. Zhuangshan's gaze was deep as he slowly said, "Contact Taoist One Heaven and fellow Taoist Lian." Lang Qing said, "We need to appease the others as well. Let's make some appropriate concessions to prevent people from causing trouble behind us when we head to the southeast." Zhuangshan nodded, saying slowly, "Since that is so, let us wait for the Heaven Emperor to return to the world beyond worlds. When we emerge from seclusion, the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor are in extra-dimensional space. They might also be able to extricate themselves and return. The Heaven Emperor has long since learnt of the deaths of Qing Shizi and Taoist leading Mist. While the Brocade Emperor is fast, the Heaven Emperor should not be much slower than him." Zhuangshan turned to look in the direction of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. "Opening ceremony? It just so happens that there's still some time left. Since that's the case, we'll also go congratulate you on that day." Broad Creed Mountain soon learnt of the news that the Southern Exalt had finally returned to the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. This was because the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia had similarly returned to the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. After learning of all that had happened earlier, the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia too felt this to be unexpected. Still, he quickly made arrangements. With regards to Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony, Chaojia had clearly expressed that he would personally attend the ceremony. With that, Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain both understood that the Southeastern Exalt was going to support Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge and the others learnt from Chaojia that the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunxi had already returned from extra-dimensional space, returning to the world beyond worlds. News from Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peaks Red Lotus Cliff confirmed this as well. While there was still no news of the Heaven Emperor's return, the Brocade Emperor might have returned before him. Most people heaved a sigh of relief at this. After thanking the guests of ingenious flying peak, Yin Zhaoge continued making preparations, neither hurriedly nor slowly. From the looks of it, after experiencing a peak, the conflict between the immortal court and Buddhism will gradually calm down afterwards. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Barring any major incidents, the next peak might have to wait another 100 years. A hint of gloominess flashed through Yin Zhaoge's gaze. With the great battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands having ended, the war had turned into a phase of overall confrontation and local conflicts. With that, the immortal court might be able to divert more attention to the world beyond worlds. The aftereffects of him obtaining the dim radiant might gradually begin to manifest. The immortal court might still be far away, but it was still unclear what the bigwigs of the world beyond worlds, who were right before him, would think of this. The myriad dragon palace hovered above Yin Zhaoge's head, its door open as the space within was blurry. Now a completely transparent silhouette appeared, gradually becoming clearer as it finally manifested as a massive black metal wheel. Of the 12 slots on the wheel, 9 of them were currently flickering with light that was bright or dim, rotating alongside the black metal wheel. While it still looked ordinary, the power contained within was vigorous and tyrannical to the extreme. Because it had yet to be completely refined, it was still not convenient to wield it. Even so, however, the weight of its power was already enough to leave one sighing in amazement. It was precisely the dim radiant wheel. After a long period of refinement, this treasure was already much more perfected than it had been in the past as it unceasingly advanced towards completion. Towards Yin Zhaoge, it had long since ceased to be as indifferent as it had been in the past. While it could not be as nimble as a sacred artifact, Yin Zhaoge had already gradually developed a telepathic connection with it. Yin Zhaoge temporarily halted with the remaining 3 slots. His current cultivation base was still low. While his artifact forging techniques were exquisite, the time was still not ripe for him to completely refine it into an immortal artifact. Still, according to his original plan, it would already be sufficient. Not completely refining it into an immortal artifact, there would not be much of a difference between 9 slots and 11 slots in his plan. Keeping a few high-grade sacred artifacts would be more beneficial in raising the combat power of himself and his sect. Before their opening ceremony, the 10 exalts had all returned from Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, the Brocade Emperor had also been able to free himself from extra-dimensional space. While the Brocade Emperor had returned a little earlier, the Heaven Emperor would not be much later, as he would likely return before their opening ceremony. Yin Zhaoge did not believe that the Southern Exalt would let the matter rest, since he had yet to make a move. Perhaps everyone was waiting for that day to arrive. The Royal Reed Sea was about to welcome an unprecedented event. Chapter 10:17. Who knows how many people are probably just waiting to watch this opening ceremony? Yin Zhaoge pondered as he went through his preparations once more. This battle could be considered one of the few times that Yin Zhaoge did not have sufficient confidence in winning. Until the final moment, no one knew how many enemies there would be, who they would be, and how many helpers they would have. The situation was very unclear with many factors influencing it, and he had too little information on hand. For example, He had met the Northeastern Exalt once due to his mother, and they seemed to have left a good impression on each other. Still, it was completely unknown whether this bigwig would help him. There was not much of a deep relationship between them, and there was no conflict between the Northeastern Exalt and the Southern Exalt. Why would he help him? Moreover, there was also the pressure of the Heaven Emperor. Why would the Northeastern Exalt offend the Heaven Emperor for no good reason at all? On the contrary, if the relationship between him and his mother Xue Chuqing was known by others, the Eastern Exalt, Western Exalt and Northwestern Exalt might come looking for trouble. While this might not be definite, Yin Zhaoge had to consider it. This was something that he could already foresee after having a rough understanding of the situation and making preparations for the worst. Because he had too little information on hand, he might not even be aware of some things, as unexpected accidents might occur at any time. For example, what were the views of the world beyond world's three sovereigns regarding his mother, the dim radiant wheel that he possessed, and the dim radiant emperor that year? What were the attitudes of the other three emperors apart from the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor? What were the attitudes of the other exalts of 10 territories? If he could not understand himself and the enemy, many of his current deductions might be completely wrong. Still, Yin Zhaoge was not panicked or fearful, as he just unceasingly sorted out his thoughts. Doing his best, not leaving any openings or flaws behind, was definitely the foundation of everything. With this as a prerequisite, he would make more contingency plans and plans. If there really were any changes that were completely unexpected, he would have to act according to the situation. Of course, if the Brocade Emperor acted as he had agreed, things would be much simpler. Most important is still myself. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at that dim radiant wheel. Yin Zhaoge had invested quite a bit in this big fella. It was truly a super money-eating machine. Not counting the dim radiant lamp used by the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia as a foundation, Yin Zhaoge had already expended a pile of high-grade sacred artifacts in order to refine it. After the Golden Sun Wheel and the 5 Phoenix Fan, the Dragontail Whip, the Blazing Flame Saber, the Heaven Reversing Axe, the Darkhorn Dragon Whip, and the other 2 high-grade sacred artifacts from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, the True Slaying Sword and the Light Dust Formless Armor, were all smelted by the dim radiant wheel. The concepts contained within these sacred artifacts were all extraordinary, but most of them were not needed by the dim radiant wheel. Yin Zhaoge was using them as a medium to transmit the various peak martial arts that he was proficient in. In addition, there was also the Golden Crow Heaven Incinerating Blade and the Purple Sea Sword that had been swallowed at the beginning. Of the 10 high-grade sacred artifacts that Yin Zhaoge had brought back from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, only the bright barbaric Taoist robe and the Phoenix Cry Crown were now left, as well as the original Golden Sun Wheel and the Heaven-Earth Reversing Axe. However, there was always a reward for his efforts. What 10 high-grade sacred weapons could not do, this big fellow before him could. Although the refinement was not complete, it was a very important part of his plan, provided that his deductions were not wrong. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, suddenly smiling. A big stage. I like it. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, let it come quickly. I can't wait any longer. In the days that followed, Yin Zhaoge tempered his body while continuing to perfect his various preparations. During this period of time, unbeknownst to the outside world, Broad Creed Mountain actually had a 3rd immortal bridge martial saint. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had finally succeeded in establishing the orbit of the movement of stars within his internal universe as well, causing his acupoints that had already seen divinity to circulate as he ascended to the immortal bridge stage. This time, it was the Northern Ocean clone who had benefited from his main body's experience in ascending to the immortal bridge stage that had finally succeeded in surpassing that bottleneck. At the same cultivation level, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was inferior to his main body. Still, Yin Zhaoge had an idea regarding this clone, which seemed rather feasible from the looks of it now. Following the powers of the Kuanping, the True Dragon, the Taotai, the Pixiu and the Bifong, Yin Zhaoge had merged the power of the Golden Crow within as well. The simultaneous strengthening of various powers and treasures as well as the usage of unique techniques, had allowed the Northern Ocean clone to improve at a tremendous rate. He was also verifying that his original idea was getting closer and closer to success. As time passed, the date of Broad Creed Mountain's official opening drew nearer and nearer. Just then a message arrived. Following the Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor had finally returned to the world beyond worlds as well. The Heaven Emperor has returned to the world beyond worlds? Beneath the blue skies, the roving jade heavens. Green Duckweed Mountain Scenery Peak, flowing Heaven Cliff. Within a cave manor, a handsome youth rested sideways on a bed. While he looked relaxed and languid, he possessed a certain air of his own. This person in this cave manor was naturally the owner of this place, the Dragon Spring Emperor of the Jade Clear lineage, who had entered the Prime Clear lineage, Long Xingxuan. In front of him stood a white-haired old man. This was the Dragon Spring Emperor's eldest son, the Lord of Green Duckweed Mountain's Minor White Peak, Gao Shuebua. He nodded, saying, "Yes, father. The Heaven Emperor has already returned to the world beyond worlds. He should be the greatest threat to Broad Creed Mountain." The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled. "I wonder if anyone else will make a move?" Gao Shuebua asked. "Are you returning to the world beyond worlds?" The Dragon Spring Emperor shook his head. "That would instead invite calamity upon Broad Creed Mountain. We should leave it to Jinbei to handle." Gao Shuebua frowned. "If it is that person, his attitude in recent years, I believe that he will not disappoint us," the Dragon Spring Emperor said mildly. "Something major is about to happen in the world beyond worlds this time." World beyond worlds, Central June Heaven Territory. Kunlun Mountain's southern high peak Qilin Cliff. Within the cave manor, an old man looked at the numerous images of light before him, remaining silent for a long time. After a while he muttered, "It is actually not a coincidence. Such a martial Tao should not be wrong. Still, how was it achieved? Also, the ages do not match." Now someone entered. "Master, the Southern Exalt is waiting outside." The old man turned, revealing an ancient face that was heavy like the great earth. This was none other than the Lord of the Central June Heaven Territory, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. He pondered slightly before retrieving a jade box. "Hand this to Southern Zhuang." The disciple received the order, received the jade box, and bowed before withdrawing. The door soundlessly closed behind him. Wang Zhengcheng gazed at the changing images of light before him, remaining silent. Outside the cave manor, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, who looked like a white-haired youth, sat on a stone bench beneath a pine tree, calmly looking at the chessboard before him, as he did not move or speak. Seeing someone come out, Zhuang Shun gazed over, who delivered the jade box to him. Zhuang Shun received the jade box and opened it, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. "Thank you, Elder Wang." Zhuang Shun closed the jade box, standing up and cupping his hands towards the cave manor. Then, he turned and transformed into a fiery phoenix, soaring into the air and instantly leaving. Chapter 10:18. The day of Broad Creed Mountain's disciple recruitment ceremony was about to begin. After the news had spread, youngsters of various lands who were looking forward to joining Broad Creed Mountain all hurried over. The reason they had spread the news so early was to give these people time to get there. After all, it was a long journey. For martial practitioners, and even mortals with comparatively lower cultivation bases, they might not be able to reach the foot of Broad Creed Mountain their entire lives, if they did not have any special means of transportation. Just the Royal Reed Sea alone, from south to north, from east to west, spanned more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Let alone the heavens and earth outside of the Royal Reed Sea. In order to receive these people who wished to join them, and also to expand their influence, Broad Creed Mountain had dispatched many people to various locations. Only those who had passed the initial selection process would be brought back to the Royal Reed Sea and Broad Creed Mountain to participate in this ceremony. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain still had relatively few members in the world beyond worlds. Still, the already famous Broad Creed Mountain had attracted many young geniuses of their own accord to join them, saving them a great deal of effort. In the Royal Reed Sea, while Broad Creed Mountain had not been high profile these past years, it had already soundlessly gradually permeated the entire Royal Reed Sea. It was like back in the Eight Extremities world. Broad Creed Mountain had possessed the land of the Heaven Domain, but had many smaller sects subordinate to it, forming a massive network. Currently in the Royal Reed Sea, this network was also beginning to take shape. Relying on this network, Broad Creed Mountain's recruitment of talents and recruitment of disciples this time was greatly facilitated. Are you feeling bored not going out to receive guests? There were not many young martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who were still here. Most of them had been sent out, with only a few remaining on the mountain. Yin Zhaoge naturally did not need to be sent out. Not only could he not be sent out, he had to remain on the mountain. Some of the guests invited to the ceremony this time had come to Broad Creed Mountain and needed him to receive them. Beside Yin Zhaoge stood two youngsters who shook their heads upon hearing his words. No. One of them was tall and sturdy. His facial features looked rather handsome. It was just that he wore a black Yin Zhao mask over his right eye. It was none other than the orphan of the Listening Thunder Peak Xia family, Xia Guang, who had accompanied Yin Zhaoge back from the southern Blazing Heaven territory. At this moment, Xia Guang appeared to be less than 20 years of age. At that time, he'd overutilized his Blood Thunderbolt ritual in a fierce battle with an elder of 3-foot mountain, causing his lifespan to be greatly reduced, causing him to look as if he was over 50 and about to enter old age from the prime of his life. That was not because Xia Guang had intentionally changed his appearance. Instead, it was because his lifespan had been greatly damaged. According to his lifespan, he was indeed about to step into old age. But now, he seemed to have returned to his youth. This was not because he had intentionally changed his appearance. Instead, after entering Broad Creed Mountain, he had been able to cultivate in one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture, thus greatly increasing his longevity. Compared to his long lifespan, his current age couldn't even be considered a young man. He could only be considered a teenager. Xia Guang's current attire had also changed from his original red clothes to the standard attire of a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Like Yin Zhaoge, he wore a white robe and a blue robe with a black border. If possible, he naturally hoped to be a receptionist and welcome guests. More than 6 years had passed since the massacre of the Xia family at Listening Thunder Peak. There should be 2 other survivors aside from Xia Guang. Yet, after so many years had passed, Xia Guang had still not been able to find his kin. As time passed, Xia Guang felt increasingly uneasy, his hopes diminishing. It was just that he was unwilling to give up. After Yin Zhaoge had shocked the world by rampaging through the south previously, Broad Creed Mountain's momentum had been extraordinary this time's opening ceremony, causing the clouds all around to move. If his kin were still alive, they would likely have rushed over after receiving the news. Still, Xia Guang was not suited to be a receptionist. First, not mentioning his violent temper and quick temper, he had seldom interacted with the outside world when he had lived in seclusion in the Xia family. While he had often ventured outside to temper himself after having entered Broad Creed Mountain, he had still not been very mature in how he dealt with people. This had to do with his experiences and also his personality. In recent years, the Blood Thunderbolt Xia Guang had been a rather resounding name of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Still, there were both good and bad aspects to this name. While Xia Guang had established Broad Creed Mountain's might with his outstanding strength, he had also stirred up some trouble, big or small, from time to time. While many things were not necessarily his fault, if someone more experienced in human relations were to handle them, the results would be much better. Of course, in comparison, Yin Zhaoge was much better at stirring up trouble than him. While Xia Guang did not want to remain on the mountain, he had always unconditionally obeyed whatever Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di said. It was just that ever since people had come to join the mountain, he had often been secretly keeping watch at the entrance of the mountain, seeing if any of his kin had arrived. Standing beside Yin Zhaoge alongside Xia Guang was a young girl who also appeared to be less than 20 years of age. She was beautiful and transcendent, just that a cold intent emanated from her entire body. It was Xigong Qing. She had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood several years ago. Not counting Xia Guang who had come to join him, She was the fourth martial saint of Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples after Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei and Feng Yunsheng. In recent years of cultivation, she had already attained the second level of the martial saint realm, even beginning to attempt a breakthrough into the third level of the martial saint realm. Still, ever since having come to the world beyond worlds, as compared to Su Fei, Xiaoguang, and even Yinglong Tu and Shi Jun, Xikong Qing had been much more low-key. Most of the time, she would be cultivating in seclusion within the mountain. At this point, Xikong Qing was also aware of many things as she understood that the situation was unique. Therefore, she did not object to the arrangements made by Yin Zhaoge, Fu Inshu and the others. She was not a restless person, as she was more willing to immerse herself in the ocean of martial arts and explore its profundities. When she had ventured out to temper herself in the past, it had been more for the sake of tempering herself, rather than out of interest. Not being a receptionist, remaining on the mountain would have more time to cultivate. Xikong Qing would naturally not feel bored. If I am not wrong, junior apprentice Sister Xikong, after this opening ceremony, there will be a preliminary confirmation of your matter, Yin Zhaoge said. It is just that it is still uncertain whether the outcome will be good or bad at that time. You still need to be prepared for it. As compared to whether it would be safe or not, the outcome here more referred to whether Xikong Qing still had to remain low-key and bide her time like she was now. Xikong Qing said calmly, "It is fine. I understand." Now some other Broad Creed Mountain disciples approached, unable to conceal the reverence in their gazes as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge turned, smiling. "What is it?" That disciple hurriedly answered, "Senior apprentice Uncle Yin, a guest has arrived. Chief invites you to go receive him." "Oh," Yin Zhaoge asked. "Do you know who it is?" The other party answered, "He calls himself the Earthly Young Master, surnamed Chun and named Kuanhua." Chapter 10:19. Chen Kuanhua? Hearing his words, a playful expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Yin Zhaoge had naturally heard of the Earthly Young Master Chen Kuanhua before. However, compared to him, Yin Zhaoge had heard more about his elder brother, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, the publicly acknowledged strongest martial saint of the world beyond worlds, the number one exalt. His twin brother was Chen Kuanhua, who had the name Earthly Prince. He was also a top expert with extraordinary talent who had made a name for himself at a young age. While he was not as shockingly talented as Chen Qianhua, his name could still shake the world beyond worlds. It was worth mentioning that there were rumors that Chen Kuanhua had been pursuing ingenious Flying Peaks Futing, but there was no news of it. Yin Zhaoge paid some attention to this matter. While it had been the former Heavenly Young Master, the current upper exalt Chen Qianhua, who had helped 3-Foot Mountain back then, it had been Chen Kuanhua, who had been closer to 3-Foot Mountain afterwards, as 3-Foot Mountain had been at his beck and call, contributing much to him. Compared to first Young Master Chen, this second Young Master Chen had a closer relationship with 3-Foot Mountain. 3-Foot Mountain's two supreme treasures, the Soul Flag and the high-grade sacred artifact, the Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber, had both fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. After inspecting it, Yin Zhaoge discovered that there was a special sigil on it which did not seem to be the handiwork of 3-Foot Mountain. After falling into his hands, these seals slowly faded away. Analyzing the use of these runes, Yin Zhaoge could tell that they did not possess any killing power, being more of a type of marking and guidance. Once the Soul Flags and the Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber were controlled by someone other than 3-Foot Mountain, 3-Foot Mountain, and the people behind it would sense it. It seemed that the other party already knew that the item had fallen into his hands. Honestly speaking, Yin Zhaoge did not care much about Chen Kuanhua. While Chen Kuanhua was actually a cultivation level higher than him, as he was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, Chen Kuanhua's cultivation base. This was not arrogance. As compared to the Earthly Young Master Chen Kuanhua, there was someone more worthy of Yin Zhaoge's attention. This person was naturally the former Heavenly Young Master, the current upper exalt, Chen Qianhua. If there were any variables sufficient to influence the overall situation in the upcoming Broad Creed Mountains opening ceremony, this upper exalt would definitely be one of the top few. Yin Zhaoge did not fear powerful enemies, but he hated the element of uncertainty. Coincidentally, according to the many rumors circulating in the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua, the #1 expert beneath the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, just happened to be the person who was the most unpredictable, or rather the most unstable factor. For example, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other supreme beings, it was difficult for others to guess their thoughts, because they were shrewd, not easily revealing their emotions. But at the very least, according to their past experiences, there were clues to follow, and they could be summarized into a pattern. Even if it was a disguise, at least there were clues. There was only the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, who was temperamental, and often acted unexpectedly, with many contradictions and abnormalities. Even the few emperors couldn't grasp his thoughts. Still, no matter how one put it, he was the most outstanding martial genius of the world beyond worlds in recent years. The other bigwigs all treated this peerlessly talented junior with a lot of preferential treatment, while Chen Qianhua's title of Earthly Young Master corresponded to his brother's title of Heavenly Young Master. That year, if not for the tacit approval of the Earthly Sovereign and Earthly Exalt of Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Qilin Cliff, this title of Earthly Young Master would probably not have spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds and become publicly acknowledged. It was hard to say how much of this was due to Chen Qianhua's own talent, and how much was due to his elder brother's reputation. What Yin Zhaoge was interested in now was whether or not Chen Qianhua would come now that Chen Qianhua had come. Amidst his thoughts, Yin Zhaoge arrived at Earth Peak. Apart from Chen Qianhua, many guests had already arrived at Broad Creed Mountain as well. For example, martial practitioners of the Brocade Emperor's lineage at ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff had already arrived. They had not come late just because they were of the Brocade Emperor's lineage, instead arriving rather early. Of course, it was not Fu Ting. Yin Zhaoge, who was well aware of the reason, was not surprised. Meanwhile, Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Chief Zhou Haosheng of the Dim Darkness sect had already arrived as well. As compared to their previous united resistance against the Grand Xian dynasty, the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea had already tacitly acknowledged Broad Creed Mountain's position as the hegemon of the Royal Reed Sea. Broad Creed Mountain's recruitment of disciples within the boundaries of the Royal Reed Sea this time had also received the tacit approval, even assistance, of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the others. This was the authority of a hegemon, having the greatest priority in selecting the most outstanding local geniuses. The local geniuses would naturally wish to join the strongest power. Still, due to the great geographical distance and other factors, it would be very easy for them to be overlooked. Meanwhile, Broad Creed Mountain had been able to select materials from the territories of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Dim Darkness sect, and the other powers this time. The possibility of an undiscovered gem appearing in the vast ocean was indisputably very small. Of course, Broad Creed Mountain rarely went to the extreme. It was only during such a large-scale opening ceremony that they would recruit such talents on such a large scale. Still, such ceremonies would naturally not be held frequently. Yin Zhaoge saw that Earthly Young Master in a side hall of the Great Hall. He could be said to be handsome, his attitude amiable as one felt as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was rumored that as compared to the elusive first young Master Chen, this second young Master Chen was rather well acquainted with many people in the world beyond worlds. Please forgive me for coming uninvited. Chen Qianhua was also observing Yin Zhaoge. After appraising him for a moment, he cupped his hands, smiling. Yin Zhaoge returned the greeting. Our clan naturally welcomes you, having come from afar. Please do not blame me for any lack of etiquette. Playing with the fan in his hand, Chen Qianhua smiled. It is me who has been presumptuous. I am someone who likes to make friends and join in on the fun. Your clan's opening ceremony is a rare event in recent years. My heart itched. I came here rashly. I have let young Chief Yin see a joke. Make friends. Join in on the fun. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Chen Qianhua. The meaning behind his words was rather thought-provoking. Make friends with whom? Join in on the fun. It seemed like it could be understood from any angle. Second young Master Chen speaks too seriously. This Yin does not dare to accept the title of young chief. While my father is the current chief, the position of our clan's chief is not hereditary. The various seniors have yet to decide on the next chief. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. I am used to being lazy. I fear that I would not be able to take on such a great responsibility. Hearing his words, Chen Kuanhua smiled. I was rude. Please do not take it to heart, young Master Yin. It is just that after seeing your esteemed father, you are clearly the most outstanding amongst your peers of the same generation. Therefore I was moved. I hope that you will not take it to heart. Why would I? Earthly young master is too polite. Yin Zhaoge smiled as well. Their first meeting could still be considered pleasant on the surface. Still, neither of them mentioned the matter of 3-foot mountain. From this alone, Yin Zhaoge knew that the other party might not have come just to observe the ceremony. Still, if they had come with ill intentions, would the upper exalt Chen Qianhua have come? This was the crux of the matter. Chapter 10:20. There were many rumors regarding the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. Having never personally seen him in action, Yin Zhaoge was unable to accurately judge his strength. Still, in the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd that year, Yin Zhaoge had personally witnessed the tip of the iceberg of the earth exalt Wang Jingqing's strength. Yin Zhaoge had also seen the little sword god, who had assumed the name of Qian Xueji, and was active in the world beyond worlds, while his real name was Long Xueji. Through comparison with these two, Yin Zhaoge was able to estimate the general level of Chen Qianhua, who was equally renowned as Long Xueji, and surpassed Wang Zhengsheng. Putting aside little sword god Long Xueji for now, the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng was a person of legend, who could virtually suppress the conflict between martial saints of the world beyond worlds, all on his own. Even if the target was another supreme being. The reason why he said almost was mainly because he wanted to exclude the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, who was superior to him. Perhaps it could be said that the upper exalt Chen Qianhua was in existence, who could suppress the world beyond worlds, even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not appear. He might be one of the few experts in history who could fight against some true immortal emperors with his human body. Of course, resisting and being suppressed were two different things. Being able to fight against a true immortal and being able to escape from a true immortal were two different standards. Without having personally interacted with the upper exalt, who stood at the peak of the world beyond world's martial saint realm, Yin Zhaoge was unable to judge how far he could go. But among the many uncertainties, this was undoubtedly the one that attracted the most attention, especially earthly young Master Chen Kuanhua, who came uninvited. It was even more difficult to fathom his intentions. Was he bluffing, or was he a step ahead of his brother? Chen Kuanhua was probably the only one who knew. However, one would not slap a smiling person. With the other party being polite and not displaying any enmity, Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't reject them at their gates, letting others see them as a joke for no reason. Yin Zhaoge also didn't hesitate as he invited Chen Kuanhua to stay in a guest house on the mountain, with other Broad Creed Mountain disciples taking care of things. As the date of the grand ceremony drew nearer, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, who had gone out in search of good talents, also began gradually returning to the mountain. Most of them headed to places outside of the Royal Reed Sea. This kind of action was actually a bit of a taboo, and it could easily cause the local powerful forces to unite and resist. Still, Yin Zhaoge had rampaged through the south in the past, slaying Zhang Shuren, Peng He, Qing Shizi and the other peak martial saint experts, forming an immense deterrent effect. As the ruler of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Golden Court Mountain did not raise any objections. Due to the special circumstances of this time's opening ceremony, it would be very difficult for it to happen again in the future. The local bullies of the Setting Sun Archipelago, the Jade Sun Mountain Range, the Green Peak High Plains, the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, and the other regions of the southeast that Broad Creed Mountain had trampled on this time could only pinch their noses and accept it. In the southern Blazing Heaven territory, Circumference Mountain, and the other places where the Dynasty River flowed were more convenient. Here, Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain's prestige was even greater. While Yin Zhaoge had not set foot in the southern Blazing Heaven territory since the battle at Circumference Mountain that year, his legends still existed there even now. In places like Circumference Mountain, Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were akin to uncrowned kings. It had been like this all these years. Only when the southern Exalt Zhuang Shun had returned to the southern Blazing Heaven territory this year had this situation eased somewhat. Still, because the southern Exalt had not immediately acted up, Yin Zhaoge still maintained a certain level of authority over the region of the Dynasty River. Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had brought back many good seedlings from there as a result. Young Master, there are indeed some good seedlings this time. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain still appeared rather lacking in manpower in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, who had previously been dispatched outside as well, having just returned not long ago. Xiao Ai was also in a similar situation. Still, after having returned, Xiao Ai first focused on something else. Young Master, this maid saw that earthly young master just now. While he is inferior to young master, he is still an extraordinarily handsome man. Xiao Ai clenched her fists, her eyes shining as she said excitedly to Yin Zhaoge. If he is still unmarried, he can get an evaluation below A. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Xiao Ai, you make me worry very easily like this. An enemy could easily take you down with just a beauty trap. How could that be? Xiao Ai waved her hands. Only young master and young master are above A. However outstanding the others are, they can only get an A at most. Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Should I feel gratified now that you say this? Yin Zhaoge put a hand on his head. While the girl before him remained infatuated, she had finally agreed not long ago to make a special exception for Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di in her evaluation. Only their evaluation did not depend on whether they were unmarried or not. Xiao Ai sat there, her cheeks resting on her hands. I heard that his elder brother, the Upper Exalt, is even more extraordinarily handsome. I wonder how he compares to the Brocade Emperor. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi could be said to be the man with the most outstanding appearance. Still, as Xiao Ai had said, while the lofty Brocade Emperor caused her to drool over him, he was only given an A rating. Of course, because this A grade was too outstanding and incomparable, this girl made an exception for the second time, specifically adding an above A grade for the Brocade Emperor alone. Yin Zhaoge and the others nearly spat out mouthfuls of rice. Today is the day of the opening ceremony. Young Master, Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge. How do I put it? It is abnormally calm. Yin Zhaoge said, it is the calm before the storm. Since the Heaven Emperor has already returned, if something happens it will be today. Since it is not early, it will definitely not be late. Amidst their conversation, other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain came to report that the most important guest thus far had arrived. The Lord of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, had finally arrived. Yin Zhaoge went to receive him. There was no need for words, as they had already come to a tacit understanding. I have something to ask the Southeastern Exalt about. While something major was bound to happen today, Yin Zhaoge was calm and composed as he sent a sound transmission to Chao Jia. This might be a little presumptuous. It concerns my mother. Chao Jia knit his brows, looking at Yin Zhaoge. To tell you the truth, I have already learnt of some things after making a trip to the territories of the Immortal Court. I guess that my mother's matter is related to the Immortal Court, Yin Zhaoge said. Am I right? Chao Jia's brows eased slightly before he knit them again very quickly. He was silent for a moment before he did not immediately answer, instead saying, do not leak this matter. Yin Zhaoge generally understood what Chao Jia was thinking. He did not mention that his situation was different from Fu Ting's as he nodded, answering, rest easy, I understand. At this point, a sword light suddenly flew over from the west, descending towards Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain was familiar with the newcomer. It was precisely the Southeastern Sword's Mistress. Not obstructing her, the Sword's Mistress rapidly landed on Broad Creed Mountain, coming before Yin Zhaoge and Chao Jia. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, She did not communicate with Chao Jie via sound transmission, as she instead said directly, "Something has happened. The volume of the Dynasty River is decreasing rapidly. If this continues, it will definitely be cut off by today." Chapter 1021. The Dynasty River was a renowned water vein of the world beyond worlds. It originated from the central June Heaven Territory's Screen Moat Snow Mountain, and it headed southeast, passing through the central June Heaven Territory and southern Blazing Heaven Territory. In the Battle of Circumference Mountain that year, Yin Zhaoge had shocked the world. It was precisely this river vein that he had established the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, trapping and slaying 3 late immortal bridge martial saints. After that battle, even though Yin Zhaoge had returned to the southeast, no longer having set foot in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, still, the martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had not dared to take a single step into Circumference Mountain for many years before the Southern Exalt had returned. It was not just Circumference Mountain. Wherever the Dynasty River flowed within the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, the martial practitioners of Wudong Slope had all evacuated. The entire eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory had virtually become Yin Zhaoge's tacit territory. Without the Yellow River of Nine Bends Formation, the Dynasty River itself was a natural moat for many people. The surface of the river was vast as the sea, the momentum of its waters shocking such that even immortal bridge martial saints would find it hard to stand firm within. Even an exalted martial saint with a human immortal body would find it difficult to stop it. But today someone had done it. A martial saint. Right after the Dynasty River left the Screen Moat Snowy Mountain, the river channel had just widened, the flow of the water had slowed down slightly, and it wasn't as rapid as its source. Between the heavens and the earth, a fire phoenix was currently flapping its wings. The entire sky was illuminated into a fiery red. The fire phoenix was like a transparent light and shadow. In the center of the light and shadow, there was a figure shrouded in rainbow light. A handsome man with snowy white hair and brows was none other than the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen. He looked down at the rushing river below. Wudong Slope's 2 great elders, Zhang Shuren and Peng He, as well as the most outstanding successor of the younger generation, Yuan Xiancheng, had perished because of this water vein. Zhuangshen raised his head and looked in the direction of the river. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and time, landing on Circumference Mountain. Without saying a word, he took out a jade box and opened it. Inside the jade box was a patch of yellow soil. As Zhuangshen moved, it fell towards the river below. The soil did not disperse upon contact with water. Instead, it grew on its own and expanded continuously, looking like a yellow cloud. There was more and more soil, and as the volume spread, it didn't become thinner. Instead, it remained tough and dense, unassailable. In the end, the yellow soil directly filled up the entire Dynasty River, as if reclaiming the sea to create land. It forcefully blocked the wide and boundless Dynasty River. The water of the Dynasty River was extremely violent and rapid, and this place was close to the source of the Screen Moat Snowy Mountain, so the water was even more abundant. The river of the Chao Dynasty, which had its way blocked, suddenly swelled up. As it rushed forward, it spread to the banks on both sides, forming a dam that was about to burst. But the hazy yellow soil didn't retreat, but advanced instead. And it actually forcefully resisted the Dynasty River as it surged towards the source of the Screen Moat Snowy Mountain. Along the way, the rising river water was also blocked by the yellow soil that spread out like smoke. No matter how much water flowed out, the soil would grow even more, following the movement, not allowing the water to be exposed at all. In the end, they actually blocked all the way to the source of Dynasty River on Screen Moat Snowy Mountain. A great river that flowed through the world beyond worlds was forcibly obstructed at its source. At this moment, the entire Screen Moat Snowy Mountain and the continuous mountain range were trembling slightly, and it seemed like the earth was quaking. But the soil firmly sealed the mouth of the river. Within the sky, the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen, who was enveloped by the silhouette of a fiery phoenix, slowly exhaled as he saw this. He, or rather they had limited time. If things dragged on for too long, While the soil would be able to block the mouth of the river, the spiritual chi circulation of the earth veins around the central June heaven territories, screen moat snowy mountain, would definitely be thrown into complete chaos. At that time, it would bring a calamity to the central June heaven territory. The earth exalt who had handed the jade box over to Zhuang Shun would definitely not be happy to see such a thing. Success or failure will be decided today. Zhuang Shun kept the empty jade box, no longer looking at the shaking screen moat snowy mountain, as he turned and flew towards the southeast. Before long, he saw a person standing in midair, waiting for him. The western exalt Lang Qing. Seeing Zhuang Shun, Lang Qing said, "Everyone else has already set off. We are the only ones left." With the breath soil successfully blocking the Dynasty River, the water vein of the Dynasty River in the southern Blazing Heaven territory will soon dry up, Zhuang Shun said. That Yin family scum will no longer be able to establish that 9 bends Yellow River formation. The soil within the jade box was a divine soil, known as the breath soil. It could grow on its own, never decreasing in consumption. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been a treasure known as the 9 Heavens breath soil, also known as the earlier Heaven breath soil. Its defensive power was shocking as it could withstand the attacks of various treasures and supreme martial arts, possessing countless miraculous uses and variations. Following the Great Calamity, this treasure had been lost, with only the later Heaven breath soil existing in this world. While it did not possess those miraculous variations and uses, it was the bane of all water beneath the heavens. After having cut off the Dynasty River with this breath soil, Zhuang Shun headed south alongside the western exalt Lang Qing. Their target was the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Royal Reed Sea. As time passed, the southeastern Swords Mistress, who had originally been patrolling the area where the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory intersected, quickly realized that something was wrong with the situation in the Dynasty River. The surging river first slowed unceasingly, before its water level dropped unceasingly. As time went by, there was actually the possibility of its flow being cut off. The southeastern Swords Mistress immediately felt that this was not natural, instead being man-made. At this time, at this place, in this situation, the other party's target was unquestionably Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. At the same time, this also included the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, who was assisting Broad Creed Mountain, and those of Golden Court Mountain. Decisively, the southeastern Swords Mistress hurried over to Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea. After being reminded of this by the southeastern Swords Mistress, Yin Zhaoge and Chao Jia exchanged glances before Chao Jia said, "It should be the work of Southern Zhuang and the others." "It is fine." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "We have only lost a path of retreat. Since our sect is holding its opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea, this would be the main battlefield should something happen." Because of this, Broad Creed Mountain had even already urged many small and mid-sized sects of the Royal Reed Sea to temporarily retreat, along with the commoners of the mundane world, lest they be caught in the crossfire. "It looks like there will indeed be unwelcome guests coming today." Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. After receiving the news, Broad Creed Mountain regained its calm after a brief uproar. Everything was still progressing in an orderly manner. As time passed, the seats were filled with guests as the auspicious hour approached. Broad Creed Mountain's official opening ceremony in the world beyond worlds was about to begin. It was just that as time passed, a more serious problem than the Dynasty River's flow being cut off appeared. One of the world beyond worlds' 5 emperors, the Brocade Emperor, who had previously agreed to come to Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea to observe the ceremony, still had yet to appear. At this moment, anxiety truly arose within the hearts of many Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. Even the Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners grew uneasy. Looking at the representative of Ingenious Flying Peak, Yin Zhaoge saw that he too was puzzled, embarrassed, and anxious. As his father Yin Di gazed over, father and son exchanged gazes, both their expressions rather strange. It was just like when they had gone to the minor no hatred Dao arena back then. It seemed like they had been stood up by that bigwig again. Chapter 1022. Back at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had originally been invited by the Brocade Emperor as guests. The result had been very awkward. Their hosts had disappeared. Also, they had not been seen for a long time, causing Fu Ting and the others of Ingenious Flying Peak to feel very troubled. In the end, the Brocade Emperor had not returned as Mars Halberd had instead arrived. Only then had Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting mistakenly entered the Immortal Court, and Yin Di obtained the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Fu Ting had always felt apologetic over this matter. Still, the Brocade Emperor had never explained why he had missed his appointment back then. The matter could only be left unsettled. Never would she have thought that a similar situation would actually occur this time. The Brocade Emperor was carefree and casual, not bothering about trifles. Still, he had always placed great importance on keeping his promises. It had already been abnormal for him to miss his appointment the last time. Now that he had done it again, it was even more unsettling. He did not seem to have any motive to specifically target Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. With his status and identity, he could just say so directly if he did not want to come. There was no need for him to lie and then miss his appointment. Still, things seemed very wrong this way. Yin Zhaoge could smell the scent of a scheme from this. Mars Halberd challenged again, suddenly appearing to obstruct the Brocade Emperor? Yin Zhaoge pondered. Or is it the same thing that happened at the minor no-hatred Dao arena back then, with him being obstructed again? Whatever it was, for it to happen at this critical juncture, there was definitely someone behind it. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before smiling. While the Brocade Emperor has not arrived, we can still begin the ceremony on time. Perhaps the Brocade Emperor will only arrive a little later? Just like when he had challenged Mars Halberd back then. The Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie did not object. The Brocade Emperor will not mind. Yin Di nodded, communicating with the representative of Ingenious Flying Peak who had arrived. The other party felt rather uneasy and awkward too, as he did not object to Broad Creed Mountain's idea. Amongst the guests, the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua sat there, drinking by himself as his gaze swept slightly across those of Broad Creed Mountain and Ingenious Flying Peak. Finally, his gaze stopped on those of Ingenious Flying Peak. The Brocade Emperor missed his appointment? Chen Kuanhua stroked his cup, his eyes lighting up slightly. This is interesting. Feeling his gaze, Yin Zhaoge looked over. Retracting his gaze, Chen Kuanhua smiled amicably at Yin Zhaoge, raising his cup in greeting. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, gazing at him for a while before finally smiling, not saying anything as he turned his head away. Oh! Chen Kuanhua's smile faded a little when he saw this. His gaze flickered slightly as he stared at Yin Zhaoge's back, seemingly wanting to do something. Still, after hesitating for a moment, he finally gave up. Chen Kuanhua's body relaxed completely. He refilled his glass and drank happily. The Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and the Southeastern Swords Mistress naturally had seats of honor. At this moment, they could only calm down and silently observe the situation. Golden Court Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain were now bound together for good or ill. The invading enemies had come for Broad Creed Mountain, as well as Golden Court Mountain. Yin Zhaoge stood behind Yin Di. Facing him on the main seat were Yuan Jingfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain sat quietly. The time for the grand ceremony to officially begin finally arrived. Yin Di stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. He did not speak, and his gaze was not sharp. However, the great hall of Heaven Rising Peak instantly fell silent at this moment. Everyone knew that everything was about to officially begin. Ing Longtu had a serious expression on his face, as he was fully focused on wielding the bell hammer, striking it onto the golden bell beside him now. The heavy sound of the bell resounded far into the distance, reverberating 9 times in a row as it was deafening. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was currently filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain, at the Earth Peak, a group of youths who wished to enter Broad Creed Mountain were waiting there. There had originally been some noise, but as the bell rang out, everyone immediately ceased speaking, their expressions solemn. As the bell rang out one after another, the people at the foot of the mountain grew increasingly solemn. Our clan has opened its doors and recruited talented people. My broad Creed Mountain is greatly honored by your presence. Yendi's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. As the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, this Yen first thanks you all here. Everyone in the Great Hall was currently looking quietly at Yendi, who was speaking. Fairly speaking, in the current Broad Creed Mountain, in terms of fame, the person with the most prestige was Yen Zhaoge, a third-generation disciple. His battle accomplishments at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain had been too glorious, as the name of the fallen deity had spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. Still, looking at Yendi now, no one dared to underestimate him. It was precisely because Yen Zhaoge's previous battle accomplishments had been too glorious that everyone had begun collecting as much information as they could about his past experiences, specially researching them. During this process, the great battle that had decided Broad Creed Mountain's position as the hegemon of the Royal Reed Sea had also entered the sights of more and more people, being broken down and analyzed bit by bit. Therefore, it was not just Yen Zhaoge. Yendi had drawn the attention of the entire world beyond worlds as well, opening the path to the heavens with a saber and domineeringly ascending to the world beyond worlds. He had slain King Xuanmu of the late Seeing Divinity stage as soon as he had arrived. In the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain afterwards, he had battled a group of Immortal Bridge Martial Saints as a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint. While it had been a chaotic battle, in terms of the final head count, besides Shen Lingzi and Kong Ping, everyone else on the Immortal Bridge had perished beneath his saber. Guan Lied of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, King Xuanqing of the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, Daoist Shi, He Dongqing and Gu Zhang of the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Casting aside their prejudices and underestimation of the past, no longer blindly guessing and finding excuses, when the martial practitioners outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had earnestly inquired about the true situation of that battle down below Broad Creed Mountain, their shock was no less than when they had first heard of Yen Zhaoge's battle at Vast Spirit Mountain. From the time he had ascended to the world beyond worlds till now, around 13 years had passed. From the early Seeing Divinity stage, Yendi had broken through all the way to the mid-Immortal Bridge stage. Such a speed caused the entire world beyond worlds to sigh in admiration. Not only did he possess outstanding strength, his talent was shocking as well. Looking at Yendi, who was currently presiding over the ceremony, and Yen Zhaoge beside him, everyone felt complex emotions. Such outstanding geniuses had offended the Southern Exalt and the Heaven Emperor. Today's opening ceremony was likely to decide their fates. Currently, it was filled with guests and Broad Creed Mountain had opened its doors. Yen Zhaoge, Yendi and the others seemed to be welcoming the most glorious moment of their life force to date. Yet this might also be the most dangerous moment of their lifetimes. The presiding over the ceremony, Yendi, was just about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused slightly as his gaze seemed to penetrate through the building, gazing outwards. Yen Zhaoge and the Southeastern Exalt Chaojie both did the same. Powerful auras were currently rapidly approaching from the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea. Chapter 1023. The Royal Reed Sea was located by the western border of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. To the northeast of this place was still the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. However, if one continued to head northeast or north, one would arrive at the eastern vast sky territory. Feeling the boundless, vigorous aura that filled up the heavens and earth, Yen Zhaoge knew that the newcomer was at least a human immortal. However, there was more than one aura. Moreover, as the two auras intersected, it was clear that they were in an intense conflict. They were not from the same side. As the two great experts battled intensely, they neared Broad Creed Mountain. At least they didn't lose their minds and didn't cause great destruction to the living beings on the ground along the way. As the two clashed, a long crevice was ripped open in the sky, seemingly without end as it extended all the way from the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea. The heaven and earth spiritual chi circulated, but in a short period of time, it was actually unable to mend that mournful crack. When Broad Creed Mountain had battled the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied in the past, Yen Zhaoge had also left behind a wound in the heavens and earth, which had not healed for a long time. However, compared to the current scene that resembled a heavenly tribulation, the wound was much smaller. If one were to look down from even further away at this moment, they would be able to see that this terrifying fissure had begun to appear in the eastern vast heaven territory, slanting towards the southwest, as it practically tore apart every place in the southeastern Yang heaven territory. Such an intense conflict was quickly sensed by everyone else in the Great Hall of Broad Creed Mountain's heaven-rising peak. No one was surprised. The same thought popped up in everyone's minds at the same time. Here it comes. Yendi's expression was mild. It looks like yet another esteemed guest has arrived. Then he walked out of the hall. Beside him, Yin Zhaoge walked outside as well. It was the same for the southeastern exalt Chao Jia on the guest seat. The other guests, as well as Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, could no longer sit still as they rose and left the great hall. Outside the hall, Yin Zhaoge saw lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the distant sky. Although they had yet to see him, most of the people present already had an idea. Elder Lu has arrived, Chao Jia said as he looked at the dense thunderclouds in the horizon. Yin Zhaoge nodded. It's the northeastern exalt. 4 Broad Creed Mountains opening ceremony this time. Yin Zhaoge had sent an invitation to the northeastern Sky Heaven Territory's Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace. Still, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had not responded. He didn't say that, but he didn't say that he wouldn't come. From the looks of it, this supreme being of the human realm had good intentions. As the news that the Brocade Emperor was going to personally attend the ceremony at Broad Creed Mountain spread, the pressure brought about by the Heaven Emperor lessened greatly. It was just that on the surface, the northeastern exalt actually did not have much contact with Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. There were merely a few people of Golden Court Mountain who knew about this. If Xue Chuqing's relationship with Broad Creed Mountain had yet to be exposed, the northeastern exalt who had once taken care of Xue Chuqing in secret coming to Broad Creed Mountain, for no apparent reason, might arouse suspicions, as they might be able to see through some clues. And now he had finally come. The reason was that someone else had arrived. This person's arrival meant that the relationship between Yin Zhaoge and his mother was already no longer a secret. In this way, even more people would come here. With the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor restraining each other, the pressure on Broad Creed Mountain had increased greatly. Under such circumstances, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had instead rushed over to the southeast to lend a helping hand. He chased after his opponent all the way, the two of them fighting from the lands of the eastern vast heaven territory, all the way to the southeastern Yang heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. Other than thunderbolts, there was also a great tree that towered into the heavens. Its 9 branches extended into the surroundings, extending amidst space as they towered between the heavens and the earth. The massive tree that was even taller than a mountain peak hovered in midair, yet was moving rapidly as the light of thunder wreathed its entire body, as it was quick as flashing lightning. Needless to say, it was none other than the Lord of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the chief of Remote Cloud Mountain's Clear Light Locale, the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven. Nearing the region of the Royal Reed Sea, the branches of the ancient tree abruptly shook as a figure appeared atop the tree. It was a middle-aged man who had a graceful bearing and was dressed in a green scholar's robe. It was precisely Taoist One Heaven. Instead of wearing a Taoist robe, he wore a scholar's robe and was also so powerful. This was a characteristic that had been passed down in the world beyond worlds for many years, as everyone here did not need to clearly see his appearance to know who he was. Amidst the all-encompassing sea of thunder, a tall figure with a jade belt around his waist and a purple crown on his head surfaced. This tall old man with a ferocious appearance and a purplish-red face was naturally the northeastern exalt, Lu Jinggu. As he faced off against Taoist One Heaven, his voice reverberated like a great bell. The Heaven Emperor and Southern Zhuang have blood enmity with Broad Creed Mountain. It is fine if they personally make a move. Yet One Heaven, you want to make a move as well, bullying the weak as the strong. Aren't you ashamed? Taoist One Heaven shook his head. I originally thought that she had inadvertently formed a connection with the dim radiant emperor. From the looks of it now, Everything has long since been planned out. The situation is much more serious than previously predicted. It is naturally best to resolve it as soon as possible. For the greater good, these minor details are already insignificant. He gazed at Lu Jinggu. Instead, must you personally enter the river and stir up this mess for no reason at all? Standing amidst the sea of thunder, Lu Jinggu's every word was like a thunderclap exploding. Everyone is related. How can there be no reason at all? It is still too early to say whether everyone really feels it or not. Taoist One Heaven was not enraged as his expression remained indifferent as he just said, I just received news that the Brocade Emperor will not be arriving today. You can still make it if you leave now while the Heaven Emperor has yet to arrive. Lu Jinggu's pupils dilated, but his decision did not waver in the least. There is no need for further words. Taoist One Heaven nodded, yet gazed towards the northwest of the Royal Reed Sea. There is indeed no need for further words. There was shockingly yet another powerful aura approaching from that direction. Yen Zhaoge and the others sensed it as well atop Broad Creed Mountain, similarly gazing towards the northwest. That was the southern blazing heaven territory. If they continued north, it would be the central June heaven territory. The light of fire suddenly lit up in the northwestern sky. A sea of fire instantly filled the air, clashing with the sea of thunder. Amidst the boundless blazing fire, a five-colored phoenix that was wreathed in multicolored light emerged from within. Enveloped by the silhouette of the phoenix was a handsome man with snowy hair. The southern exalt Zhuang Shun. There was another person accompanying Zhuang Shun who slowly walked out of the sea of fire, the surrounding blazing fire unable to harm her in the least. It was a petite, thin woman who was completely wrapped in a blue cloak, only her face visible. While the woman could not be said to be supreme beauty, merely possessing average looks, she gave off a shocking feeling. That was because her baleful qi was even denser than that of Zhuang Shun beside her. Northwestern Exalt, Lord of the Red Sea, Lian Zulin, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Since the Western Exalt has arrived as well, why not show yourself? Beneath the sea of fire and the sea of thunder, the true surface of the Royal Reed Sea had originally been completely empty. Now, however, a voice resounded. Not a simple youngster indeed. The air above the surface of the sea shook slightly, as a formless figure manifested. The figure gradually turned from transparent to tangible. Seeing him, those of Broad Creed Mountain all simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. If not for him taking the initiative to show himself, 99 out of 100 of them would not be able to find him even if they diligently searched for him. It was none other than the Western Exalt Lang Qing. For Exalts were bearing down on Broad Creed Mountain. If the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia and the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu were included, more than half of the world beyond world's 10 Exalts were currently gathered in this region of the Royal Reed Sea. Chapter 1024. High up in the sky, the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu and the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven were in a standoff. Off to the side, the Northwestern Exalt Lian Zulin and the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun stood side by side, gazing down at Broad Creed Mountain that towered over the Sea of the Spirit Inheritance region. On the surface of the sea, the Western Exalt Lang Qing suddenly arrived, his gaze meeting with the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, who was atop Broad Creed Mountain's heaven-rising peak. Let alone the Spirit Inheritance region where Broad Creed Mountain was located. The entire Royal Reed Sea seemed to have frozen at this moment, as the pressure emanated by the 6 human exalts seemed to have solidified. The surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror. The normal ebb and flow of the tide was now completely still. It was as if the sea had turned into land. A powerful aura shook space as a projection was formed in the air above the Royal Reed Sea. At this moment, most martial practitioners of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the neighboring southern Blazing Heaven territory were able to see the scenes in the air above the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone stared blankly at Chao Jia, Zhuang Shun, and the others speechless. While they had some guesses, the fact that so many peak experts had actually gathered in this tiny Royal Reed Sea still caused all the spectators to feel shocked. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, 10 supremes. These words represented the strongest existences of the current world beyond worlds. This pattern had been established for more than 1,000 years and was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Over the years, the members of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and 10 supremes had changed due to various reasons. Apart from extremely special cases, there were times when there were few emperors and supremes, but there were never times when there were too many of them. For example, 100 years ago, before the heavenly young master Chen Qianhua had ascended to the human exalt realm, there had been a short period of time in the world beyond worlds when there had only been exalts of the 9 territories. It was only when Chen Qianhua's talent soared to the heavens in a single step that the 10 supremes once again lived up to his name. Normally, most of the time, the various supremes settled down in their respective territories, rarely going out. Today, however, a total of 6 exalts had congregated at Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea. In recent years, other than when they headed to the Central June Heaven Territory's Kunlun Mountain, this was an unprecedented grand occasion. Still, following this would likely be a great battle rarely seen in the world beyond worlds in recent years. A battle between human immortals and supreme martial saints. Although only the Dongbei and Dongfang Supremes had completely released their auras at this moment, Chao Jie, Zhuang Shen, and the other 2 had yet to make a move. However, at this moment, feeling that intimidating aura, those of Broad Creed Mountain also felt their hearts trembling in fear. Now the Southeastern Swords Mistress, and the other peak experts of the Southeast, who had been invited to attend the meeting, were also present on the mountain. There was not just a single late immortal bridge martial saint amongst them. However, even they didn't dare to step foot into it. Otherwise they would definitely die. A supreme martial saint, a human immortal. What was a human immortal? Below immortals, above mortals. Those who had yet to become immortals were no longer mortals. Amongst the living beings of the human world, only the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt, had a slight chance of resisting the emperor. To them, looking down on the other martial sages was like looking down on the martial artists of the mortal world by an immortal realm emperor. Besides the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, there were only 2 people on the mountain now who were calm as their expressions did not change. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Exalts have come from afar to participate in my Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony today. This Yin first thanks all of you here. While Yin Di's expression was mild, his gaze was sharp and sharp. Meeting his gaze, Zhuang Shun, Lang Qing, Daoist One Heaven and Lian Zilan all knit their brows slightly. Your son Yin Zhaoge made a trip to my southern blazing heaven territory and took away many things, Zhuang Shun said coldly. In coming here today, I might as well give your Broad Creed Mountain another great gift. He first gazed at the southeastern exalt Chao Jie. Chao Jie, other than our enmity of the past, what we are after is that phoenix bone. We can only fight over who is superior. Still, I am not in the mood to discuss this with you today. What I want to do is only to raise Broad Creed Mountain and claim Yin Zhaoge's life. If you want to stop me, we will fight to the death today. Hearing this, Chao Jie said mildly, Bring it on. Zhuang Shun nodded, very good. Then he gazed at Yin Zhaoge, gazing at him for a long time before saying, Outstanding youngster. Sadly, I must claim your life today. Those who kill will be killed by others. This principle applies to everyone. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It applies to those of your Wutong slope. It applies to me. And it applies to you as well. Zhuang Shun said, That's right. Everything will be decided through combat. The western exalt Lang Qing now looked at the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu. Elder Lu, why did you have to get involved in this mess? Zhuang Shun, and you both have enmity with Golden Court Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain. This can be ignored. Lu Jinggu's voice was like a great bell. This old man has the exact opposite reason as to why Tian Yi and Northwestern Lian have come. The Northwestern exalt Lian Zilan, who had been silent ever since she had appeared suddenly, said, Do not associate me with the 2 of you. I am not concerned about what Hu Yuexin's descendant obtained from the dim radiant emperor. Still, the supreme treasure of my Red Sea lineage has fallen into their hands. I must get it back. Lang Qing said, It is fine. The result will be the same. He looked at Lu Jinggu and Chao Jie. You were only looking out for her in secret earlier. Now the two of you want to openly help Bright Connection, whose descendant? The Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin, the Grand Master of Yin Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, was an emperor who had vanished without a trace from the historical records of the world beyond worlds. You are openly going against the will of the earthly sovereign now, Taoist One Heaven said slowly. Lu Jinggu snorted, don't brag. The earthly sovereign has never said that he wants to capture Xue Chuqing. Lang Qing said mildly. The earthly sovereign does not quibble with the younger generation. Still, some things have to be dealt with at the end of the day. We should naturally make a move. Is there a need for the earthly sovereign to instruct us? Perha Lu Jinggu did not argue as thunderbolts rampaged about his body. Still, there are also some things that should be done and some things that should not be done. Zhuang Shun gazed upwards, exhaling slowly. Living in this world, there are indeed some things that should be done and some things that should not be done. Some enmity must be avenged. With that, his aura changed, blazing fire surging as a fiery phoenix flapped its wings. An all-encompassing rain of fire, descending down towards Broad Creed Mountain down below. The northwestern exalt Lien Zilan glanced at Taoist One Heaven and Lang Qing. Settle your enmity with Northeast Lu and Southeast Chao yourselves. Those related to that Xue Chuqing are mine. The cloak that enveloped her petite figure was suddenly opened. The endless ocean was crimson as it suffused the area, seeming even vaster than the royal reed sea as it obscured the sky. Enveloped by that crimson sea, everyone present seemed to be unable to control their own lives. The northwestern exalt Lien Zilan hailed from the lineage of the Red Sea. It was rumored that she was a personal disciple of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Tao tradition of the legendary bigwig, Master Red Essence. She cultivated an yin and yang, wielding life and death, as she was incomparably profound. Following the Great Calamity, many vicious, fiendish methods had been birthed. While Lien Zilan was a woman, her methods were brutal, as she ranked amongst the top of the 10 exalts. This move of hers was even more vicious than that of the southern exalt Zhuang Shun. Indeed, no human exalt is easy to get along with. Enveloped by the crimson sea, Yen Zhaoge felt his rather unstable soul seemingly about to leave his fleshly body, as it was forcibly extracted by someone. Chapter 1025. As the southern exalt Zhuang Shun and the northwestern exalt Lien Zilan moved, the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu moved as well. Lu Jinggu raised his hand, and thousands of lightning bolts condensed into a dark green spear in his palm. He swung his spear and thrust it forward. The entire sky above the royal reed sea was currently covered densely with dark clouds as thunderbolts roiled. The thunderclouds even extended outside of the royal reed sea. Numerous snakes of lightning snaked about amidst the dark clouds, rapidly traversing the area as they congregated in the air above the spirit inheritance region of the royal reed sea from all directions. Then, an endless number of lightning snakes descended at the same time, wrapping around the spear in Lu Jinggu's hand. In the next moment, a thunderclap rang out. Violent lightning bolts pierced through the heavens and earth, condensing into a line that completely split the void in front of Lu Jinggu. How stable was the space-time of the world beyond worlds? How could worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world compare to it? However, Lu Jinggu's spear thrust still left a horrifying crack in the world. A gap and crevice vaguely appeared in the world beyond worlds at this moment. Even the 9th-level martial saint expert, treasured branch suppressing peak, Zhang Shuren, who was proficient in defense, would perish once struck by this spear, even if he were to defend with all his might with the Wudong Phoenix perching formation. Be it the Phoenix or the Wudong, they would all be smashed to smithereens by the lightning. The Divine Firmament True Art was ferocious and violent. Lu Jinggu's Divine Firmament True King Spear was invincible. Taoist One Heaven stepped forward to block him. His palms formed a circle in the air, and as the 5 elements complemented each other, a giant vortex appeared. It was the 5 elements Samsara Wheel, a unique skill of the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale. As this supreme martial art was executed by Taoist One Heaven, it was no different from when Yen Zhaoge had seen Xiang Yang, and the others use it. At this time and place, everything in the world seemed to have been transformed into the spiritual energy of the five elements. As the vortex spun, it seemed as if there were layers upon layers of figures inside it. They seemed to be alive and dead at the same time, as if the world of the living and the world of the dead had overlapped. To transform all living things into the five elements, to transform life and death for the heavens. This was the five elements wheel of life and death. The vortex caught Lu Xinggu's divine firmament true monarch spear, constantly dispelling its destructive power and killing intent, transforming it into vitality, thereby blocking that earth-shattering strike. Even though he was also a human exalt, he still needed to use gentleness to counter Lu Xinggu's attack. However, Taoist One Heaven did not intend to fight Lu Xinggu to the death. His target was Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, or rather, like Lian Zilin and Lang Qing Shuechuqing. While he couldn't personally attack Broad Creed Mountain now, blocking Lu Xinggu was already enough. After taking down Broad Creed Mountain, the things that he wanted would not be lacking. The East, Northeast, South and Northwest Supremes attacked at the same time. The Western Exalt Lang Qing and the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie did not make any movements now. Lang Qing rode the wind and crossed the sea, standing quietly on the surface of the sea. It was like this had nothing to do with him, and was just here to watch the show. He did not seem to be on the same side as Zhuang Shun and the others. He had a smile on his face, but there was no humor in his eyes. Chao Jie was expressionless. Even though he was currently standing on Broad Creed Mountain, Zhuang Shun and Lian Zilin's attacks also enveloping him within, Chao Jie still seemed as if he had not seen them at all. His gaze was fixated firmly on the surface of the sea down below, on the seemingly harmless Western Exalt Lang Qing. There was no other reason than that this was a human exalt who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear direct lineage. Distance virtually had no meaning whatsoever to Lang Qing. From a certain perspective, he was likely the fastest of all the experts present. Even Lu Xinggu, who was swift as flashing lightning, was inferior to Lang Qing in terms of pure speed. Indeed, seeing that Taoist One Heaven wanted to slowly wear him down, Lu Xinggu immediately snorted coldly, changing his stance. The greenish-black spear condensed of the light of thunder, that was tough and violent, instantly became as gentle as water. The most masculine existence between the heavens and the earth, thunderbolts, resembled flowing water at this moment. Lu Xinggu abruptly retracted his spear and retreated before his figure flickered, resembling lightning as he directly bypassed Taoist One Heaven. Now, however, the Western Exalt Lang Qing on the surface of the sea down below moved. Without the slightest delay, Lang Qing had already appeared before Lu Xinggu. It was as if the time he had used to move had been erased from everyone's minds, as they had lost that fragment of time. Spatial distance seemed to not exist for the Western Exalt Lang Qing at this moment. Chao Jie, who had been paying close attention to Lang Qing, finally moved now as well. Condensed sword chi shot into the heavens splitting apart as a speck of starlight, was exceptionally bright amidst the darkness of the universe. A majestic, immeasurable will descended, resembling a sovereign descending upon the heavens. The purple Tenuity Emperor star flickered above the sky as it was guided by Chao Jie's sword chi, bolstering his body. Chao Jie formed a sword seal, a streak of purple sword light piercing towards the Western Exalt Lang Qing. As compared to the heaven-shocking, earth-shaking might of the other exalts, this sword of Chao Jie's seemed very ordinary. Strangely, however, the purple sword light that seemed completely ordinary actually vaguely caught up to the Western Exalt Lang Qing, who was teleporting amidst space despite having been unleashed later. Beneath this sword, Chao Jie's entire aura was different as he resembled an emperor of the sword, his might domineering between the heavens and the earth, as there was no one who did not obey him. Even the Western Exalt Lang Qing's mind was shaken when faced with this purple tenuity sword, as he was hard-pressed to remain calm. He and Chao Jie were old foes, as they were not strangers to each other. Seeing Chao Jie reveal his sharpness, Lang Qing's figure suddenly vanished from the spot once more, evading this supreme sword of Chao Jie's. But at the same time he disappeared, he appeared in another place. Behind Chao Jie, space distorted within Lang Qing's empty hand, transforming into a formless, transparent saber which chopped towards Chao Jia. This was his true target. Just like how Lang Qing was familiar with Chao Jia was also well aware of Lang Qing's sharp methods. Up in the sky, the purple sword light suddenly expanded, forming a pillar of light which enveloped Chao Jia's entire body. Clang! Chao Jia pointed his sword backwards, not allowing any delay, as he barely managed to block Lang Qing's universal universe spatial saber. Meanwhile, no longer having to worry about Lang Qing's threat, Lu Jinggu did not cease in his footsteps as he stabbed towards the southern exalt Zhuang Shun with his greenish-black spear. While he was not as fast as Lang Qing, he was still swift as thunderbolts pierced through space, instantly arriving before Zhuang Shun. Beside him, the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan was expressionless as she pressed down on the Red Sea towards Broad Creed Mountain with one hand, while pointing towards Lu Jinggu's spear with the other. The two qis of yin and yang intermingled at her fingertip, shaking the heavens and the earth as the universe reversed. While that greenish-black spear formed of violent thunderbolts did not deviate from its target, in order to resist the influence of Lian Zilan's yin-yang finger, Lu Jinggu's movements instantly turned slightly sluggish. The reason why he had attacked Zhuang Shun and not Lian Zilan was precisely because he knew that Lian Zilan cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture and did not fear being ganged up on. Still, Lian Zilan's cultivation base was profound as her finger from afar was still extraordinarily profound, as she did not attack him. Obstructed by her like this, the southern exalt held nothing back as he continued attacking towards Broad Creed Mountain. Because in this instant, Taoist One Heaven, who had been temporarily shaken off by Lu Jinggu earlier, had already caught up, punching towards Lu Jinggu's back. Chapter 1026. The Mortal Supremes used their own methods and fell into a chaotic battle. Everyone could face attacks from more than one opponent at any time. While the southeastern exalt Chao Jia had blocked the western exalt Lang Qing, the attack of the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had still been blocked by the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan. With this slight delay, the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven had already arrived behind him, punching out. Unlike Lu Jinggu's purple lightning, Taoist Tiandao's hand was currently surrounded by green lightning. The lineage of the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale, which was also part of the southern extremity Longevity Emperor's lineage, also cultivated in lightning arts. The Longevity Martial Codex was all-encompassing. Aside from having a long life force, the cultivator could also use lightning to temper their body and obtain great power. Even though it was not as ferocious as the Grave Thunder Palace's Divine Firmament Orthodox technique, the Clear Light Monastery's martial arts were also extremely sharp. This immortal capital Lightning Light Fist was a secret killing technique recorded in the Longevity Martial Manual. Taoist One Heaven used the 5 elements Wheel of Life and Death to transform life energy into death energy, and then he used the immortal capital Lightning Fist. This was his full strength, his power unparalleled. Open! Lu Jinggu did not panic, even though he had forced his way to his back. He exhaled and shouted loudly, his voice like a clap of thunder as it shook half of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The purple-crowned elder didn't dodge. Instead, golden lightning surged from his body. As soon as the golden lightning appeared, the flow of time in the surrounding void seemed to come to a standstill. Everything became eternal and unchanging. Everlasting, immortal and indestructible. Taoist One Heaven's immortal capital Thunder Light Fist landed on the golden lightning. There was no world-shaking explosion, no chaotic airflow. That moment seemed to have frozen, turning into eternity. It was ranked 5th among the 9 heavenly thunder. Immortal eternal thunder. Eternity and instant, the two extremes of time. By comprehending the true meaning and profundities of eternity and instant, one would be able to see through the secrets of time. The 9 heavenly immortal thunders each had their own wondrous uses. Among them, the immortal eternal thunder and the instant divine thunder, which were ranked 5th and 6th respectively, could be combined to explain the true essence of creation and time. Lu Jinggu's fighting style was fierce and violent, and it consumed a lot of energy. Still, with the everlasting thunder, so long as he did not surpass a certain limit, The true essence and chi of this northeastern exalt was virtually limitless. This lightning technique was used to protect oneself, and its defensive power was even stronger. Lu Xinggu relied on the immortal eternal thunder to take on Taoist priest One Heaven's punch. His body swayed, and his purplish-red face instantly turned pale before returning to normal. Because of Lian Zilan, the opportunity had already been lost. Lu Xinggu was able to pick up and let it go. He simply ignored Zhuang Shen and thrust his spear straight at Taoist One Heaven's chest. Taoist One Heaven's eyes flashed. Green lightning leaped in his eyes, and purple lightning suddenly surged in their depths. His strength suddenly increased by a notch. Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this eruption of power. It was an instant's thunder. Back when he had obtained the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor from Clear Light Locale disciple Xiang Yang, Yan Zhaoge had guessed that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven was likely proficient in an instant's thunder as well. Now that he was using it, it was indeed extraordinary. He was a human immortal in the first place. Now that his power had suddenly blazed and erupted, the terrifying explosive power instantly caused him to be even mightier than the northeastern exalt Lu Xinggu. He crossed his palms and slapped the greenish-black spear that was formed from lightning, directly breaking it and shattering it into streaks of lightning. As this spear shattered, the lightning it transformed into scattered into the surroundings. The surrounding heavens and earth were completely bathed in a torrential thunderstorm. Numerous thick pillars of lightning descended, mightily piercing through the sea's surface. Countless pillars of lightning densely covered the area, causing it to be completely transformed into a purgatory of thunder. At this moment, the region of sea where Broad Creed Mountain was located in the Spirit Inheritance region was even more threatening than the clear scenic region, where endless magnetic storms rampaged. Martial practitioners who had yet to attain the immortal bridge realm would be blasted into smithereens in mere moments, even if they were to enter this domain of thunder and lightning. After this eruption of power, having dispelled Lu Xinggu's Divine Sky True King Spear, Taoist One Heaven's aura weakened slightly as well. Still, he inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his original momentum. Taoist One Heaven had already analyzed an instant's thunder for many years. With his high cultivation base and precise control over it, he could adjust the level of eruption of an instant's thunder as he wished, not having to completely incinerate all of his power in one go. Now Lu Xinggu attacked once more, thunderbolts exploding consecutively with seemingly endless momentum. Taoist One Heaven's face was sunken as water as he changed his stance, once more using softness to overcome toughness as he stalled Lu Xinggu. Light and shadows shone as the Battle of the Exalts was witnessed by virtually everyone in the southern Blazing Heaven territory to the west, and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to the east. Countless martial practitioners sighed in amazement at this moment. Back then, the southern exalt Zhuang Shen had fought 1 against 4, simultaneously facing the southeastern sword mistress, and the other 2 9th-level martial saints, as well as Long Hanhua of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Even without using his true martial arts, he had still been able to deal with them with ease. Now clashing with opponents of the same level, these human exalt experts could only be considered to be truly displaying their abilities, displaying them in the most direct manner. Why was it said that the difference between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial saint realm was as great as the heavens and the earth? Still, there were disharmonious existences on this battlefield that challenged their common sense. What challenged everyone's preconceptions even more was that there was not just one such existence. Seeing that Lu Xinggu was entangled by Taoist One Heaven once more, Lian Zilan was just about to return her attention to Broad Creed Mountain before her. Now, however, a saber light lit up before her eyes. Wherever the saber light went, the creation seemed to change. A tyrannical, domineering, powerful saber intent that looked down on all beneath the heavens transformed into a heaven-splitting saber, chopping towards the Red Sea above Broad Creed Mountain, as well as the owner of the Red Sea. The ferocious and vast Scarlet Sea surged and pressed down, but it was actually split apart by the saber light. The blade light continued to rise, showing the process of the creation world from the creation of heaven and earth to the destruction of heaven and earth. It was not simply the creation of heaven and earth, Nor was it simply the passing of creation into destruction. Instead, it was a complete process from beginning to end. Therefore, it was unstoppable. The change of creation, the trend of the times, it swept through and crushed everything. Even the Red Sea beneath the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan's palm was split apart right down the middle at this moment, the seawater receding to the sides. At this moment, there was no one else who could have attacked. There was only Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yendi. The mid-immortal bridge stage of the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm was clashing head-on with a human exalt of the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm. A brilliant light erupted within the eyes of the Western exalt Lian Zilan, as she appeared unprecedentedly serious. She suddenly flipped her palm. Without any warning, a white radiance suddenly appeared in the crimson sea, condensing into a circle like the surface of a mirror. It was none other than the supreme martial art of the Red Sea, the bright red yin-yang change. A streak of white mirror light descended. While it seemed tiny, wherever it passed, all life force was severed. The baleful chi and killing intent within were even more ferocious than that of the Red Sea earlier. Also, its power was completely concentrated in a single line, as it was directed straight at Yendi alone. Yendi was fearless as his saber did not waver or move as it hacked straight towards Lian Zilan. Chapter 1027. The Scarlet Sea lineage of the world beyond world's northwestern dim heaven territory was rumored to be the lineage of the Jade Clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning's disciple, Master Red Essence. Legend had it that Qi Jingzi's Dao Hall, the Taihua Mountain's cloudy sky cave, had a treasure called the yin-yang mirror. When this treasured mirror shone on a person's body, it could determine life and death. It had two sides, yin and yang. The yin side was white, and the yang side was red. When the white side flashed, it would lead to death, and when the red side flashed, it would lead to life. In the legends of the investiture of the gods, he was famous. The Scarlet Sea's ultimate technique, the bright crimson yin-yang change, originated from this. Lian Zilan flipped her palm, and a white light appeared in the Red Sea. It condensed into a white yin mirror that was similar to the yin-yang mirror. Its lethality was unparalleled, and it could kill anyone it shone upon. It was no joke that the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan was ranked amongst the top of the 10 exalts in the number of people she had slain. Of the other 5 exalts of the same cultivation level as Lian Zilan, besides the southern exalt Zhuang Shun, who was bolstered by the earlier heaven's 4 virtues and possessed shocking defensive power, even Lang Qing, Chao Jia, and the other 2 did not dare to take this blow from Lian Zilan head-on. That yin and yang reversal, that strike that determined life and death, contained a heavy killing intent that was rarely seen in the world. Taoist priest Tianyi's Qinghua Temple's 5 elements wheel of life and death looked similar, but if it dared to clash head-on with Lian Zilan's attack, it would be instantly destroyed. Even Zhuang Shun, who was supported by 4 virtues, would try to dodge if he could. If he really took this blow, it would definitely not be easy for him. At this moment, however, an immortal bridge martial saint had no intention of dodging or retreating at all when faced with Lian Zilan's ferocious blow. Yendi, facing the white mirror light, his expression did not change at all. He only raised the saber in his hand. Amidst the deafening roar of a dragon, not only did Yendi not retract his saber, he instead exerted more force. Wherever the blade pointed, it was even more domineering and sharp. The unrestrained saber light directly cut through the world in front of her and arrived in front of Lian Zilan. Perishing together with the enemy? When I was fighting for my life, you didn't exist in this world. Lian Zilan's expression was cold as she raised her other hand. At this moment, half of the boundless Scarlet Sea suddenly turned into a vast expanse of white. In the white sea, a red light flashed and turned into a round mirror. At this moment, the ocean was half red and half white, and there was a spot of light in each of them. The entire ocean was like a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Compared to the white mirror light in the Red Sea, which could kill people, the red mirror light in the White Sea helped people find a way out. Scarlet light condensed before Lian Zilan, blocking Yendi's saber. However, just like how he had cleaved apart the Red Sea earlier, Yendi's saber light swept through everything before it at this moment. The general trend is with me, and I will succeed in every endeavor. All obstructions would eventually be swept away. Yendi's tyrannical saber actually forcibly broke through Lien Zilin's bright red yin-yang change. A crack was forcibly cleaved open on that crimson mirror by Yendi's saber light. The blade light and the mirror light were locked in a stalemate. The saber light continued to move forward, and the crack on the mirror became bigger and bigger. Lien Zilin was slightly taken aback, but did not mind it, because that white mirror light that represented death had already descended upon Yendi's head as well. In this way, the victor had been decided, even though the might of Yendi's saber arts left her in a rather sorry state. Still, she was confident that even if the crimson mirror was broken, it would still be able to withstand a saber from Yendi. Yet, Yendi would definitely be unable to withstand it as soon as he was illuminated by the white light. While it was rather hard to believe, Lien Zilin had to admit that if this immortal bridge martial saint attacked fiercely, he truly possessed the strength to threaten her. Yet in terms of defense, he was far inferior to her, who was a human immortal. Just as Lien Zilin was thinking this, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Streams of qi surged out from above Yendi's head, instantly transforming into a dark, chaotic clump of clouds. Within the clump of clouds, specks of light flickered. They were not bright, not dazzling, not resplendent, not eye-catching. The concept within was hard to fathom and hard to describe. The cloud qi expanded and changed, blooming like a lotus flower. The borders of the petals were blurry, as they were indistinguishable from the surrounding space. As the white mirror light that reaped one's life landed on that existence that resembled a clump of clouds and a lotus flower, slight ripples arose. The lotus swayed unceasingly, the cloud qi expanding unceasingly. Yet, as soon as the white light entered that cloud qi, it lost its miraculousness, no longer moving, let alone harming Yendi. Yet, Yendi's saber grew stronger and stronger, until that white sea and crimson mirror were completely shattered. His saber did not cease, as he continued chopping towards Lien Zilin. Lien Zilin was shocked. While she was confident and arrogant, having experienced countless battles, Lien Zilin had naturally learnt about Broad Creed Mountain's situation before coming. While Yendi was shockingly powerful, it was still within her predictions. Lien Zilin had always been on guard against the many treasures that Broad Creed Mountain possessed. Yet, never would she have thought that a grand simplicity splendor cloud would suddenly appear above Yendi's head, actually blocking her killing move head-on. The bright yin-yang change of the bright yin-yang change was unable to do anything to the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yet the red yang change which she used to defend herself had been broken through by a single saber of Yendi's. The saber in Yendi's hands was still the heavenly dragon saber that he had forged himself. Different from before, the current heavenly dragon saber was already a high-grade sacred artifact. It had only been a few years since Yendi had ascended to the immortal bridge stage. It had not been easy for him to forge a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, Broad Creed Mountain's current wealth was abundant. Yen Zhaoga had provided all the remaining dragon corpses of the Myriad Dragon Palace to Yendi, supplementing them with many other treasures. In just a few short years, a high-grade sacred artifact Heavenly Dragon Saber had been forged. With the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud protecting him, Yendi currently had no need to consider defense at all. One with the saber, his martial true intent was displayed to the point of perfection. Even though Lien Zilin had already reacted quickly enough, immediately wielding her sacred artifact to protect her, she was still injured by Yendi's saber as she was caught off guard. Everyone who witnessed this scene involuntarily broke into an uproar. It had seemed like an unfair clash. In the end, Yendi, who was an immortal bridge martial saint, had actually won by a single move. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud above Yendi's head, his saber held horizontally before his chest as he roared towards the heavens. Human exalt, your reputation is well deserved. This battle was delightful. Let us continue. Lien Zilin retreated, her expression heavy. She had originally thought that against an opponent of the mid-immortal bridge stage, she would be able to end this battle with her cultivation base, whether the other party was barehanded or using a weapon. Even if the other party was a heaven-defying genius with outstanding strength, how was she, Lian Zilan, not also a genius amongst geniuses, having been able to reach where she was now? Still, at the end of the day, she had still been forced to use her weapon. Otherwise, her injuries would have been even more severe. Lian Zilan raised her hand, the fresh, bloodied wound on it a shocking sight to behold. She executed the bright red yin-yang change which symbolized life once more. Where the red mirror light shone, the wound instantly began to heal. Yet, while her flesh and blood healed once more, a scar remained which was twisting unceasingly. It was like an enraged dragon was buried beneath the flesh and blood of her left hand, struggling to break out of it. That was Yendi's saber intent still remaining within Lian Zilan's body. With her cultivation base at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, she was actually unable to effectively suppress that tyrannical, rampaging saber intent whilst continuing to attack. Chapter 1028. Lian Zilan stared fixedly at Yendi. Everyone else directed their gazes towards that saber-wielding figure as well. Even Lang Qing, Zhuang Shun, and the other exalts who were currently battling had diverted some of their attention to this battlefield. Yin Zhaoge's battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain that year had shocked the entire world. If one were to say that Yin Zhaoge's strength had been hard to accurately gauge, due to the special factor of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation in the battle at Circumference Mountain, Yin Zhaoge had forcibly repelled Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xiancheng as a seeing divinity martial saint, even beating Yuan Xiancheng to the point of undergoing nirvanic rebirth more than once. Taoist East Spring and Zhao Zhen of the 8th level of the martial saint realm had even been slain by Yin Zhaoge on the spot. Such battle accomplishments shocked the world. Having already possessed such strength at the seeing divinity stage, what would happen now that he had ascended the immortal bridge stage? Everyone had a general understanding of Yin Zhaoge's strength. Now, however, Yendi's strength similarly left everyone sighing in admiration. His saber intent is very strange. It's a little like. Lang Qing seemed to have caught onto something as he gazed at Yendi, but it was gone in a flash. And that auspicious cloud above his head. That is, Lian Zilan seemed to have thought of something as well. Still, her brows were tightly knit, as she felt like she was looking at flowers through a fog. It was just that whatever she was thinking, the heavenly dragon saber in Yendi's hand shook as he strode forward to attack once more. This time, Lian Zilan was extremely careful. At this moment, she had completely placed Yendi on the same level as her, completely treating him as a human exalt. It was as if the person she was battling was not a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, but someone on the same level as Chao Jia or Lu Jinggu. She had not recognized the sharpness of Yendi's saber arts earlier, even less having thought of the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud. She had wanted to rely on the ferocity of her bright red yin-yang change to end the battle quickly, taking care of Yendi within a short period of time. In the end, it had instead been her who had nearly been defeated in just a few moves. Having learnt her lesson now, Lian Zilan fought steadily, countering each move as it came. As a human exalt who had been renowned for many years, she did not just possess a single high-grade sacred artifact, Yendi. While it was inferior to existences like the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown, it was still virtually comparable to the evil sword Tao Tai, even surpassing weapons like the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, the purple sea sword, and the golden crow incinerating heaven saber. In the hands of human exalts, high-grade sacred artifacts were even more powerful. With the support of the weapon, Lian Zilan's attacks were even more ferocious. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yendi's head completely disregarded his own defenses as he unleashed his full power attacks towards Lian Zilan. Both sides exchanged offense with offense, and the battle was earth-shattering. Having integrated a portion of the concepts of the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the life creation heavenly scripture, and the cyclic heavenly scripture into his saber intents, Yendi, who usually also studied them, his true essence was robust, and his chi returning speed was similarly far superior to that of ordinary immortal bridge martial saints. That was why he was able to support his peerlessly powerful saber technique. However, His opponent was Lian Zilin, who was a human immortal. Yandi's exhaustion was far greater than when he fought with other enemies. As time passed, his stamina would gradually decline. However, what caused Lian Zilin to feel more and more shocked was that while his true essence and stamina were greatly depleted, Yandi's saber was circulating more and more freely as it was domineering and sharp. He seemed to be gradually adapting to the strength of a supreme martial saint. It was as if the layer of stone covering the surface of a beautiful jade was peeling off bit by bit, and the brilliance within was becoming more and more dazzling. Over there, Yandi and Lian Zilin were engaged in a heated battle. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge met the southern exalt Zhuangshen. After Lu Jinggu had been obstructed by Lian Zilin earlier, Zhuangshen no longer had any reservations as he viciously attacked Yin Zhaoge. Meeting enemies, their eyes blazed with fury. Words were already unnecessary at this moment. The massive fiery phoenix spread its wings, obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. Infinite, endless rain of fire descended, enveloping the entire spirit inheritance region. The place where it was most concentrated was unquestionably Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone said that the southern exalt Zhuangshen was weak in attack and strong in defense. Still, that was only in comparison to Chao Jia and the others, who were at the same cultivation level. If it were an opponent beneath the human exalt stage, it would still be filled with a destructive might that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he rose up from the peak of Broad Creed Mountain, directly striking out with a palm. While he struck upwards beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm, the sky seemed to be reversing at this moment. The might of the heavens collapsing assaulted the fiery phoenix. Beneath the majestic force of heaven and earth reversal, it seemed as if it wanted to collapse the heavens and the earth here. Space distorted as the fiery phoenix instantly emitted a mournful cry. The scattered rain of fire between the heavens and the earth continued descending as it instead distorted into a clump before exploding and being extinguished. After having ascended the immortal bridge, this cyclic heavenly seal of Yin Zhaoge's truly possessed the divine might that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth. Arise! Zhuangshen snorted coldly, ripples of water, soil, white qi and purple light instantly enveloping that fiery phoenix. Bolstered by the four virtues, the fiery phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the air once more. The thick earth of meritorious virtue replenished the heavens and extended the Tao, preventing the phoenix's fire from being extinguished. The water ripples of holy virtue were impervious to all arts, as they helped the phoenix resist the heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes. The fortuitous purple light was impervious to killing tribulations, as it protected the fiery phoenix from being crushed and slain amidst that distorted space. The white qi of nether virtue was inexhaustible with life force. Not only was it imperishable, it also helped the fiery phoenix to find a way out of this perilous environment. Even more eye-catching was that it was not just the four virtues that enveloped the fiery phoenix. Even the rain of fire that it emitted as it flapped its wings was the same. Bolstered by the four virtues, those meteors of fire also resisted the palm force of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, becoming tough and sturdy as they continued descending towards Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this from the side, the gaze of his old rival, the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, immediately hardened slightly. He has improved quite a bit. The moment an expert made a move, one would be able to tell the difference between them. Zhuangshen's proficiency in the Phoenix True Form scripture was clearly much greater than that of Yuan Xiancheng, Zhang Shuren and Peng He. The four virtues that possess shocking defensive power were utilized in his attacks at this moment. While his attacks might not be as brutal and violent as those of Chao Jia, Lian Zilin and Lu Jinggu, they were still extremely powerful and filled with toughness as they were unceasing, seemingly without end as they were hard to defeat. With just this move alone, Zhuangshen had already caused everyone to look at him, virtually completely reversing the impression that he had previously left of being weak in offense and strong in defense. Zhuangshen was naturally aware of the special characteristics of his martial arts, as he had also been unceasingly researching them, supplementing and improving them. The results were right before his eyes. Good. Looking at Zhuangshen, Yin Zhaoge cheered lightly. However, He had no intention of evading as he still raised his palm high. At this moment his aura surged even higher. An illusory figure seemed to appear between the heavens and the earth. Yin Zhaoge stood towering between the heavens and the earth. His palm that was raised high above his head seemed to have truly merged as one with the sky. Lofty, simple, solemn, authoritative, domineering, vigorous. Faced with Zhuangshen's powerful attack, Yin Zhaoge had no intention of evading at all as he met it head-on, unleashing another cyclic heavenly seal. As his palm descended, the heavens collapsed as it smashed towards the fiery phoenix and Zhuangshen. This was a competition of who was stronger, who was mightier, who was more domineering. Chapter 1029. Yin Zhaoge's palm overturned the heavens, causing the entire universe before him to hang upside down. A corner of the spatial boundaries of the world beyond worlds vaguely distorted and shattered. Such violent power caused the eyelids of the northeastern exalt, Lu Zhenggu, to twitch wildly. This is a palm that an early immortal bridge martial saint can unleash? Such a power that reversed yin and yang, and overturned heaven and earth caused the flaming meteors, that flickered with four-colored light, to be forcibly fixed in midair, unable to move. The colorful light on the surface of the fiery meteor kept shaking. First, the water ripples were shattered. Then the yellow soil was blown away. Then the purple light was extinguished. And finally the white gas disappeared. Even the cyclic heavenly seal should not possess such great power, being able to allow an immortal bridge martial saint to break southern Zhuang's earlier heaven four virtues. Seeing this, the western exalt Lang Qing's gaze flickered. This palm of his is based on the cyclic heavenly scripture, yet also contains the essence and profundities of many other supreme martial arts. Lang Qing could recognize the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the life creation heavenly scripture, the Taiji yin-yang palm, the Aeon light heavenly scripture, and many other supreme divine arts. There seemed to be the orthodox dim radiant 12 arts of the dim radiant sect as well. This was not the end. There must be other supreme arts. The problem was, how old was Yin Zhaoge? In just a few decades of life, how could one cultivate and comprehend so many supreme arts at the same time, and have such deep attainments in all of them? Even though the Western exalt Lang Qing was experienced and knowledgeable as he presided over a region, he still felt it hard to believe at this moment. Fallen deity, is it? Having lost the support of the four virtues, those meteors lost their momentum against this cyclic heavenly seal of Yin Zhaoge's. Under the effects of the martial true intent that grasped the power of the duality, the flames were all extinguished and turned extremely cold. The fiery meteors all turned into ice, and then shattered into fine powder. The world that was scorching hot a moment ago, like a blazing inferno, had now turned into a world of ice and snow. Under the effect of the ice and snow, the fire phoenix seemed to have lost its vitality. The southern exalt Zhuangshen was probably the one who understood Yin Zhaoge's strength the most out of everyone present. As his moves changed, the fire phoenix once again flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. With the four virtues added to its body, it wanted to forcefully prop up the collapsing sky and stabilize the upside-down changes of the universe. Yin Zhaoge's palm did not change as he formed a sword seal with his other hand, pointing towards Zhuangshen. The azure dragon roared. If that was all, Zhuangshen wouldn't mind. However, the azure dragon's body emitted rays of sharp purplish-red sword light. It was incomparably ferocious and exterminated all life. For a moment, it was as if the azure dragon was spurting blood. Blood spurted out from every single scale on its body. The exuberant life force turned into extreme death energy at this moment. The death energy condensed into a sword, pointing straight at Zhuangshen. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's self-created martial art, slaying azure dragon. Having learnt of the existence of Yin Zhaoge's sword arts from the survivors of the Battle of Vast Spirit Mountain that year, Zhuangshen had been rather mindful of it. Now that he was personally facing it, he still felt that it was beyond his expectations. What a brutal sword art! It is clearly of the Jade Clear lineage, yet why is it as brutal as the Prime Clear Immortal Slaughtering Sword? It was not just Zhuangshen. The Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven frowned as well. As compared to Wudong Slope's Phoenix true form scripture, the longevity martial scripture of his clear light locale's lineage was even more disadvantaged against Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Just now, his flipping sky seal was not activated by the instant thunder method, or any other method that stimulates the concentrated burning and eruption of power. It was his normal power. What concerned Taoist One Heaven the most was this. He himself was proficient in an instant thunder, being able to temporarily erupt with shocking power. Therefore, seeing Yin Zhaoge clash head-on against Zhuang Shen, he could not help but feel rather doubtful. Now, however, seeing Yin Zhaoge simultaneously unleashing sword and palm, the cyclic heavenly seal with one hand, and the slaying azure dragon with the other, both possessing peerless power, Taoist One Heaven knew that his earlier guess had been wrong. This youth before him, who was not even a fraction of his age, was really able to forcibly resist human exalts like him, and Zhuang Shen, as a 7th-level martial saint. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, Zhuang Shen's gaze turned solemn. A strand of white qi shook about his body as he merged with the fiery phoenix, suddenly transforming into a thin line of fire that evaded Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. The line of fire spun once in midair, slicing towards Yin Zhaoge's body. Space was sliced into two by this rampaging line of fire at this moment, crimson red where the gap was. Space itself seemed to have been set ablaze, as the spatial tear was hard to close. This heavenly splitting flowing fire slash was the peak killing move of the Phoenix Wing Heavenly Net Saber. Of the entire Wudong Slope, there was only the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, who had successfully cultivated it. Yin Zhaoge returned with the slaying azure dragon, meeting Zhuang Shen's heaven-splitting flowing fire slash head-on. Having exchanged a move with Yin Zhaoge, Zhuang Shen, who had been unable to gain any advantage in the slightest, resorted to the same old trick, that thread of fire that he had transformed into traversed space, attempting to evade Yin Zhaoge's sharpness once more. However, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box suddenly appeared within Yin Zhaoge's hands. The sword case opened, and black light shot out in all directions. An ancient bronze sword emerged from it. Grabbing the ancient bronze sword, Yin Zhaoge drew a circle in midair. As the black light flowed, the circle directly turned into a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force that sucked in the slender line of fire. Things were different now. The current Yin Zhaoge was able to perfectly exert the power of a high-grade sacred artifact. The sword intent of the evil sword Taotai merged with Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Not only was there a powerful suction force coming from the terrifying black hole, but there were also flashes of purplish-red blood light that were incomparably fierce. If it was said that the black hole was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the heavens and the earth, then at this moment, not only was it going to devour its opponent, it was going to bite it into pieces. The line of fire expanded and transformed back into the fire phoenix. A saber appeared in Zhuang Shen's hands as well, the patterns on its blade resembling phoenix feathers. He raised his saber, chopping towards the black hole. Like Lian Zilin, Zhuang Shen also possessed more than a single high-grade divine artifact. Weapons and martial practitioners cooperated seamlessly, possessing great strength, as they mutually boosted their might. The glow of high-grade sacred artifacts like the bright barbarian Taoist robe and the phoenix cry crown lit up on Yin Zhaoge as he clashed with Zhuang Shen, not backing down in the slightest. Seeing the phoenix cry crown that had originally belonged to Zhang Shuren, Zhuang Shen's expression turned even colder. The silhouetted fiery phoenix spread its wings before abruptly coming together, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge pointed with his sword, intercepting Zhuang Shen's attack. Then, he waved upwards with his palm, a golden sun slowly rising into the sky, all-encompassing radiance appearing as it resembled the high sun in the sky. Illuminated by the brilliant sunlight, even the exalts felt unbearably hot, as a burning sensation arose on the surface of their bodies. It was precisely the extreme Yang seal that could be said to be one of the kings amongst sacred artifacts. Before the great battles of Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain, when Yin Zhaoge's strength had still not been widely known by the entire world, many people had already felt wary of him, believing that there was a great disparity between him and the Immortal Bridge. The reason for this was the extreme Yang seal. Having attained the body of an immortal bridge martial saint, Yin Zhaoge would be able to fully wield the power of the extreme Yang seal. Meanwhile, at its peak, this king of sacred artifacts would be able to easily slay an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm with just a single strike. Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing, and the others who were already at the 10th level of the martial saint realm and possessed the bodies of human immortals would definitely not have it easy for them if they were struck by the extreme Yang seal. Chapter 1030. Yin Zhaoge raised a hand, the extreme Yang seal flying up. The sky up above mightily split open as a gap appeared in the dimensional domain of the world beyond worlds. In the distant sky, the solar star trembled slightly at this moment. In everyone's eyes, the real sun in the sky seemed to have disappeared. Meanwhile, the extreme Yang seal before him had transformed into a sun that illuminated the world. As this sun was too close to the ground, everyone felt unbearably hot, as the seawater of the royal reed sea evaporated in large areas. Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, that roiling blazing sun smashing down towards the head of the southern exalt Zhuang Shen as well. The southeastern swords mistress, and a few other experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, had all been invited over to spectate the ceremony. Even though they were people from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, when they saw that glorious sun descending from the skies at this moment, the southeastern sword mistress and the others all felt their hairs stand on end. If any of them were to face this attack, they could only turn around and run. If he couldn't dodge in time, he might be killed on the spot. Bolstered by the 4 virtues and cultivating in the true form of a phoenix, the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, who had always been renowned for his defensive power, did not forcibly resist it this time. A clear phoenix cry suddenly came from his body. Zhuang Shen flicked his sleeve, and a row of colorful and dazzling phoenix feathers flew out from within. In the past, Zhuang Shen's disciple Yuan Xianqing's 5 phoenix fan was also woven from phoenix feathers. However, whether it was in terms of quality or quantity, the phoenix feathers he used were far inferior to what Zhuang Shen was using. These phoenix feathers had not been refined into weapons, but at this moment, under Zhuang Shen's control, they rapidly interwoven midair. At the same time, a tree seed appeared within the circle of phoenix feathers. The seed quickly germinated and turned into a red light in an instant. The phoenix feathers surrounded the red light and used it as a support, turning into a golden parasol tree. The Wudong tree was not very big. It was only 30 feet tall. However, an extremely powerful energy burst forth from within. Holy virtue water ripples, nether virtue white qi, meritorious virtue thick earth, and fortuitous purple light appeared at the same time, and they were all vigorous and abundant. The Wutong tree hovered above Zhuang Shen's head. Its branches and leaves swayed as it exuded an aura of reincarnation and immortality. As the extreme Yang seal smashed downwards, it was actually held up by the Wutong tree for a time. Southern Zhuang brought the tree heart of his Wudong Slope's progenitor tree. Seeing this, even the northeastern exalt Lu Zhenggu was slightly shocked. It is no wonder. Clearly knowing that Broad Creed Mountain possesses the extreme Yang seal and immortal bridge martial practitioners, how could he not have made preparations for this in coming over this time? The golden Wudong tree hung above Zhuang Shen's head, temporarily blocking the extreme Yang seal. The domineering sun descended, and the golden parasol tree sank. Its crown collapsed, and its branches and leaves were bent. Still, the straight tree trunk stood firm, as it ultimately managed to hold the extreme Yang seal for a short period of time. Making use of this chance, Zhuang Shen executed the heaven-splitting flowing fire slash once more, swiftly hacking towards Yin Zhaoge. This time, the edge of his saber was clearly faster and stronger than before. The sudden acceleration and eruption of power caused Zhuang Shen to rapidly approach before Yin Zhaoge. The extreme Yang seal was powerful to the extreme, possessing peerless might as it seemed like a sure kill blow. Zhuang Shen firmly believed that this was also when Yin Zhaoge was at his most complacent. With the extreme Yang seal suddenly being blocked, Yin Zhaoge's plans and tempo would also be disrupted. If he launched a sneak attack at this moment, victory and defeat would be reversed. This was the best time for him, Zhuangshun, to strike. A slender line of fire streaked past, cutting through space and the world as it instantly arrived before Yin Zhaoge. The next moment, it would pass by Yin Zhaoge's neck. I was just waiting for you. Yin Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he clenched a fist and punched forward. His movements were not swift, instead seeming rather slow. However, after punching out with this fist, the scenes before Zhuangshun's eyes suddenly changed, as it was as though only Yin Zhaoge's fist remained between the heavens and the earth. This fist seemed to fill the surrounding heavens and the earth, encompassing the entire universe. With himself as the center, regardless of which direction Zhuangshun focused his attention on, there seemed to be such a fist punching towards him. This fist seemed to occupy the past, the future, all of time. At this moment, Zhuangshun seemed to have seen through the long river of time, transcending all worldly matters. However, whether it was his past memories or his future prospects, there was such a fist punching towards him at any moment within the long river of time. This fist seemed to originate from before everything had begun. It also seemed like it was quietly waiting for him after everything had concluded. All of Zhuangshun's hair stood on end as he immediately retracted his saber. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he gave up on his original offensive, focusing fully on defense as he resisted this fist of Yin Zhaoge's, which had arrived first despite having been unleashed later. Bolstered by 4 virtues, rosy clouds filled the sky. Yet boundless, omnipresent fist intent enveloped him before mightily slamming him down. The lofty southern exalt Zhuangshun could only grit his teeth and bear it at this moment, as he was beaten by Yin Zhaoge to the point of resembling a turtle withdrawing its shell. What fist art is that? Seeing this, the western exalt Lang Qing, the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven, and the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan all inhaled a breath of cold air. The southeastern exalt Chao Jie, and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who stood on the same side as Yin Zhaoge, were stunned as well. Chao Jie's gaze shook as he seemed to have thought of something. The expression of Lian Zilan, who was clashing with Yin Di, suddenly changed, as she looked first at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yin Di's head, and then at Yin Zhaoge's fist. Her thoughts flashed at lightning speed as she blurted out. The head of the grand clear lineage's grand cosmos 5 manifestations, the Tai Fist? Lang Qing, Lu Jinggu and the others all realized. Not just the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, even the Tai Fist? This martial art has been lost for many years. This Yin Zhaoge is actually proficient in it. The martial art that Yin Zhaoge was executing was precisely the Tai Fist that he had comprehended from the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Due to him simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities, he had even integrated some principles of the peerless heavenly scripture into the Tai Fist, forming a fist intent that was unique to him, that possessed incomparable power. Even as Zhuangshun was scheming, Yin Zhaoge was scheming against him as well. In the end, Yin Zhaoge was still superior. With a single fist, the surrounding space was suppressed, time itself suppressed. Zhuangshun had completely lost the initiative, as he was hard-pressed to advance or retreat, as he was trapped where he was by Yin Zhaoge's fist. He was unable to move as he could only stubbornly resist. Yet, with a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, that brilliant sun suddenly changed as it formed a faint golden ray of sunlight, which bypassed the golden wudong tree above Zhuangshun's head. Currently, Yin Zhaoge was already able to control the extreme yang seal as he pleased. This sacred artifact king was not a stupid thing that possessed just power. It could change its size as he wished, possessing infinite variations. Zhuangshun was currently suppressed by Yin Zhaoge's Tai Fist, as he was unable to cause the golden wudong tree to change in time. Therefore, after that ray of sunlight had bypassed the wudong tree, it manifested as the brilliant sun once more before smashing down towards Zhuangshun once more. Zhuangshun had used all his energy to deal with Yin Zhaoge. Now that the extreme yang seal was descending from above, how could he still have the strength to resist? He was beaten badly on the spot, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Zhuangshun's cultivation base was profound, and his defensive power was shocking, as he was not directly killed. Still, He felt dizzy as his figure plummeted downwards. He wanted to stabilize his footing and retreat, but Yan Zhaoge was unforgiving as he had already charged forward once more. Chapter 1031. When experts fought, it was usually just a thin line. The slightest difference could determine the direction of the battle and the final outcome. Most of the time, the true strength of the two might not be far apart, and they might even be the same. But one wrong step could lead to the risk of losing everything. Just like how the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan had not known that Yin Di possessed the grand simplicity splendor cloud to protect him earlier. She had instead been injured by him. Just like Zhuang Shun at this moment. If it wasn't for the sake of seeking victory in the midst of danger, and had instead been fighting steadily and surely, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Zhuang Shun suffered a blow from the extreme Yang seal, his head bleeding as he saw stars. He was also a veteran of hundreds of battles, and he knew that it was more important for him to stabilize his footing at times like this. Otherwise, if Yan Zhaoge had continued his victorious pursuit with the extreme Yang seal, continuing to strike down unceasingly, he might not have been able to retaliate at all, as he would have been casually beaten to death by an immortal bridge martial saint just like that. However, it was impossible for Yan Zhaoge to let him do as he swiftly pursued with the slaying azure dragon. Zhuang Shun could only barely defend against it. The ruthless sword qi kept trying to break through his true essence. The water ripples of the holy virtue broke, and the purple light of fortuitous virtue dimmed. The thick soil of meritorious virtue tried its best to replenish it, but it felt powerless. The white qi of nether virtue began to play its main role, fighting for a chance of survival for Zhuang Shun. After blocking Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, that terrifying extreme Yang seal smashed downwards once more. Zhuang Shun summoned the golden wudong tree, barely managing to resist the extreme Yang seal once more. However, the wudong tree was connected to his heart and blood. Now that he was injured, the golden wudong tree's branches and leaves had withered slightly, and its strength had decreased. As this went on, the momentum of the extreme Yang seal grew increasingly ferocious, suppressing the golden wudong tree as it descended unceasingly, getting closer and closer to Zhuang Shun himself. Lang Qing, Lian Zilan, and Taoist One Heaven frowned when they saw this. Of everyone present, the Western Exalt Lang Qing actually had the ability to help Zhuang Shun, because he was the fastest, while he was unable to do anything to the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia. If he wanted to help Zhuang Shun and the others, Chao Jia, who relied on inaction, could not guarantee that he would be able to intercept him in time every time. During the fight just now, he had helped Lian Zilan several times. While she would often only have the chance to unleash a single move before she would be entangled by Chao Jia once more, these interruptions and disruptions in his attacks were already sufficient for the injured Lian Zilan to stabilize her footing once more. The Western Exalt Lang Qing unleashed his ability to shift space to the maximum, his figure seemingly omnipresent, as he was even more elusive, making it hard to guess where he would appear next. He had taken care of the entire battlefield. Besides the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilan, the eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had also received Lang Qing's help. There was only the southern Exalt Zhuang Shun whom Lang Qing had not been able to take care of. It was not that he did not want to. Instead, Yan Zhaoge possessed an extraordinary cultivation base in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. He was not like Yan Di, who had simply comprehended the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, raising his saber intent and increasing his qi returning speed. Yan Zhaoge's attainments in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture were much deeper than Yan Di's. Just like how neither Chao Jia nor Lu Jinggu would attempt to surround and attack the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilan. As soon as the Yin-Yang finger was executed, unless the opponent was clearly much stronger or was able to break through this supreme martial art, they would not have to fear being surrounded and attacked by their enemies at all. If Lang Qing attacked Yan Zhaoge, it would still be fine if it was a continuous series of attacks. However, if he casually struck out every now and then, Yan Zhaoge would only direct his attacks towards the southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, making things even worse for him. There is still another way to break out of this. Lang Qing's gaze flickered slightly, Meanwhile, the gaze of the southern exalt Zhuangshun, who was being suppressed by Yin Zhaoge, similarly flickered slightly. The extreme yang seal up above finally crushed the golden wudong tree, descending once more. Busy dealing with Yin Zhaoge's attacks, Zhuangshun did not have the strength to resist as he suffered another blow from the extreme yang seal. Beneath this blow, half of Zhuangshun's body was virtually charred black, as he only managed to escape death by relying on the white qi of nether virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge did not continue his killing blow, as he instead executed the Tai fist once more, suppressing Zhuangshun. Now, however, he diverted some of his attention to wield the extreme yang seal, turning to attack the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven. As soon as this was done, everyone was shocked. The spectators were all taken aback, as they did not understand why Yin Zhaoge would give up on the already injured Zhuangshun, instead going to attack Taoist One Heaven. Everyone understood the principle that it was better to break off a single finger than injuring 10 fingers. At the end of the day, that was the southern exalt who was a human exalt. Even if he was injured, his strength was still extraordinary. While the spectators could not understand this, the gazes of the experts currently clashing flickered simultaneously. Good fella, calm enough, the northeastern exalt Lu Zhenggu roared. Leave him for last. Amongst the spectators on Broad Creed Mountain, someone now reacted. Yin Zhaoge. He does not want the southern exalt to undergo nirvanic rebirth. His words hit the nail on the head. Everyone was enlightened. As martial practitioners of Phoenix Wudong Slope underwent nirvanic rebirth, their cultivation bases and strength would be no different from before they had been reborn. It would not be as simple as just preserving their lives. Unless they had been weakened by a force like the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation before undergoing nirvanic rebirth, all their injuries would be healed as they would return to their peak state. If Yin Zhaoge killed Zhuangshun now, the result would be Zhuangshun undergoing nirvanic rebirth, his injuries completely healed as he would be filled with vigor and vigor once more. At that time, having learnt from this experience, Zhuangshun would definitely not take any more risks, as he would advance steadily and steadily. Not just that, because his injuries had healed, the currently weakened golden wudong tree would also be able to regain its peak strength. In that case, it would not be so easy for Yin Zhaoge to replicate his earlier battle results. Now the already injured Zhuangshun was indisputably much weaker than he had been at his peak. Yin Zhaoge could completely split some of his attention to help the others deal with Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven and Lian Zilin, even as he was entangled with him. After the other three had been defeated or retreated, he would then be able to deal with Zhuangshun. Other than when one's lifespan comes to an end, and they enter nirvanic rebirth, the phoenix cannot commit suicide. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Zhuangshun. While cultivating in the phoenix true form scripture and obtaining great power, you are still restricted by it. Zhuangshun gazed coldly at Yin Zhaoge, not uttering a word. The western exalt Lang Qing frowned. Defeating an exalt at the immortal bridge realm is such a glorious feat. This Yin Zhaoge is actually able to forcibly maintain his mental state, remaining calm and not getting careless at all, such that this method of breaking this situation cannot be implemented. No wonder, no wonder. It is no wonder that he was able to walk this far. This is not merely something that can be nurtured with martial talent and supreme martial arts and treasures. Lang Qing sighed inwardly, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. There was virtually no time at all, as he appeared somewhere else at the same time as he vanished. A transparent, formless saber condensed within his hand as he attempted to block the extreme yang seal for Taoist One Heaven. This time, however, the southeastern exalt Chao Jie's sword arrived first despite having been unleashed, blocking Lang Qing's spatial saber with a single sword. Chapter 1032. As Chao Jie blocked Lang Qing with a single sword, Yin Zhaoge's extreme yang seal was unobstructed as it struck towards Taoist One Heaven. Taoist One Heaven was currently in the midst of clashing with the northeastern exalt Lu Zhenggu. Seeing the extreme yang seal strike over now, he could only evade. Lu Zhenggu disdained to join hands with others to besiege him. He turned the spear in his hand around and smashed the end of the spear toward Taoist priest One Heaven, forcing him to retreat. Taoist One Heaven's gaze was deep as he looked at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Zhuang Shun's injuries were not light, as he was suppressed by Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge split off the extreme Yang seal, striking towards his other opponents. The northwestern exalt Lian Zulin was proficient in the Yin Yang heavenly scripture, as she did not fear being ganged up on. The western exalt Lang Qing was proficient in the spatial heavenly scripture, as his figure drifted unpredictably. Therefore the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven met with misfortune. As Lang Qing thought of ways to help Taoist One Heaven deal with this situation, he was also paying attention to Yin Zhaoge himself. He attempted to forcibly send Zhuang Shun, undergoing nirvanic rebirth with his own power, helping Zhuang Shun to extricate himself from Yin Zhaoge's suppression and regain his combat prowess. However, Yin Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Perhaps it should be said that he was specifically waiting for Lang Qing, besieging the enemy and attacking the reinforcements, using Zhuang Shun to lay a trap, luring Lang Qing into the trap, and then thinking of a way to heavily injure him. Very quickly realizing this, Lang Qing sighed inwardly at Yin Zhaoge's craftiness. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shun, who had become bait, would undoubtedly feel even more stifled. On the other side, Lu Jinggu shouted, "Tian Yi, are you going to fight to the death with us as well?" As he shouted, the high-grade sacred artifact in his hand, the purple-gold lightning spear, turned around once more, its tip once more aimed at Taoist One Heaven, piercing through the void. Taoist One Heaven was currently raising his hands to parry the extreme Yang seal. Lu Jinggu's attack was too fast. He didn't have time to dodge, and the spear was already in front of him. "Duo!" Taoist One Heaven shouted in a low voice, and a huge purple orb appeared in midair. Boundless lightning filled the air at this moment. Seeing that purple orb, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. How many fragments has this old bull collected? Looking at this head and the power of lightning within it, I'm afraid that more than half of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor is here. There was a flash of light in the purple pearl. It was as if a god had blinked his eyes. In the blink of an eye, boundless lightning exploded out, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, the radiance of the great golden sun was illuminated into a greenish-purple color. The fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor in Taoist One Heaven's hand erupted with astonishing power. Violent thunderbolts surged into the skies, even shaking off the extreme Yang seal in that instant. The Taoist quickly changed his move and managed to block Lu Jinggu's spear by a hair's breadth. Lang Qing attacked Lu Jinggu, trying to help Taoist One Heaven out of his predicament. However, Chao Jia arrived before Lang Qing, intercepting him again. Lu Jinggu, on the other hand, attacked Taoist One Heaven with each spear strike faster than the last. After Taoist One Heaven's Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted once more, its aura instantly plummeting, its luster also growing dim. The special characteristics of an instant's thunder caused it to require a very long time to recover after an eruption. After all, this was only a fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The dull thunder pearl, which seemed to be covered in dust, returned to Taoist One Heaven's sleeve. Meanwhile, the extreme Yang seal that had been sent flying up above was currently surrounded by a dense layer of purple thunder light. The lightning snakes kept jumping back and forth, but they also kept shattering. The light of thunder vanished as the sunlight grew brighter and brighter. The extreme Yang seal quickly regained its vitality before it struck down towards Taoist One Heaven's head once more. However, right at this moment heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Chao Jia and Lu Jinggu simultaneously frowned. The eyes of Zhuang Shun, Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven, and Lian Zulin lit up. On Broad Creed Mountain, the southeastern sword's mistress and the others had not felt it at first. However, at some point in time, all of them suddenly felt an immense pressure. That pressure almost caused them to be unable to refrain from prostrating on the ground, and they felt that the circulation of true essence in their bodies was not smooth. The world, which had been in chaos because of the battle between supremes, suddenly calmed down at this moment. The light in the sky suddenly dimmed. The extreme Yang seal still resembled an actual sun, But the sun, moon and stars in the sky had lost their radiance. As Yin Zhaoge and the others raised their heads and gazed upwards, they saw that the sky above their heads had shockingly turned into the great earth at this moment. Below them was still the sea, and below the sea was land. However, at this moment the sky had turned into land. As the saying goes, change the heavens and earth, or turn the heavens and earth upside down. At this moment, however, it was as though the heavens no longer existed, only the earth remaining. As Yin Zhaoge and the others hovered in mid-air, whether it was above or below, there was only the great earth, with no sky at all. Everyone seemed to be situated in an underground world, as they were all surrounded by soil. The pressure that they were currently feeling originated precisely from the great earth up above. The thick earth that bore all things pressured down at this moment, causing all existences down below to feel as though they were bearing an infinite weight. The numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain were all shaking slightly, actually vaguely showing signs of sinking, as it was as though they were about to be forcibly pressed down into the sea by the immense pressure. Yin Zhaoge and the others could similarly feel that immense pressure, which caused their movements to turn sluggish and sluggish. In contrast, Zhuang Shun, Lang Qing and the others were not affected in the least. Therefore, in virtually just an instant they launched a counterattack. Yin Zhaoge and the others who had vaguely gained the upper hand, due to having suppressed Zhuang Shun earlier, instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The situation between the two sides was reversed in an instant. The advantage of Lang Qing and the others was rapidly expanding more and more fiercely. Meanwhile, all of this originated from someone who had yet to even truly make a move himself. Heaven Emperor. Raising his head and gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that a tree had suddenly appeared amidst space before him, without any prior warning whatsoever. It was a tree that was rooted in the sky up above. From his perspective, it was an upside-down tree. Its branches and leaves flickered with green light, as they enveloped the great earth above and below. It was as though it had always been there. No one appeared. Still, seeing this great earth that had replaced the sky, seeing this ancient tree, everyone knew what this signified. One of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. Everyone's hearts abruptly sunk. The Heaven Emperor had arrived, but the Brocade Emperor had yet to appear. With the Brocade Emperor not present, who could stand against the Heaven Emperor? The Heaven Emperor did not even need to make a move. Just by simply standing there, his aura and pressure were already enough to reverse the situation of the battle, changing the direction of victory and defeat. More importantly, an emperor of an immortal clan as an opponent brought despair to the human realm. Leakless true immortals. What was leakless? None of the arts of the human realm could harm them. This was not a saying that had only existed after the great calamity. Instead, it was the common understanding of all experts in the heavens above and beneath the earth that had existed since ancient times. Besides the immortal exterminating formation that represented the end of everything, immortal experts could only be dealt with by immortal techniques. Speaking of immortal techniques, everyone's gazes now converged on Yin Zhaoge. It was rumored that he had obtained the legacy of the dim radiant emperor. Was that legacy actually an immortal artifact that had already been successfully forged? Chapter 1033. If the dim radiant emperor's relic was an immortal artifact that had already been successfully forged and Yin Zhaoge was able to wield that immortal artifact, while the chances were still slim, there might still be a chance. At the very least, he was no longer in complete despair. But in fact, most people were still not optimistic. After experiencing the initial excitement, when the news first came out, people gradually calmed down after so many years. The information which had originated from the Radiant Light sect, at the very beginning was likely inaccurate. Perhaps Yin Zhaoge had indeed obtained a relic of the dim Radiant Emperor, but it might not be an immortal artifact. At the very least, the possibility of it being a real immortal artifact that had been completely refined was not high. On one hand, it was because the dim Radiant Emperor himself had never forged an immortal artifact when he was alive. On one hand, it was also because Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had never seen a single trace of that immortal artifact despite having traversed the world for so many years. If one were to say that while Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners were powerful in the past, their cultivation bases had still been low. At this point in the battle today, if Yin Zhaoge truly possessed an immortal artifact and wielded it, he would have already ended the battle before the Heaven Emperor even had to descend. Thinking of this, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain all sunk as they vaguely felt despair. Having become the focus of everyone's attention, Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. He released his suppression of the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, raising his hand upwards. The myriad dragon palace appeared, its great doors opening as numerous dark streams of qi emerged from within. In the boundless void of the great hall, a huge black iron wheel quietly rotated. As the black iron wheel flew out of the myriad dragon palace, it immediately became the focus of everyone's gazes. The dim radiant wheel, this supreme treasure of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, had finally reappeared in the world beyond worlds. As the dim radiant wheel slowly rose into the air, the world before them, which had already been dark and gloomy, due to the earth having replaced the sky, became completely pitch black, its radiance extinguished. But in that boundless primordial darkness, a speck of light suddenly lit up, bright and pure. The dim radiant wheel currently existed between light and darkness. The slowly spinning black iron wheel seemed to have been split into two by an invisible line. Half of it shone with resplendent light, glistening and dazzling, while the other half blended into the darkness and was hard to see. However, when everyone focused their gazes, the entire dim radiant wheel seemed to be covered in a layer of dim radiance. It was neither bright nor dazzling, as it was all hazy. There was a clear distinction between light and darkness. Everything was blurry and hazy. Two seemingly contradictory scenes were simultaneously manifested on the dim radiant wheel, causing one to be unable to help but suspect if one of them was an illusion. But at this moment, they were perfectly united and coexisting, revealing the profound principles and concepts. At this moment, 9 of the 12 holes on the black iron wheel flickered with an indescribable radiance. The rotating dim radiant wheel suddenly halted before radiance shot out from one of its holes, landing on Broad Creed Mountain down below. The opposing force prevented Broad Creed Mountain from sinking into the sea. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge struck downwards with a cyclic heavenly seal. Under the combined effects of the two forces, with the momentum of uprooting mountains, the numerous mountains of Broad Creed Mountain no longer descended, instead slowly rising upwards. Gazing at the dim radiant wheel, countless people murmured to themselves, "That is the treasure left behind by the dim radiant emperor." Even as their minds shook, looking at how only 9 of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel were glowing, many people sighed inwardly. At the end of the day, it has yet to be truly forged. Immortal weapons, as the name suggested, were weapons forged by experts who had pushed open the immortal gate. If the dim radiant emperor had yet to completely forge it, Yin Zhaoge of the martial saint realm would naturally be unable to use it successfully. Still, the difference between immortals and mortals was a heavenly chasm that was hard to surmount. If it was not an immortal artifact, how could it resist an emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality many years ago? Dim radiant 12 arts, second art, reflection. A voice resounded amidst space, clear and pleasant to the ear as it resembled the striking of a bell and the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It has been many years since I have seen such orthodox dim radiant 12 arts. The massive tree that towered to the heavens above vanished as a Taoist appeared in midair. He wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe, a golden crown on his head, and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade with 3 long strands of beard. While he was not as handsome as the brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, he was still ethereal and otherworldly. This was none other than one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. While this was his first time seeing him in person, Yin Zhaoge had already long since memorized the image of this world beyond worlds bigwig expert. Everyone else recognized this true immortal as well. As the Heaven Emperor truly appeared, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire area instead strangely vanished. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge, Chao Jie and the others in midair, or those on Broad Creed Mountain down below, their bodies all relaxed. Still, they all felt even more nervous. Seeing the Heaven Emperor's true appearance, Lang Qing, Zhuang Shun, Daoist One Heaven and Lian Zilin all ceased their attacks. They simultaneously bowed towards the Heaven Emperor. "Your Majesty, Heaven Emperor." The Heaven Emperor nodded. "This humble Taoist has been itching for a moment. Everyone please let this humble Taoist pass." Lang Qing said, "Of course." Zhuang Shun sat in the meditative position amidst space, quietly regulating his breathing as he treated the injuries that Yin Zhaoge and the extreme Yang Seal had inflicted on him. Still, his gaze was still fixated on Yin Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Amidst his hatred, there was also some complex emotions within his gaze. While the dim radiant wheel was indeed not a true immortal artifact, its might was still shocking. Yin Zhaoge's own strength was far from comparable to that of ordinary immortal bridge martial saints. With the extreme Yang Seal and the dim radiant wheel in his possession as well, however unwilling Zhuang Shun was, he had to admit that he probably would not be able to exact vengeance on his own. More importantly, with the potential and strength that Yin Zhaoge had displayed, it would be increasingly impossible for Zhuang Shun to personally exact vengeance in the future. It was just that since the dim radiant wheel had yet to become an immortal artifact, the outcome of today's battle could not possibly be changed. It is destined that the Brocade Emperor will not be able to arrive in time. Zhuang Shun looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge and the others. The Heaven Emperor strode through space, arriving neither hurriedly nor slowly before Yin Zhaoge and the others. The southeastern exalt Chao Jie faced him indifferently as he stood where he was. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu calmly bowed towards the Heaven Emperor. "This old man, Lu Jinggu, greets the Heaven Emperor." "You are polite, fellow Taoist Lu." The Heaven Emperor nodded slightly before saying, "Fellow Taoist, you can leave now or watch from the sidelines." This humble Taoist does not mind either. Lu Jinggu's expression did not change as he said, "This Lu's assistance this time will not change, because of who the opponent is. I only ask my conscience, not the outcome. I have overestimated my own abilities, and have made a fool of myself, Heaven Emperor." "It is fine," the Heaven Emperor shook his head. "Since that is so, I will speak with fellow Taoist Lu again later." With that he raised a hand, the wide sleeve of his Taoist robe unfurling. Space circulated as the universe shifted. Lu Jinggu suddenly shrunk, as he was directly kept within the sleeve of the Heaven Emperor. A human exalt had soundlessly vanished without a trace, as though he had never come to Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. Chapter 1034. The Heaven Primordial Emperor's expression was indifferent, his left hand behind his back, as he flicked his right sleeve. The lofty northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was instantly kept within his Heaven-Earth within sleeve. A supremacy was instantly suppressed. The Heaven Emperor's movements seemed natural and casual, without the slightest trace of the mundane world. Even the commoners of the secular world, who did not possess any cultivation, were able to clearly see his movements. However, no one was able to react in time. The seemingly contradictory feelings interweaved into a profound concept. A feeling of helplessness and despair arose within the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain. What was the difference between immortals and mortals? This was the power of a true immortal emperor. There was a saying that when a true immortal descended to the mortal world, he would stand firmly in an invincible position, but he might not necessarily be invincible in the world. Actually, this was for the sake of being cautious, because in this world, there were indeed peerless geniuses like Long Xueji and Chen Qianhua, who could contend against true immortal emperors as exalts. It was even to the extent that with Yin Zhaoge and Yendi's performance today, many people acknowledged that they would also be such powerful existences in the future. However, such people were, after all, rare exceptions. Excluding such special cases, the real general situation was that the difference between immortals and mortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. An immortal descending into the mortal world was invincible. Not invincible in a one-on-one fight, but invincible everywhere. Numbers were meaningless. A true immortal could crush the combined might of so many human immortals. After keeping the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu away, The Heaven Emperor's right sleeve did not cease in the slightest as it swept through the air. The brilliant sun was instantly extinguished, and the world seemed to have turned from day to night in an instant. The extreme Yang seal in midair no longer radiated radiance, as it was directly sent flying by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. He flicked his sleeve once more, stirring the dim radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel instantly flew out as well, the radiance within its 9 slots dimming. Seeing this scene, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain all sunk to the very bottom. The Heaven Emperor was neither fast nor slow as he looked at Chao Jie along the way. The next time Kunlun Mountain sets up the 10 Directions Rui Formation will be about 100 years later. In these past few years, our Taoism's vitality has gradually recovered, and there have been many outstanding youths appearing. It's gradually about time for our Taoism to blossom and bear fruit. Heaven Emperor said calmly. My disciple Qing Shizi was also one of them. It's a pity that he's gone. Apart from Qing Shizi, there are also 3 others who may all become exalts in recent years. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be very difficult for the position of the 10 exalts to be left vacant in the past to repeat itself. As the Heaven Emperor spoke, he slowly raised his hand, extending a finger to point at Chao Jie. At the very least, there won't be any major problems with only you missing. Now Yin Zhaoge emerged from the crowd, walking forward to meet the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Primordial Emperor's tone was indifferent. Whoever I kill first makes no difference to this humble Taoist. Still, Chao Jie, are you going to hide behind a junior? That's not like you. The southeastern exalt Chao Jie did not speak, as he just looked at Yin Zhaoge. When the Heaven Emperor had first appeared earlier, Yin Zhaoge had sent a sound transmission to him and Lu Jinggu. I have a method that has a 50% chance of success, but it can only be used when the Heaven Emperor attacks me. The 2 of you should not clash head-on against the Heaven Emperor. While Chao Jie did not know what Yin Zhaoge was planning, he could only trust him now. Although Lu Jinggu was suppressed, his life was not in danger. Seeing that Chao Jie did not reply, the Heaven Emperor did not mind as his gaze shifted to Yin Zhaoge before him. This is where our sect is located. The southeastern exalt has graced us with his presence, and is a guest. This Yin is untalented, but as the host, there is no reason for me to let a guest stand at the forefront to block a calamity for our sect. Yin Zhaoge was currently facing the Heaven Emperor. The Taoist before him appeared calm and composed, appearing rather ordinary as he emanated no pressure at all. Still, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel that his soul seemed to be shaking slightly. He inhaled deeply, simultaneously striking out with his hands as the extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant will both flew back into his hands. The extreme Yang scripture and the dim radiant 12 arts circulated together, nourishing the treasures in his hands. The extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant will shook slightly, gradually regaining their luster as they regained their vitality. Still facing an emperor, they still lost their momentum. Watching this scene from the side, the Western exalt Lang Qing slowly shook his head. After the great calamity, our Taoism declined. Now that we have finally regained some of our vitality, we are now in the midst of flourishing. This might be the best era for geniuses with potential. Under normal circumstances, for an outstanding youth like you, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and their majesties would more or less take care of you for the future of Taoism, even assisting you in your growth. Even if you are a little arrogant or commit some mistakes, their majesties would still tolerate it. Lang Qing's gaze fell on the dim radiant wheel, his emotions rather complex. A pity that you have obtained Yin Tianxia's legacy. Fortune and misfortune come together. You think that obtaining the embryonic immortal artifact is a fortuitous encounter, gaining a massive advantage. Yet, you do not know that you have lost even more as a result. It would be fine if their majesties did not personally deal with you. Still, you have offended the Heaven Emperor. No one can save you, and no one will come to save you. He glanced at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yendi's head. I do not find it strange that the Brocade Emperor is willing to help Chao Jie. Still, I have always been unable to understand why he is willing to help you. Only today do I know that it is actually for the Tai Fist. A pity that he was unable to make it here in time. The Heaven Emperor's expression was mild as he did not speak harshly, as he just looked quietly at Yin Zhaoge. As he sized up the young man, he took in the entirety of this young man, who had first foiled his plans, and then killed his disciple. What an outstanding young man! The Heaven Emperor said harmoniously, his extended finger no longer pointing at Chao Jie, but at Yin Zhaoge as it continued forward. Yin Zhaoge instantly felt as though a great mountain was weighing down on him. His entire person from fleshly body to soul, inside out, seemingly about to be crushed into smithereens. That heaviness seemed insufficient, even to be described as bearing the weight of an entire world on his back. Beneath such a feeling, let alone resisting it, even evading it would be hard for him to do so. There was virtually no part of his entire body that he could move at all. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, an ineffable glow flickering within them. Now, however, the Heaven Emperor knit his brows slightly, his finger halting slightly in midair. Everyone present was taken aback, feeling puzzled and unable to comprehend this. Still, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Chao Jie and Lang Qing all changed slightly as well. They could vaguely feel that a massive change had occurred in the circulation of the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth. The source of this change did not lie in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. Instead, it originated from further west. The Royal Reed Sea was located by the western border of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Further west was the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Circumference Mountain. There, the spiritual qi of water suddenly skyrocketed, instantly erupting as it was virtually comparable to the Royal Reed Sea, which was filled with water everywhere. That is the Dynasty River. Zhuangshun, who was seated in the meditative position within space, abruptly stood up. The severed Dynasty River has been restored. Yin Zhaoge was taken aback by this sudden turn of events as well. The Dynasty River had been restored at Circumference Mountain, as it would not have had any effect on the situation in the Royal Reed Sea at all. With the Heaven Emperor having descended, and the Brocade Emperor yet to arrive, it would be impossible for Yin Zhaoge and the others to retreat to Circumference Mountain now. Still, why had the Dynasty River been restored? What did this imply? Chapter 1035. While everyone else could sense the changes in the spiritual qi veins of the Royal Reed Sea, they were unable to sense what was happening so far away at Circumference Mountain. It was just that everyone could sense that the atmosphere on the battlefield had begun to change. While the Heaven Emperor was rather surprised, he actually did not care much about the recovery of the Dynasty River. What truly caused him to frown was something else. He gazed at his finger that was pointing towards Yin Zhaoge. That finger was shockingly enveloped by a layer of frost at this moment. Yin Zhaoge, Chao Jie, Zhuangshun, and the others quickly noticed this as well. Zhuangshun, Lang Qing, and the others who had previously felt that victory was within their grasp instantly no longer felt so good. Such a cultivation base, such strength, such characteristics caused the exalts to immediately think of a single person. Still, why had that person appeared here? And why had he stopped the Heaven Emperor? A stunned look appeared in the gaze of the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, as he suddenly turned to look at Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were rather bewildered and doubtful, as they cautiously observed this sudden change. The Heaven Emperor turned to look in another direction amidst space. There a massive shadow slowly surfaced. Following his gaze, everyone saw that amidst midair, a massive black snake had broken through the great earth up above, appearing before them. That black snake was shrouded in water qi, resembling a long black river, as its aura was even stronger than that of a true dragon. As the black snake hissed, it was not the stench of blood that emanated from it. Instead, it was an icy cold qi that pierced the bone. On its head was a jade carriage. Around the jade carriage stood young boys and girls, either holding a scepter or touching a precious pearl, while golden curtains hung from the jade carriage, preventing those within from seeing their appearances clearly. However, seeing this black serpent carrying the jade carriage as it soared through the air, even the others of Broad Creed Mountain knew who it was. The only female amongst the world beyond world's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. She could also be said to be the current #1 female expert of the world beyond worlds. The profound majestic emperor, also known as the cold emperor's Jiemingkong. In the world beyond worlds, people were more accustomed to calling her the female emperor. She was one of the current 5 emperors alongside the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor. Of the 5 emperors, the female emperor was the most independent. As long as it did not concern her, she would never participate in the affairs of others. The great battle between the Brocade Emperor and the immortal artifact Mars Halberd that year had been one of the rare battles between emperors in recent years. Yet, the female emperor, who was at Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, remained completely indifferent. Not only had she not shown herself, she had also not spread any word about it. Currently, while the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had returned to the world beyond worlds, the other experts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were actually still mostly in extra-dimensional space. The female emperor had been in the world beyond worlds all these years. Still, whether it was the Heaven Emperor, Zhuang Shun and the others, or Yin Zhaoge and Chao Jie, they had even considered the possibility of the temperamental upper exalt appearing in their plans. The only thing they had not taken into account was this emperor. Yet, she who rarely left Kunlun Mountain had come to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea today, to Broad Creed Mountain. And as soon as he arrived, he actually stopped the Heaven Emperor from making a move. Lang Qing, Zhuang Shun, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Even the southeastern exalt Chao Jie was greatly puzzled. He immediately swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, yet heard Yin Zhaoge asking via sound transmission now, "Is this the helper you invited, Your Majesty?" Chao Jie glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge, seeing that his solemn expression was not fake at all. He slowly shook his head. "It is not me." Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated as he gazed once more at the Heaven Emperor in midair, and the jade chariot atop the head of that massive black snake, falling into deep thought. The Heaven Emperor similarly gazed at that jade chariot, asking, "Why is fellow Taoist Jie stopping this humble Taoist?" As he spoke, numerous ripples seemed to arise between the heavens and the earth. The massive black snake coiled its body, the scales of its entire body pulsing unceasingly. The golden curtains hanging from the jade chariot above its head moved despite the absence of any wind, drifting to the sides. Gazing over, everyone saw that it was clearly an ice sculpture seated within the jade chariot. It was just that there was a figure within the ice sculpture. It was a beautiful woman in white clothes, who wore a black jade thumb ring on her right index finger. The woman was completely sealed within the ice, her eyes closed as she seemed to be in a deep slumber. Chao Jie, Zhuang Shun, and the others did not find this strange. The female emperor cultivates in a profound art, sealing herself in ice all year round. Her eyes especially are rumored to have not been opened for over 100 years already, Chao Jie explained to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Looking at that ice sculpture, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. Atop the head of the black snake, the young boys and girls standing by the side of the jade chariot now simultaneously bowed towards the Heaven Emperor, Chao Jie, Zhuang Shun and the others. After that, the leading boy said, "Heaven Emperor, apart from her own wishes, our palace lord has come here on behalf of someone else. There is no need to continue speaking." The Heaven Emperor suddenly spoke, cutting off the other party's words. "This humble Taoist can understand that fellow Taoist Jie cherishes talent. Even this humble Taoist rather admires this young man Yin Zhaoge. Usually turning hostility into friendship would also be a wonderful thing." The Heaven Emperor shook his finger, shattering the ice on it. Still, this Yin Zhaoge first opposed this humble Taoist, and killed this humble Taoist's disciple Qing Shizi. If this can be easily let go, this humble Taoist will not be able to establish himself in the world beyond worlds in the future. He was not as casual as he had been when dealing with Chao Jie, Lu Jinggu and the others now. He extended his hands forward, one up and one down, bringing them together towards the center. The great earth above instantly descended. The royal reed sea was sandwiched between them, wanting to crush everything into smithereens. Within the jade chariot atop the head of the black snake, the surface of the ice sculpture flickered with a jade-like luster. Ice suddenly surfaced on the surface of the great earth of the dark, sealed world up above. Boundless glaciers rapidly expanded, encompassing the entire area. Instantly, the sky above Yanjiaoga and the others was frozen over by glaciers once more after the great earth had replaced the sky. There was transparent ice everywhere, flickering vaguely amidst the darkness. The sound of cracking resounded from time to time, as cracks appeared on the surface of the glaciers. Still, they were quickly frozen over by even thicker ice. The Heaven Emperor's figure flickered as he instantly vanished from the spot. Then, virtually at the same time, he appeared atop the head of the black snake, right before the jade chariot. Then, he waved his left sleeve, his sleeve unfurling towards that ice sculpture within the jade chariot. In order to prevent any further accidents from occurring, the Heaven Emperor had used a supreme technique right from the start. After his first spear strike, he had instantly arrived before the jade chariot atop the head of the black snake. Then, with a wave of his left sleeve, he had executed the heaven earth within sleeve. This was a powerful technique that would still give him a chance of securing victory, even against bigwigs of the same cultivation level. As his sleeve unfurled, heaven and earth shifted as space and time turned illusory. That black snake that seemed even more massive than a chain of mountains instantly shrunk, resembling an earthworm, as it was about to be sucked into the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. The jade chariot atop the head of the black snake was as small as a speck of dust, as ordinary people would not be able to see it clearly at all. Still, just as the black snake was about to be sucked into the Heaven Emperor's sleeve, a powerful light suddenly erupted from the top of the black snake's head. The ice sculpture within the jade chariot emitted a crisp sound before breaking apart, revealing the white-clothed woman within. Chapter 1036. The ice shattered, and the real body of Empress Jie Mingkong finally appeared in front of everyone. Her eyes were still closed. She simply stretched out her palm and held it like a blade. Then she chopped down in the air. With this slash, the cold chi converged and the void was no longer cold. But the boundless sharpness, with the power to split the heavens and split the earth, broke the world in front of him. Resplendent radiance surged forth, slashing apart the dark and gloomy space. A new world was about to be opened. The white-clothed woman's palm was as white as jade a moment ago, but now it was hazy and gloomy. From the acupoints on her palm, streams of graceful chi rushed out. As they intertwined, they faintly condensed into a shadow. Under the cover of the shadow, the slender palm seemed to have turned into an object that looked like a banner, but not a banner, and an axe, but not an axe. The female emperor's attack shockingly revealed the concept of the heaven-opening scripture of the jade clear lineages, primordial heavenly scripture. She used her palm as a blade, and with a single blade strike, she simply intended to split apart the chaos, separate the primordial world, re-establish the earth, water, fire, and wind, and split open the heavens and the earth. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had once witnessed Mars Halberd's attack. After the blurry darkness had been completely split apart by the bright light, boundless flames had been revealed. They were between earlier and later heaven, possessing infinite vitality and boundless might. At this moment, the Empress's saber split the darkness apart, revealing an endless stream of water. This water also existed between the innate and the acquired. It seemed to contain endless warmth of vitality, but also endless coldness of killing intent. Where the flowing water passed, the inverted universe within the Heaven Emperor's sleeves, the distorted space-time, was bathed in the light of water. The black snake immediately grew large once more, lifting up the jade carriage as it flew out of the area enveloped by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. When the Heaven Emperor saw this, he didn't go too far, and his figure swiftly teleported through space. He had obtained the 10,000 Longevity Mountain's fifth manor locale's great immortal suppressing Yuan's direct lineage, and cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineages, primordial heavenly scripture. His comprehension towards the principles of space and time was extremely profound. With just a thought, he passed through the female emperor's obstruction and arrived before Yin Zhaoge. The female emperor's eyes were still closed as she exited the jade carriage and chased after the Heaven Emperor. While she did not cultivate in the spatial heavenly scripture, like the Western exalt Lang Qing, having already pushed open the door to immortality, the female emperor's speed would only be faster than Lang Qing's. Her jade-white hand clenched into a fist, flickering with an icy blue radiance as it struck towards the Heaven Emperor's back. The Heaven Emperor did not stop, did not turn around, did not dodge, did not block. Using his back as a shield, he took the blow from the Empress. In the instant that they came into contact, ripples like a river of time appeared within the Heaven Emperor's eyes. He was enveloped by the river of time, and the time in the void around him flowed backward. Time flowed backwards, forcefully rewriting the fact that the Heavenly Emperor had been struck by the female Empress's fist, causing the scene before everyone's eyes to revert to when the fist was still a distance away. Other than the female Emperor, who was also a true immortal, only Yin Zhaoge, who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, and Yin Di, who was protected by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, could sense something amiss. In the eyes of others, including Chao Jie and the other sovereign experts, they were only slightly dazed, not feeling that they had seen the female empress strike the Qian emperor with a single punch. Empress Jie Mingkong snorted lightly and suddenly opened her clenched fist. Changing her fist into a claw, the great empress turned the formless river of time into a tangible one. She grabbed the river of time, as if she was grabbing a piece of cloth. Coldness wreaked havoc, surging cold energy eroding the mysteries of the river of time, as if it had turned into ordinary flowing water. Then the water turned into ice. The river of time, formed of the Heaven Emperor's immortal qi, was instantly frozen into a glacier. Meanwhile, the female empress's second punch descended once more. The Heaven Emperor exhaled slowly, still not halting or turning, as he forcibly received the female empress's punch with his body once more. He was unable to dispel this punch. Green qi flickered on his fair face. With a flick of his right sleeve, a stream of air swirled around him, and a figure flew out from within. It was shockingly the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who had been suppressed by the Heaven Emperor's Heaven Earth within sleeve earlier. Because the Heaven Emperor had been injured by the female empress now, he had been forced to be released. However, the Heaven Emperor made use of this chance. Not only did he not halt, he instead sped towards Yin Zhaoge. The Heaven Emperor was shockingly trying to kill Yin Zhaoge, even at the cost of being injured himself. Streams of green light surged from where the female empress had struck on his back. It was as if a tree had sprouted, a sapling breaking through the soil before instantly growing into a massive tree that towered into the heavens. The green light intermingled, resembling the entanglement of tree branches as it entangled the female empress's arm, preventing her from advancing any further. The female empress knit her brows slightly as she saw the massive green tree before her instantly multiply, directly transforming into an entire forest that surrounded her. Numerous massive trees that towered into the heavens were connected, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. Spiritual qi circulated as a sealed world was formed. Just destroying these massive trees alone would not be sufficient for the female empress to quickly escape. The forest before her was a massive formation. The Heaven Emperor had casually established a formation that was even more powerful than the incomplete Nine Bends Yellow River formation that Yin Zhaoge had previously set up at Circumference Mountain with the help of the Dynasty River. Having temporarily stalled the female empress, the Heaven Emperor continued traversing space, instantly arriving before Yin Zhaoge. While the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had just broken free, he was still rather dizzy, as he was unable to understand the situation. Still, as he saw this, even though he knew that he was not the Heaven Emperor's match, he still strode over to assist Yin Zhaoge. Just nice for people. The Heaven Emperor's gaze swept calmly across Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu. Tai Imperial Breaking Formation? It has no use at all. Let alone the Immortal Exterminating Formation. There were no other formations that could allow martial saints to slay immortals. Even if there were, the Heaven Emperor would not care about it. In the current world beyond worlds, he, the Heaven Emperor, was number one amongst the 5 emperors in terms of formations. Qing Shizi and Taoist Leading Mist, who had perished in the Nine Bends Yellow River formation, had not been able to inherit his attainments and formations. Still, Taoist Shi, who had only listened to his teachings back then, was extremely outstanding amongst the immortal bridge martial saints of the entire world beyond worlds in terms of formations. Besides Taoist Shi's exceptional talent in formations, this was inextricably linked to the teachings of the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor had possessed a fragmented diagram of the Tai Imperial breaking formation in the first place. If Yin Zhaoge and the other three had set up this formation before him, he would be able to break it with a flick of a finger. Whether or not the Tai Imperial breaking formation was present made no difference to the Heaven Emperor. It was the same for other formations as well. With the Nine Bends Yellow River formation before him, if it was not controlled by an expert who had pushed open the door to immortality, the Heaven Emperor would regard it as nothing, as he would directly trample over it. He was only concerned about the female emperor behind him now, who might be able to rush out of the formation that he had set up at the last moment at any moment. Therefore, the Heaven Emperor did not waste time on words, as he directly tapped towards Yin Zhaoge's forehead once more. Within the forest, the female emperor's face was cold as frost as she felt the changes outside the formation. Heaven Emperor, don't play these petty tricks. Her closed eyelids suddenly trembled slightly as she was about to open them. Still, she quickly exclaimed softly as she sensed that something was wrong. The Heaven Emperor, who had staked everything on this one gamble, discovered this abnormality as well. It was as though he was already unrelated to the battlefield before him, as he stood there quietly, only able to wait for the results of the battle between the two emperors. Light flickered on Yin Zhaoge's body at this moment, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1037. With the arrival of two great emperors, the final outcome of this battle seemed to be determined by the outcome of their battle. When the Qian Emperor had risked his injuries to temporarily break away from the female empress, the others couldn't help but feel despair. As the Heaven Emperor pointed towards Yin Zhaoge, incomparable pressure appeared once more, virtually suffocating Yin Zhaoge. He could even hear the blood in his body exploding and the sound of his bones creaking. His body felt like it was about to be crushed into a pile of mud in an instant. Beneath the extreme pain, Yin Zhaoge's expression was solemn, but his gaze remained calm and clear, not panicking in the slightest. The extreme yang seal in his hand roiled with blazing sunlight, which seemed infinite and boundless, as it unceasingly poured into the dim radiant wheel. Of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel, 11 were dim and devoid of light at this moment, with only one surging with dazzling light. The radiance seemed to be eternal, illuminating the heavens. Bolstered by the power of the extreme yang seal, the 8th art of the dim radiant 12 arts, the art of eternal brightness, displayed shocking power. Even if the dim radiant sect had reappeared, other than the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, when he had been a human exalt that year, no other martial saint expert would be able to execute such a powerful technique. As Yin Zhaoge wielded the dim radiant wheel and executed the art of Everbright, he had already reached the peak of the martial saint realm. The boundless radiance was constant and unchanging, without the slightest fluctuation, illuminating the entire world. Such a stable radiance seemed to have condensed into a solid form, sealing off the entire world. It was truly a sight to behold. However, such power, the pinnacle of the human world, still stopped in the end. The Heaven Emperor's finger was still unceasingly advancing. The pressure on Yin Zhaoge's body continued to rise unceasingly. Now, however, a change suddenly occurred in the royal reed sea down below, which had originally only been used as a battlefield, having been utterly destroyed. Streams of light suddenly surged from the depths of the sea, congregating in the spirit inheritance region of the Western Sea, before finally landing on Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, those streams of light transformed into a profound and complicated sigil. The sigil was incomparably massive as it enveloped the entire Royal Reed Sea, even expanding towards the surrounding territories. The color of the flowing light was gold and black, holy and heavy, lofty and vigorous. In the instant that this sigil appeared, the people of the Royal Reed Sea could only feel as though the heavens and the earth had separated before their eyes once more. The land formed by the heaven primordial great emperor's immortal chi was still there. But now it gave people the feeling that it was the vault of heaven. Heaven and earth became distinct once again. It was no longer just two lands, one above and the other below. This was because the true earth below had become incomparably thick and solid at this moment, far surpassing the earth above. When the two were compared, it naturally gave rise to the feeling of heaven above and earth below. When the heaven primordial great emperor saw that seal, his eyes immediately erupted with a shocking light. The power and concept contained within the curse mark was exactly what he was looking for. It originated from one of the four imperials of Taoism, the concept of power of the Earth Empress, earthly Tao orthodoxy. He had schemed for many years, ordering King Xianwen, Taoist Shi, Shun Lingzi and the others to come to the royal Reed Sea, to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation, hoping that they would be able to find all of this without alerting anyone else. There was a letter from the Lady of Earth here. The calligraphy had already completely merged with the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. Here in the royal Reed Sea, it was hidden formlessly as it was hard to uncover. Even if the Heaven Emperor wanted to find it, he would need a very long time as well. Therefore he left the matter to Shin Lingzi and the others, who knew that it would ultimately be all for nothing, because of Yin Zhaoge and the southeastern exalt Chao Jia. He had made up his mind this time that after taking care of Yin Zhaoge and the others, he had not hesitated to remain here, patiently searching for it. Yet, never would the Heaven Emperor have thought that it would actually be snatched up by Yin Zhaoge first. The problem was that even he, an emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality, had been unable to do so. How could Yin Zhaoge, an immortal bridge martial saint, have caused the Lady of Earth's calligraphy to appear in this world within a few short years? At this moment, the Heaven Emperor was both shocked and enraged as his expression finally changed greatly. Gazing over, he saw Yin Zhaoge bathed in radiance. Numerous runes of radiance formed numerous ribbons of light, which coiled around Yin Zhaoge's body. The power of the extreme yang seal and the dim radiant wheel descended, jointly forming a strange mechanism under Yin Zhaoge's control, as such changes occurred in the royal Reed Sea down below. More importantly, the power of the Heaven Emperor's attacks directed at Yin Zhaoge was actually directed unceasingly into the great earth down below through this mechanism. A wound appeared on the surface of the Heaven Emperor's body. No blood flowed from the wound as it instead flickered with radiance. This had not been caused by the female emperor earlier, nor was it an actual wound. Instead, it was a wound of principle, signifying that the concept that the Heaven Emperor cultivated in was flawed. Yin Zhaoge raised his head, calmly looking at that flickering wound on the Heaven Emperor's body, as he recited scriptures. 9 Magnificence Jade Imperial Palace 7 Treasures Royal Room. Bearing the heaven's mandate, dominates Yin and wields Yang. The Tao is exalted and contains great light, virtue stored in gentleness and purity, emulating the vast heavens, fundamentally nurturing the beauty of the earth essence, forming the benevolence of the Mother Tao. Great sorrow and great desire, the benevolence of the great sage, bearing the imitations of the heavens, the Earth Queen's earth essence. The contents of the scripture that Yin Zhaoge was reciting were precisely the treasure warning scriptures of the Earth Queen's earth essence, which were known to all of Taoism. But at this moment, coupled with the ritual he was activating, the Heaven Emperor was taken aback. Earth Mother Tao ritual. As soon as these words left his mouth, even the female emperor was taken aback. Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, Zhuangshun and Lang Qing were even more stunned. Unlike the heaven-bearing effecate formation which is still passed down, this ritual was completely lost following the great calamity. Even the earthly sovereign doesn't have it. The Heaven Emperor's gaze was blank. If he was proficient in this Earth Mother Tao ritual, coupled with the heaven-bearing effecate formation, he would have long since been able to find the book hidden here. Looking back on many problems, I might be able to find a way to resolve them. With the ritual having succeeded, Yin Zhaoge looked at the Heaven Emperor smiling. Why are you so fixated on this place? I believe that it is not without reason. Heaven Emperor, your foundation is the Tao tradition of the legendary 5-manner locale left behind by the primordial suppressing immortal. Sadly, it is incomplete and flawed. In order to make up for this flaw, besides continuing to search for the Tao tradition of the five manner locale, you also targeted the Tao tradition of the Earth Queen, learning that her book is here. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. This untalented Yin inadvertently obtained the Earth Mother Tao's sacrificial ritual technique. Along with the heaven-bearing effecate formation, I have long since made preparations. It is just that if I want to truly bring out the Earth Mother Earth's calligraphy, I will still require your power. Only then will I be able to do so. The Heaven Emperor calmed now as he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. So what? The Earth Queen's book is useless in your hands. Retrieving it is helping this humble Taoist. Give it to this humble Taoist. With that, he ignored Yin Zhaoge as he abruptly opened his palm, becoming incomparably massive as it seemed to envelop the entire royal reed sea, grabbing that sigil. Chapter 1038. The Heaven Emperor grabbed towards the sigil that enveloped the royal reed sea. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "It is indeed of limited use to me. I cannot bring it out of the royal reed sea. It is not of much help to my cultivation. I cannot wield it to deal with other enemies either. Still," Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the Heaven Emperor, "it should still be sufficient to entertain you here in the royal reed sea." Amidst his words, streams of light converged beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet, black and gold intermingling before rising upwards. With the sigil formed of the Earth Queen's handwriting as its foundation, a silhouette gradually condensed in the air above the royal reed sea. It resembled a blurry figure. As the Heaven Emperor's palm landed on that silhouette, his power was instantly obstructed. His gaze turned solemn as he discovered that his power was being forcibly directed towards the great earth down below. Returning to the earth, the Heaven Emperor pondered momentarily before abruptly changing his stance. His gaze seemed to transform into an eternal river of time at this moment. While he had the Tao tradition of 10,000 longevity mountains 5 manner locale as his foundation, comprehending the profundities of life in thick earth, and the Tao of the variations of space, apart from that, the Heaven Emperor was also highly proficient in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Yet, just as he was about to reverse time, that Tao wound that flickered with radiance on his body flickered intensely as well. At the same time, the sigil down below that enveloped the royal reed sea suddenly dimmed somewhat. Yet, that silhouette that was birthed from the sigil became unprecedentedly bright. A majestic, heavy force was born from within, infusing into the Heaven Emperor's open palm. The Heaven Emperor's body shook abruptly as he retracted his palm, focusing on Yin Zhaoge and the sigil down below. The descent of an immortal is virtually invincible. True immortals of Taoism are truly powerful. Yin Zhaoge formed seals with his hands, bringing them together before his chest. With my current cultivation base, even if the dim radiant wheel is a true immortal artifact that has already been completely refined, it would probably still be unable to stand against you. Still, I only obtained the dim radiant wheel and the extreme yang seal to provide sufficient spiritual qi to sustain the Earth Mother Tao ritual. The Earth Queen's handwriting that you have always been searching for, Heaven Emperor, is what I have prepared for today. Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Only you can activate this formation, and it can only be used on you. It cannot be used to summon others. Still, there is no need to use it either. Zhuangshen's face was sunken and cold as he gazed at Yin Zhaoge, veins vaguely throbbing on his forehead. The faces of Lang Qing, Lian Zulin, and Taoist One Heaven, the three supreme being experts, were as gloomy as still water. The arrival of the great empress was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Yin Zhaoge had actually been able to resist the Heaven Emperor alone. This had surpassed their expectations. Behind the Qian Emperor, the towering trees were cut down. Jie Mingkong, the female emperor, walked out with her eyes closed. I had originally planned to slowly search for them after killing you all. The Heaven Emperor's expression did not change. Right now, it is just two matters being carried out at the same time. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, opening it towards Yin Zhaoge and the later Earth text. Space distorted, and the universe shifted, wanting to collect Yin Zhaoge and the later Earth text together. Yet, Yin Zhaoge ignored this as he dealt with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, wholeheartedly focusing on maintaining the Earth Mother Tao ritual. His true essence and the power of the extreme Yang seal, and the dim radiant wheel, were all supplied to the ritual in an endless stream, as he used it to activate the sigil formed of the later Earth text. The sigil flickered with radiance once more. Yin Di, who had previously seemed uninvolved in this matter, now let out a light shout. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head rose, leaving his head and landing on the sigil. Affected by this, the sigil changed once more, actually manifesting the phenomenon of chaos. The power of the grand simplicity splendor cloud and the later Earth text combined as the illusory silhouette in the air above the royal reed sea actually formed illusory scenes of space and time changing as well. The Heaven Emperor's Heaven-Earth within sleeve was actually unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge for a time. At the same time, the female emperor had already arrived before the Heaven Emperor once more. The latter could only retreat. Still, he did not give up as he shifted amidst space, seemingly omnipresent as he continued attacking Yin Zhaoge. Yet, each of his attacks was dispelled by the power of the later Earth text. The majestic power was channeled into the great Earth before instantly counterattacking once more. You should understand now, Heaven Emperor, Yin Zhaoge smiled. The more ferocious your attacks, the more powerful the mechanism's counterattack will be. The Heaven Emperor did not speak as he transformed into a myriad of forms, attacking the sigil in an endless stream without pause at all. He attempted to attack at a sufficiently high frequency to surpass the reaction speed of the later Earth text. Yet, in the end, each of his attacks was counterattacked without being discounted in the slightest. The aftershocks of the Heaven Emperor's final full-powered strike virtually ripped a corner of the world beyond worlds apart, affecting the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Some things just have to be believed. The sigil formed of the later Earth text resembled the deepest, heaviest, firmest great Earth, as the Heaven Emperor was forced to retreat in vain once more. Not just that domineering, vigorous force was also counterattacked in full against the Heaven Emperor. Affected by the injuries inflicted by the female emperor earlier, the Heaven Emperor's movements were a beat too slow, as he could not dispel it in time, as he could only forcibly block this blow. His figure shook amidst space as green chi surfaced on his fair face once more, not dissipating for a long time this time. The Heaven Emperor gazed at Yin Zhaoge, who was enveloped by radiance at the center of the mechanism down below. The royal reed sea was completely silent at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, unable to say a word. That was an emperor who had truly pushed open the door to immortality and ascended into the immortal realm. Immortals and mortals were different, ascending to the heavens with a single step, as everything in the human world was beneath their feet. Even an exalt of the human realm expert would be instantly suppressed by the Heaven Emperor. Human immortals were finally tainted with the word human, as they would be hard-pressed to stand against true immortals. Yet this true immortal emperor had been met with a wall in front of an immortal bridge martial saint now, his nose full of dust. Even the gazes of the southeastern exalt Chaojia and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who had been battling alongside Yin Zhaoge, were no longer the same as they looked at him now. They actually vaguely knew that there was something in the royal reed sea that was very important to the Heaven Emperor. Yet it would be very difficult to extract. Even with the Heaven Emperor's cultivation base, the amount of time required to do so would be in the hundreds of years. How would one extract this thing? After having extracted it, how would one make use of its profundities to stand against an emperor? These problems were sufficient to stump everyone. Yet, that youth enveloped by radiance had resolved all of them. Therefore, he had also accomplished a shocking feat. After detecting the profundities of the later Earth text, the female emperor no longer made a move, as she just quietly watched the clash between Yin Zhaoge and the Heaven Emperor from the side. While her eyes were closed, she was fully aware of everything that was going on. Even if the Heaven Emperor had not been injured from clashing with her, as long as the later Earth text was here, he would still have been unable to take down Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Even without her and the Brocade Emperor, Broad Creed Mountain might still be able to stand tall in today's battle. Today Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were destined to shock the world beneath the heavens once more. Yin Zhaoge would be stepping on the Heaven Emperor's shoulders, allowing his fame to flourish even further. What left the Heaven Emperor even more despondent was the fact that the later Earth text that Yin Zhaoge was using to step on him was precisely the existence that he had always yearned for. Chapter 1039. Empress Jiamingkong had no intention of attacking. While she closed her eyes, her gaze was currently moving between Yin Zhaoge, Yen Di and the Heaven Emperor. His face, which had always been cold since he appeared, thawed slightly at this moment, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qing Yuanzi, you are bullying the weak. Since you failed to take him down the first time, do you have the nerve to try again? The female empress said indifferently. The Heaven Emperor stood in the air. After a long time, the green chi on his face finally dissipated, his injuries temporarily suppressed. If he did not attack, the later Earth text would naturally not retaliate. The item below involves my cultivation level. I have to obtain it. The Heaven Emperor said calmly. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge killed this humble Taoist's proudest disciple Qing Shizi. This humble Taoist must seek justice for this disciple no matter what. The female emperor was shocked. Even if I were not here, you would not be able to do anything to this Broad Creed Mountain. The Heaven Emperor said, if Fu Jinxiu does not come, and if you do not act, victory or defeat is still unknown. Not bad. You'll be the main attacker. Zhuang Shun and the other three will assist you. The female emperor closed her eyes, raising her brows slightly. With Yin Zhaoge having to host the ritual to block you, the ritual is only effective against you. With Yen Di, Chao Dongnan and Lu Dongbei fighting 3 against 4, it would be difficult for them to cope. Still, if you focus solely on defense, you will still be able to hold on for a very long time. The only thing you have to worry about is patiently setting up a formation to trap the Royal Reed Sea, slowly wearing down Broad Creed Mountain. The Water Empress sneered. You are someone who has pushed open the gate of immortality. Don't you find it embarrassing to use such a method to deal with a martial sage? Although the big Heaven Emperor's injuries were even heavier than before, his emotions had already calmed down. Whether it is through trickery or strength, since they have the ability to obstruct this humble Taoist, then this humble Taoist will treat them as opponents on the same level. Since that's the case, how is there a need to talk about losing face? This ritual originates from the dim radiant wheel and the extreme Yang seal, as well as Yin Zhaoge himself. As the dim radiant wheel has yet to become an immortal artifact, it will ultimately not be able to outlast you. The Empress said faintly, but don't be too complacent. Even though I don't know why Fu Yunqi's hands and feet are tied up, he will definitely come if he keeps delaying. The Heaven Emperor sighed softly as he looked at the sigil formed of the later Earth text down below. That's right. That is why victory and defeat in this Royal Reed Sea is ultimately hard to predict. He gazed at Yin Zhaoge, bringing up the old topic again. Truly an outstanding youngster. Before today, this humble Taoist really had not thought that this would be the result. Your Majesty, you're too courteous. Yin Zhaoge answered mildly indeed. Currently, this situation would only be like this in the Royal Reed Sea. Without the Earth Queen's letter, I would probably not even be able to receive a single blow from you. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and met the Heaven Emperor's gaze. Still, even if you cannot take me down today, there will come a day when I do not need to push open the door to immortality. Even having left this Royal Reed Sea, you will still be unable to do anything to me. Forgive me for being impetuous, but that day is not far away. Yin Zhaoge's tone was casual, as if he was having a casual conversation with the Heaven Emperor. But the world was dead silent. Everyone stared dazedly at Yin Zhaoge, only a single thought in their minds. Savage. Arrogant. Still, as long as they recalled the scene of Yin Zhaoge clashing with the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shen earlier, they all felt that what this youth had said was not impossible. No, it was not impossible. Instead, it would definitely become a reality. An early immortal bridge martial saint had even been able to gain the upper hand against a human exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Even with a supreme treasure like the extreme Yang seal, it was still something that shocked the entire world. With such strength, his potential was similarly shocking. It was true that the higher one's cultivation base, the slower one's progress would be, the harder it would be to cultivate, and the longer it would take. Still, in comparison to Yin Zhaoge's current age, and the speed at which his cultivation base had risen, no one would deny that this youth would definitely ascend to an even higher peak. Also, it would be a very rapid rise. The title of fallen deity was well deserved. Thinking of this, no one felt that Yin Zhaoge was arrogant any longer. As long as he did not venture out and cultivated in the royal reed sea, there would definitely come a day where he would not fear emperors, even without opening the door to immortality. The Heaven Emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. Beneath this emperor's gaze, Yin Zhaoge spoke in a composed manner. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Many people may vaguely know of your goal, but are not clear on the details. This matter concerns your cultivation. Obstructing one's path is akin to killing one's parents. Therefore, they did not interfere. The Brocade Emperor only gave the southeastern exalt a hand, as he himself did not get too deeply involved. Now that I know what exactly is going on, however, I instead find it rather strange. Why are you not willing to resolve this matter openly and honestly, Heaven Emperor? With Taoism's revival following the Great Calamity, it is precisely a time of unity. I believe that the other emperors also hope that you can make up for your shortcomings and improve. Yin Zhaoge looked at the Heaven Emperor. Is there some other reason apart from that? The Heaven Emperor did not react in the least as he hovered in midair. Even now, I am still unclear on what taboo I violated in obtaining the dim radiant wheel. Yin Zhaoge continued. Still, with the other sovereigns of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors not openly supporting you in attacking Broad Creed Mountain this time, can I take it that your actions are actually somewhat taboo as well, Heaven Emperor? Hearing these words, the Heaven Emperor's gaze finally hardened. The female emperor instead smiled. He is indeed an outstanding young man. The Heaven Emperor's actions are not taboo. It is just that we are rather doubtful. Therefore, we decided to wait and see, neither obstructing nor supporting him, as we see what exactly he intends to do. As for why I have come, the female emperor's smile gradually retracted as she closed her eyes, scanning the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshen and Lang Qing. My attendant already said it at the start. While it is of my own will that I have come, it is more that I have been entrusted to do so. As soon as these words left her mouth, the expressions of Zhuangshen, Lang Qing and the others changed once more. The female emperor was a lone wolf who never begged or helped others. While it was said that she had been entrusted to do so, even the other emperors in the world beyond worlds might not be able to get her to act on her own. Only the 3 sovereigns might be able to get her to act. The Heaven Emperor too felt surprised and puzzled by the female emperor appearing to help Broad Creed Mountain. Initially, he had not waited for the attendant of the female emperor's lineage to finish speaking before he had acted once more in order to prevent the name of one of the 3 sovereigns from appearing. At that time, whether he acted or not, there would definitely be one side who would look bad. If he pretended not to know and tried to reason things out afterwards, he would not lose face, as there would be much room for negotiation. It was just that the development of things afterwards completely surpassed his predictions. Heaven Emperor, rather than thinking about how to breach the royal reed sea, you should first consider yourself. The female emperor's voice was clear and cold. Everyone's hearts jolted as they simultaneously gazed towards the west. There, someone was currently approaching. That was in the direction of the southern blazing Heaven Territory's circumference mountain. Yin Zhaoge and the others seemed to realize something. The severed waters of the Dynasty River regaining their flow was the handiwork of the newcomer. The Heaven Emperor did not care about the newcomer's cultivation base. Still, the martial concept that emanated from him caused his expression to change slightly, as he seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 1040. Due to the arrival of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor, The thick earth that had previously obscured the sky was already slowly breaking apart. Due to the descent of the female emperor and the heaven emperor, the thick earth that had previously obscured the sky was already slowly breaking apart. The royal reed sea had seen the light of day once more. Still, the scenes of the world had long since changed completely. Currently, 3 powerful auras emanated from Circumference Mountain in the west of the royal reed sea, heading straight for Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region of the royal reed sea. The sword light that split the heavens and the earth arrived before them in an instant. The sword light gradually grew dim, 3 figures appearing within. One of them was a tall, white-clothed youth who was handsome and transcendent. A sword hung by his waist. While it was in its sheath, it still caused one's heart to tremble. As soon as it was unsheathed, it would shock the heavens. The bright sword light enveloped this white-clothed youth's entire body. Wherever he passed, space and time seemed to be slashed apart as all things got out of his way. On the left and right of this white-clothed youth were 2 other people. The one on the right was a middle-aged man. While this middle-aged man looked unprepossessing, he was similarly covered in bright sword light that seemed like it could split the heavens and split the earth apart. The one on the left was a black-clothed youth. While he could be considered handsome, he had a rather cold aura as he was silent. The sword light on his body did not flourish, as he just silently walked alongside the white-clothed youth and the middle-aged man, arriving before the heaven emperor and the female emperor. The 3 first glanced at Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di and Broad Creed Mountain were fine, they all nodded slightly. As Zhuang Shun, Lang Qing and the others saw this, their pupils involuntarily dilated slightly. That white-clothed youth led the way as the 3 first greeted the female emperor. This junior greets the female emperor. The female emperor nodded. You arrived a little late. We were the ones who were delayed. The white-clothed youth bowed before straightening himself, looking towards the heaven emperor. Your Majesty, heaven emperor. The heaven emperor's gaze shifted from Yin Zhaoge to the trio, as he was silent for a long time. Beside him, the Western exalt Lang Qing's face was dark. Bai Tao, you actually came here, that white-clothed youth said. While you and Southern Zhuang were willing to offer some benefits to my Southwest Vermilion Heaven territory, of my master's orders, I naturally had to follow them rather than what you offered. The white-clothed youth's name was Bai Tao. Still, in the world beyond worlds, people were more familiar with another name. The ruler of the Southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory, the Southwestern Exalt. If Bai Tao was merely the Southwestern Exalt, the Heaven Emperor's expression would not be so solemn at this moment. The reason why a true immortal great emperor, who had pushed open the gate of immortality, was not because of Bai Tao and the other 2, but because of their master. The trio of the Southwestern Exalt Bai Tao hailed from Jade Capital Crag, of the Central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountain's northern high peak. Their master was the current supreme existence of the world beyond worlds, the sword sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Among the 3 sovereigns, the sword sovereign was the youngest, but he had always been on par with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. He was still in the outer realm and had yet to return. However, the appearance of Bai Tao's group of 3 here made it hard for people not to think about it. In particular, with just the 3 of them, the Empress wouldn't be able to make a move. Having obtained the legacy of the former dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, Yin Zhaoge is Yin Tianxia's true descendant. Lang Qing said hoarsely. Even if the sword sovereign cherishes talent, he would still have to think thrice over the entanglement within. Bai Tao shook his head. West Lang, do you still not understand? Looking at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, he sighed mightily. They are surnamed Yin. Lang Qing was taken aback. Surnamed Yin, wait. He looked like he had seen a ghost as he looked in shock at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. It's that Yin. Zhuang Shen, Daoist One Heaven, Lian Zilin and even Chao Jia and Lu Jinggu were all puzzled at first before looks of shock appeared on their faces. Everyone looked at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, Lian Zilin blurting out. They are Yin Xintong's descendants. On Broad Creed Mountain, many people were at a loss. Still, there was also a name that only existed in history and legends that surfaced in the minds of some of them. Yin Xintong. As compared to his actual name, More people knew his title. One of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who had stabilized the world beyond worlds that year. The exalted gold luminary. The number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword after the Great Calamity. The sword god Yin Xintong. It was not without reason that Lang Qing, Zhuang Shun, and the others were able to relate this ancient legend to the scene before them. The current sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds, 3 sovereigns, was precisely the personal disciple of the exalted gold luminary, the successor to his legacy. Could the sword sovereign have made a mistake? Zhuang Shun said in a heavy tone. The father and son of Broad Creed Mountain's Yen family originate from a lower world. They are not locals of the world beyond worlds. If they are of the same surname, the exalted solar luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, and the profound sovereign of the roving jade heavens were both surnamed Gao. Still, I don't see them being related by blood at all. Looking at Zhuang Shun, Bai Tao saw that while the other party's expression was solemn, his gaze seemed to surge with blazing flames. He sighed softly. They are Grand Master's descendants, but they are not just any descendants. As Bai Tao said this, he gazed at Yin Di with a rather complex gaze. Speaking of this Bai has to call him senior apprentice uncle. Zhuang Shun looked disbelievingly at Yin Di. He is the son of the exalted gold luminary. It is not strange that Zhuang Shun and Lang Qing have not heard of him. The female emperor now said mildly from the side. You should have heard of the exalted gold luminary's wife before, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor who had been silent all along finally spoke now. Sword Emperor Di Qinglian of the roving jade heavens. Sword God Yin Xintong. Sword Emperor Di Qinglian. The union of the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Tao of the Sword of post-Great Calamity Taoism, a few thousand years ago, was something few people knew of now. Still, back in his youth, the Heaven Emperor's name had reverberated like thunder. Yin Di, what a Yin Di! The expression on the Heaven Emperor's face changed. If not for this name, this humble Taoist would instead have paid attention to his surname. Standing quietly beside his father, Yin Zhaoge turned and saw that Yin Di's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, just that his gaze was growing increasingly sharp. Looking at the Heaven Emperor again, Yin Zhaoge could imagine how despondent he must be. Yin Di's name was a combination of the surnames of his parents. Still, it was rumored that the exalted gold luminary and his wife had already been dead for over 2,000 years. Meanwhile, Yin Di was still not even 100 years old. This just did not add up. It would probably be more believable to say that it was a coincidence. The gazes of the Heaven Emperor and the others that looked at the female emperor and Bai Tao were filled with rage, as they felt that the other party was intentionally making a fool out of them. This humble Taoist has seen a portrait of the exalted gold luminary before. The Heaven Emperor exhaled slowly. If they were biological father and son, how could there be no similarities? The flesh and blood of the sword god, and the sword emperor instead cultivates in saber arts? With so many contradictions, how can you be certain that he is a descendant of the exalted gold luminary? The female emperor Jiamingkong smiled coldly, not deigning to answer him. The southwestern exalt Bai Tao remained courteous as he cupped his hands towards the Heaven Emperor. Heaven Emperor, please look over there. Following his finger, the Heaven Emperor's gaze abruptly focused. A clump of clouds that resembled a blooming lotus floated silently above Yin Di's head. Chaotic and dim, the boundaries of time and space were blurry amidst the clump of clouds. Chapter 1041. Tai Yi, the head of the grand cosmos 5 ties. It symbolized the most primitive form of the universe. There was no light, no shape, and it was silent and formless. Even the boundaries of time and space were blurred. There was no prior and no after, no beginning and no end. Looking at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yin Di's head, the Heaven Emperor's gaze hardened as many of his previous doubts were easily resolved. What was left was more of a gloomy feeling. Yin Zhaoge did not speak as he quietly listened to the conversation of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor. Many of his earlier doubts had been answered, his guesses verified. Why had the grand simplicity splendor cloud come to find his father on its own accord? And why did his father feel a sense of familiarity and closeness towards it? Because this was the existence that accompanied him all those years ago. The first time Yin Zhaoge had seen the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he had found its strange form different from what he knew of grand simplicity. It was as if he had stepped from the beginning of the innate realm to the acquired realm. Actually, the reason for this was that the grand simplicity splendor cloud had been born alongside Yin Di, resembling a prenatal coat, as it had gone through the process of being born from birth to birth alongside him. After his birth, due to some special reasons, Yin Di had always been resting within the grand simplicity splendor cloud. The concept of time within the grand simplicity splendor cloud was blurry as the flow of time within Yin Di's life was virtually still. Time passed quickly in the outside world, and 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was only one day when the fruit had ripened and fallen that Yin Di could truly be considered to have arrived in this world. Why did this happen? Yin Zhaoge dared not be certain. He could only guess based on the information that he currently possessed. On one hand, his grandfather and grandmother, Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian, had met with Misha. The pregnant Di Qinglian had temporarily entrusted the child to the grand simplicity splendor cloud for his safety. On the other hand, his father Yin Di bore the legacy and hopes of his grandfather and grandmother. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had not known that Yin Xintong of the Jade Clear Direct lineage had actually married Di Qinglian of the Prime Clear Direct lineage that year. Otherwise, he would have thought of it long ago. Why? Because the more condensed and pure that true martial intent of his father's, the more Yin Zhaoge felt it to be familiar. The Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture, heaven opening scripture. It divided the primordial world, split the heavens and the earth, stabilized the earth, water, fire, and wind, and created the fortune of the primordial world. Prime Clear Numinous Treasure 4 Swords, Immortal Exterminating Sword. A single sword strike broke through all techniques. It was all-conquering and all-conquering, and it put an end to the principles of the heavens. It announced the arrival of the last days and the end of creation. The former created the world, while the latter destroyed the world. When the two became one, there was a beginning and an end. It was the process of creation, the momentum of the great Tao. The general trend is with me, and I'll be invincible in every endeavor. There's nothing I can't overcome, and I'll sweep through everything that obstructs me. The power of the heaven-opening book and the exterminating immortal sword was even more astonishing after they were combined. Yin Zhaoge also had to give a big thumbs up to his grandparents, whom he had never met in person. They had come up with a brilliant idea, an idea somewhere between madness and genius. And the most amazing thing was that they didn't just imagine, but they also turned their ideas into reality. What had helped them achieve all of this was the treasure they had unintentionally obtained, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Just having the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud was not enough. They themselves could not complete this martial art, nor could they cultivate it. Only the children born from their union had a single chance to succeed. This was the crystallization of the combined efforts of the family of three, a supreme martial art that only Yin Di could cultivate in. Perhaps it was also the final gift that Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian had bestowed upon their son. It was precisely because this martial art had been born alongside Yin Di that Yin Di had remained dormant within the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud all this time. It was only after 2,000 years had passed in the outside world that he had finally succeeded, bringing with him a unique martial art that he had been born with him into this world. As for whether his descent into the Eight Extremities world was a coincidence or not, it was still hard to guess now. This martial art that Yin Di had been born with focused on the concept rather than the technique. There was no difference between cultivating the sword or the saber. It was just that with this, the Heaven Emperor Lang Qing, Zhuang Shun and the others had all been fooled. Due to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Yin Di's appearance had been affected as well, such that even the Heaven Emperor, who had seen the portrait of the exalted gold luminary, had not noticed anything wrong. Still, descendants of the Sword Sovereign's lineage would not be mistaken. Knowing the miraculous uses of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud of the past, they would not have overlooked it due to their age. Yin Di's name itself was sufficient to explain this. Furthermore, his martial arts conception and his closeness with the grand simplicity splendor cloud were the clearest proof that no one could impersonate him. Now that I think about it, the roving jade heavens did not have any malicious intent in providing me with the immortal trapping sword. Instead, it was because of my grandmother. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The feeling of having someone above is really not bad. In the Eight Extremities world that year, while there had been enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain had also been rather domineering. It was just that after coming to the world beyond worlds, he would have to fight for everything from scratch. As the vanguard, Yin Zhaoge himself had truly spent quite a bit of effort on this. But for a mischievous person like him, what he liked to hear the most was that sentence. Yin Zhaoge, don't you just have a good father? Now that he could relive his old dreams, Yin Zhaoge was in an extremely good mood. Conversely, the mouths of the Heaven Emperor, the Western exalt Lang Qing, the Eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven, and the others were filled with bitterness now. Now they understood why Jie Mingkong would make a move. Perhaps it was more due to the Sword Sovereign's request. Still, it was indeed not polite of the female emperor to say that she would be willing to help. The higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all knew that the female emperor's master was the exalted water luminary of Kunlun Mountain's 9 luminaries, who had been ranked alongside the exalted gold luminary Yin Xintong. My master has a cold personality and rarely has close friends. Of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, he was only on good terms with the exalted gold luminary. Jie Mingkong said mildly. For that, even if the Sword Sovereign did not instruct me, I would still come to obstruct you, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor resembled a stone statue as he hovered in midair at this moment. Many of Yin Zhaoge's guesses had been discussed with Yen Di that day. At this moment, Yen Di was able to understand many of his earlier doubts. His feelings were a little more complex. Sucking in a deep breath and composing himself, Yen Di first thanked the female emperor, before cupping his hands towards Bai Tao and the others. Bai Tao hurriedly said that he did not deserve it. Yen Di said, like the Heaven Emperor and the other exalts, this is also the first time this Yen has heard of this matter. I am unable to calm my emotions now. I hope that we will have a chance to meet the Sword Sovereign when he returns to the world beyond worlds. It is only normal for you to have such a reaction upon hearing of this matter. Bai Tao nodded understandingly. The black-clothed youth beside him suddenly said, if Master were here, he would probably not want you to call him Emperor, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen. Instead, he would prefer you to call him Senior Apprentice Brother. Yen Di smiled, about to speak when Lang Qing said unwillingly, please reconsider, Sword Sovereign and Female Emperor. It is not just Yin Zhaoge who has obtained the dim radiant wheel. Yen Di's wife, Yin Zhaoge's mother, is precisely the descendant of the bright connection Emperor Hu Yuexin, Xue Chuqing. Their entanglements and critical relationships are beyond imagination. Before he could speak, that black-clothed youth raised a hand, a streak of light flying into the sky. Chapter 1042. The hopes of the Heaven Emperor, Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing, and the others had yet to be extinguished. For them, their last hope was the attitude of the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. For thousands of years, the 3 sovereigns had reigned supreme in the world beyond worlds. Amongst them, the earthly sovereign had always been their leader. The concealed sovereign lived in seclusion and rarely expressed his opinions. In most cases, he would tacitly support the earthly sovereign's decision. The world beyond world's current attitude towards the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia stemmed from the earthly sovereign's decision. The reason the lineage of Yin Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had vanished without a trace in the world beyond worlds was also due to the attitude of the earthly sovereign. Even though the Sword Sovereign didn't support it, he didn't oppose it either. That was why Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven, and the others were searching for Xue Chuqing. Even though the earthly sovereign had not given any clear orders, the fact that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had been searching for Xue Chuqing in the central June Heaven territory, all this while, more or less, indicated that something was amiss. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge's obtaining of the dim radiant wheel, or their relationship with Xue Chuqing, it had all been taboo in the world beyond worlds over the years. If the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign were to express their stance, there might still be a chance to turn the situation around. Elder Wang isn't willing to do it himself. Could it be that he already knows the relationship between the Sword Emperor and the Yan clan? A thought quickly flashed through Lang Qing's mind. But since he's willing to lend out the breath soil, it means that he and His Majesty, the earthly sovereign, aren't happy to see the Sword Sovereign and the Yin clan being too deeply involved. Just as he was thinking, he saw the black-clothed youth beside Bai Tao raise his hand. The sword light suddenly appeared and streaked across the horizon. It bloomed in the sky and turned into a ball of light and shadow. The light gradually solidified and formed a human figure. Seeing this figure, the hearts of the Heaven Primordial Emperor, Lang Qing, and the others involuntarily sank. Looking at the silhouetted figure in the air, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a middle-aged man in ancient attire with a high crown. He looked to be around 40 years of age, his face calm and his gaze sharp. He was like a sword that could split open the heavens, but he did not show any sharpness. He just stood there, like a lonely peak that pierced through the clouds, making people look up to him. This dignified, solemn middle-aged man was the disciple of the exalted gold luminary, who was currently one of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns, the Sword Sovereign. Central June Heaven Territory, the master of Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, Sword Emperor Yu Jinbei. This light figure wasn't conversing. Instead, it was Yu Jinbei's reply after his disciple contacted Yu Jinbei, who was still in the void's outskirts. Previously, only Bai Tao's group of 3 had seen this image, but now, everyone else had seen it as well. Everything I've accomplished in my life came from my teacher. The Sword Emperor didn't speak quickly, but every word was sonorous and powerful, like the collision of gold and iron. My master only left behind a single bloodline. I will do my best to ensure his safety, even in front of Elder Jiang and Elder Yang. All these years I've always kept my promise. If someone breaks the promise, then don't blame my sword for not recognizing them. Although the message was left a long time ago, everyone present could still feel the fierceness and decisiveness of the message. At this moment, the originally heavy and blunt Sword Emperor suddenly revealed a shocking sharpness. The terrifying sword will seem to have transcended the limits of time, coming from the past to the present, transcending the limits of space, descending from the void to the upper realm. Even the 2 true immortals, the female empress and the Qian emperor, were shocked. The so-called Elder Jiang and Elder Yang referred to the other 2 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. Whoever dared to show themselves now would have to bear the sharpness of the Sword Emperor. Even against the earthly sovereigns and concealed sovereigns, the Sword Emperor would still draw his sword and battle them on this matter. The southwestern Exalt Bai Tao now looked at the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilan, saying softly, "Northwest Lian, please leave. My Jade Capital Crag will attempt to mediate the matter of your Red Sea's loss in the future. If you do not leave now, you will inevitably hurt our past relationship." Lian Zilan sighed. Lian Zilan dares not forget the Sword Emperor's kindness to me. Since it is a decree of the Sword Emperor, I will obey. I only hope that when the Sword Emperor finds that Xue Chuqing in the future, you can speak up for my Red Sea's lineage. She bowed towards the image of the Sword Emperor in the sky before turning and leaving. The gazes of the Heaven Emperor, Zhuang Shun, Lang Qing and Taoist One Heaven simultaneously flickered as a bad premonition arose within their hearts. Indeed, that black-clothed youth said, "Senior apprentice Uncle Yen, junior apprentice Brother Yen." It is their ability that Broad Creed Mountain was able to defend the Royal Reed Sea safely. Still, since you have specifically chosen Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony to visit, it would be unbecoming of you to leave without leaving behind any congratulatory gifts. The Heaven Emperor frowned. Jade Capital Crag is really too domineering. This humble Taoist is willing to let this go on account of the Sword Sovereign's face. Still, the Sword Sovereign is still able to reign supreme in the world beyond worlds. You have great enmity with senior apprentice Uncle Yen, and junior apprentice brother Yen of Broad Creed Mountain. Bai Tao shook his head, sighing. My master cherishes talent. Considering that Taoism is currently in the ascendant, talents are hard to come by, and it is not easy for you to cultivate. Otherwise, even if Qilin Cliff is dissatisfied, they would still not let this go. Now it is merely a reminder from my master. The pupils of the Heaven Emperor, Lang Qing and the others abruptly dilated. So what if he is domineering? That black-clothed youth had an indifferent expression on his face. You came here to pick a fight. Now, you think you can come and go as you please? He turned and said to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. This is my master's first congratulatory gift. He said that when he returns to the world beyond worlds in the future, he will personally come to congratulate us. Before his words had landed, the image of the sword sovereign within the sky condensed into a streak of sword light, descending before Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Thank you, senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Yin Zhaoge blinked, looking at his father. Yin Di smiled. Since you are using the sword, I'll leave it to you then. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised a hand to receive that sword light. The scenes before his eyes instantly changed. Amidst the dim, chaotic primordial universe, a streak of light that was bright to the extreme suddenly appeared. A streak of light separated the chaotic primordial universe, the chaotic elements of earth, water, fire and wind rampaging chaotically in all directions before regaining stability. Yin and Yang were separated, primordial chaos having just opened, clear qi rising while turbid qi descended. A brand new world of creation was established, the heavens and earth being opened. Amidst this majestic scene, the powerful concept of opening the heavens and splitting the earth permeated the entire universe, as it was unstoppable. Good sword art, Yin Zhaoge praised, looking at the Heaven Emperor and the others. Seeing that sword light, the Heaven Emperor sighed, not saying anything as he turned and left, his figure instantly vanishing amidst space. The Western Exalt Lang Qing and the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had the same reaction as well, each executing their own abilities, as they speedily left the Royal Reed Sea. Still, as Yin Zhaoge brandished his sword, the sword light in his hand vanished. The next moment, a sword shadow flickered past in mid-air. That sword shadow resembled a banner, whilst also resembling an axe, whilst also easily breaking through space. 3 muffled groans resounded simultaneously. The formless and formless Western Exalt Lang Qing, who had transformed into space, was forcibly squeezed out of the fractured space, various parts of his body distorting strangely. The Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven, who had unleashed an instant's thunder, with all his true essence instantly blazing. Unleashing an instant's thunder was broken through by a single sword as his right arm was severed. The Heaven Emperor first executed Heaven Earth within sleeve, his sleeve instantly splitting apart. Thick earth rose from within his sleeve, verdant green trees towering into the heavens. The next moment, however, the great earth shattered, and the massive trees snapped. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.